The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is July the 18th, 2024. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 64 AD, Great Fire of Rome begins under the Emperor Nero. In 1334, Bishop of Florence blesses the first foundation stone of the new Capitoline of the Florence Cathedral, designed by artist Giotto di Bondini. In 1925, Hitler publishes Mein Kampf. In 1936, General Francisco Franco issues manifesto and leads an uprising in the Spanish army stationed in Morocco. I guess this was just the day for socialist dictators to do important things. And that trend continues with the next entry. Listen to this. In 2012, Kim Jong-un is officially appointed Supreme Leader of North Korea and given the rank of Marshal in the Korean People's Army. What is with socialist dictators in the date of July the 18th? No idea. In 2013, Detroit, Michigan files for bankruptcy, becoming largest U.S. municipal bankruptcy ever at $18.5 billion. In 2023, wildfire season in British Columbia becomes the most destructive on record, burning 14,100 square kilometers of land, with 390 fires still alight, surpassing 2018 record. In 1959, The Nun Story, based on a novel by Catherine Hume, starring Audrey Hepburn, premieres in Los Angeles. In 1980, Billy Joel's Glass Houses album tops U.S. charts, featuring It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. In 1976, Nadia Comaneci, 14, becomes first gymnast in Olympic Games history to score a perfect 10 score, doing so 7 times at Montreal Games. Well, good for her. That was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Yes, it's the new transcribed Abbott and Costello show with the new singing discovery Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right, Costello. I hear Uncle Mike is raising ducks now on his ranch.
Oh, yes, she's got a lot of them.
What chance have I got of having a duck egg?
Not much, unless you're a duck.
Well, forget about your relatives. Did you play golf with Susan Miller yesterday?
Oh, yes. And she knows how to use a mashie and a putter.
Well, that's good. How does she use the wood?
I don't know. We just played golf.
Hey, what's the matter with your foot?
I hit my big toe with a mid-iron.
Well, what
right in midday, too.
What are you doing first?
Limping.
Limp? And look at your face. How did you get it so dirty? It's covered with grease.
All I did was follow the instructions when I changed the oil in Susan's car.
Well, how did you get your face so smeared?
Well, it says when changing oil, old oil in your car, be sure and let it drain in your pan.
If I was Susan Miller, I wouldn't be seen with you. You are the biggest idiot I ever met.
You're just saying that because you don't get around much. And personally, I don't care what you think of it. Susan loves me. She's my Abba girl.
Abba?
Yes, that's hubba spelled backwards. Susan's got it coming and going.
Now, wait, Costello. Relax and listen a minute. My friend here has something interesting to say.
I want to pass along an opinion of lubrication experts. Among these authorities, the consensus is that 80% of all engine failure is the result of improper or insufficient lubrication. Yes, 4 times out of 5 when it lets go, faulty lubrication is the villain. Because our PDQ dealers understand this, and because they know how much a proper lube job can save you by preventing needless wear and breakdown, PDQ dealers take special pride in their PDQ factory method lubrication. This system duplicates exactly the recommendation of the engineers who designed and built your car. Your car is much too valuable a piece of machinery for careless experimentation. So you'd best drop in and have your PDQ dealer do that lubrication job. He knows what he's doing. He knows how important it is, and he uses the PDQ system, the type, weight, and amount of lubricant specified by the men who built your car. And now, Abbot and Costello.
Matty Melnick and his orchestra present the Smiling Undertaker's theme song, Dig-a-Dig-a-Doo. Hello.
Hello, Abbott.
Costello, where are you?
I'm out here on Vine Street taking my California driving test.
Costello, what happened?
I passed.
Get over here.
Abbott, I'll be there before anybody can say Jack Robinson.
Here I am. Did anybody see it?
Never mind. What's the idea of running out in the middle of the show and taking a driver's test?
Oh, you have to, Abbott. You've got to watch these California traffic laws. Last week I got arrested for walking in my sleep.
How could they arrest you for walking in your sleep?
I don't wear any pajamas.
Never mind. Do you dream while you're sleeping, when you're walking in your sleep, Lou?
Oh, yes. Last night I dreamed I was walking through a park with Hedy Lamarr. We sat down on a bench. I put my arms around her. She put her arms around me. I lifted her face to mine and kissed her.
And then?
Then I looked into her lovely eyes and said, Hetty, what about going steady?
And what did she say?
She said, suit yourself, big boy. It's your dream.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm the star salesman for Henry Wallace's new book, 60 Million Jobs.
Well, what can I do for you?
Could you tell me where I could find employment?
That's Abbott's nephew, folks. His middle initial is P.
What does the P stand for?
Prescription. First time his old man saw him, he took a powder.
You're just jealous of him, Costello, because he has talent. Come out here, Norman. What do you want, Uncle Bud? I want to show Costello how talented you are. Recite that poem you wrote last night by yourself. Okay, Uncle Bud, go ahead. Poem. This is for the people who like seafood. January is a month with an R in it, and so are the months that follow it. If you've been holding an oyster in your mouth all winter, now is the time to swallow it. I'm proud of that boy, Costello. He's going places.
And as soon as I can find a new straight man, you're going with him.
Never mind that. How about paying me back the $14 you owe me?
I can account for every cent of it. Here, I'll figure it out on this blackboard. Now, let me see. I spent $8, and that leaves 6. Now, 8 goes into 6. 8 goes into 6. Wait a minute. 8 won't go into 6. There's no use of forcing it. Suppose we start over and carry 2.
Carry 2.
Yes, we'll split the work. You carry 1 and I'll carry 1. Now, my 1 equals X and your 1 equals O. Now, I put down an X, then an O, then an X, then an O, then another X, then an O.
Now, wait a minute. What are you doing?
Hey, how do you like that? I just beat myself playing tic-tac-toe.
Hello, boy.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Oh, hello, Susan. You know, I've been trying to get you on the phone.
I don't think you tried to get me at all. In fact, I've been telephoning your house all week. Monday night I called your house and somebody said you were taking a bath.
Monday night?
Yes.
Brother, did you have the wrong number?
Don't pay any attention to Costello, Susan. Why don't you and I step out tonight? We'll go to some little quiet spot. You'll find that I'm very romantic with candlelight and a glass of wine.
You wouldn't be romantic with a flashlight and a barrel of beer. Come on out with me, Susan, if you really want to live. I'll kiss you until the cows come home.
With you around, Costello, it's going to be hard to tell when the cows arrive.
Oh, that was a good one, Bud.
I wonder whatever happened to Pinky Lee. Abbott, I'm supposed to get the laughs. That's hitting below the belt.
Well, Costello, that's where most of you is.
You're really sharp tonight.
Go on, Abbott. Go ahead. You and Susan tell the funny stuff. I'll set fire to these old rubber boots.
Costello, won't that smell up the studio?
Yes, but nobody will notice it while you two are on.
Remember, Costello, I'm the guy that makes you funny. I can tell jokes better than you.
Attaboy, Bud. Go ahead and show it.
All right, Costello. I'll say to you, I've got a goat at my home that hasn't any nose. And you say, how does he smell? And I tell the funny answer. Now, come on.
Okay.
Put the okay in. That's all you had to think of was okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Costello. I've got a goat over at my house. He hasn't any nose.
Is that so?
No. Not is that so? You're supposed to say to me, how does the goat smell? I'll try it again. Costello, I've got a goat at my house, and he hasn't any nose.
Well, Costello, ask him how he smells.
I don't have to. I've been to his house.
Right.
Costello, why don't you give him a chance? Now, go ahead. Give him a straight line. He knows all the answers.
All right. Abbott, what's the difference between?
Between what?
See that? He's stuck already. Simple little thing like what's the difference between?
So you're a wise guy, Costello. I'll bet you $10 you're not here.
You got a bet. Put up the money.
All right. Now, you're not in Cleveland, are you?
No, but I got an aunt that lives here.
You're not in Chicago, are you?
No.
Well, if you're not in Cleveland and you're not in Chicago, then you must be someplace else.
That's right.
Well, if you're someplace else, you can't be here. I win the $10, thank you.
Hey, that's a good one. That's pretty good. Susan.
Huh?
Does Abbott know anything about this?
No.
Mm-hmm. Here's where I get my $10 back and 10 more besides. Hey, Abbott, come on over here a minute.
What do you want, Lou?
Abbott, I'll bet you $20 I'm not here.
I'm not here. I'm looking right at you. Go ahead, here's the 20.
All right, there you are. Now watch this. Abbott, I'm not in Cleveland, am I?
No.
I'm not in Chicago, am I?
No.
Well, if I'm not in Cleveland and I'm not in Chicago, then I must be someplace else.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
Well, if I'm someplace else, then I can't be here.
Well, that's right.
Right? Thank you. I'll take your $20.
Just a minute. Oh, hold on there. You just said you were someplace else, and you weren't here, didn't you?
Yes, and you're supposed to give me the $20.
How can I give you the $20 if you're not here?
Well, how do I get the money?
Tell me where you are, and I'll mail it to you.
You know, Susan, you got me into this. Make Abbott give me back my $20.
All right. I'll make him give it back on one condition. You give me a riddle that I can't answer.
Okay. What is it that has 8 legs, is 12 feet long, wears glasses, flies backwards, carries a bottle of ketchup in one hand, and carries a baseball bat in the left hand, and bats 376? What is it?
Well, I'm stuck. Abbott, give him back the $20.
All right, here's the money, Costello. Now, what's the answer?
Answer? I had a tough enough time making up the riddle. That was one of my father's jokes.
What are you, one of your mothers?
That's it, Abbott. I'm through with that, Susan Miller. I'm through with all girls.
Telegram for Lou Costello. Telegram for Lou Costello.
I'm Lou Costello.
You're Lou Costello,
Yes.
the famous movie actor?
That's me.
The great comedian that's on the air every Wednesday night?
That's me.
Well, what are they raving about?
Give me the telegram.
Mr. Costello, would you give me your autograph?
Hey, you're the same guy I've been giving my autographs to all year. You've got 5 of my autographs now.
Yeah, and when I get 6 of yours, I can trade them for one of Trigger's footprints.
Well, here's one of my footprints.
Never mind him. Who's the telegram from?
Hey, look at this. It's from that famous Hollywood columnist, Erskine Johnson. Get a load of this. Dear Lou, I have chosen you from all my dearest friends to help me dig up some dirt. I will be over and see you this evening. Hey, Abbott, I better get busy. This is my opportunity. I'll be famous as a newspaper man.
What are you talking about?
Erskine Johnson wants me to help him dig up some dirt, and he's coming over here tonight. That doesn't give me much time. Gee, think of it, Abbott. We're going to have Erskine, the famous columnist, right here in the studio.
Hey, here I am, comrades, fellow workers. Let's take the United States and tear it up into little bitty pieces. A piece for you, a piece for me, a piece for you, and you, and you.
Wait a
and
minute,
you.
wait a minute. You're not Erskine Johnson, the columnist.
Columnist? I thought you said communist.
Abbott, get that guy out of here.
We'll be back with the nonsense and the flick of an eyelash, folks, after a few comments on this subject.
Ladies and gentlemen, we at this very moment are face to face with February, one free day in 28, for this is leap year. And by special arrangement with the calendar makers, PDQ is happy to announce that this year you get not an extra weekday, not an extra work day. Move over, Lou, I must stand closer to the mic. But an extra Sunday, an extra day of rest and recreation. You will not again have an extra Sunday on your February calendar until that dim and distant year of 1976. In observance of this event, PDQ invites you to drive into the PDQ station of your own choice and buy a tank full of PDQ gasoline to profit by PDQ's sensational offer of extra mileage in each and every gallon. Thrilled to the well-documented proof in highway, road, and hill test. Stand back, man. I gotta wave my arms. That for miraculous mileage-stretching economy, for ping-proof power-pack performance, exceedingly acceptable acceleration, there is no gas, not one, like PDQ. Now, the Abbott and PDQ Costello Show.
The singing star of the Abbott and Costello Show, Susan Miller, singing exactly like you, and sometimes even better.
I know why I've waited, know why I've been blue. Prayed each night for someone exactly like you. Why should we spend money on a show or two? No one does those love scenes exactly like you. You make me feel so grand. I want to hand the world to you. You seem to understand each foolish little scheme I'm scheming, I'm dreaming. Now I know why Mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone exactly like you. Prayed each night for someone exactly like you. No one does those love scenes exactly like you. They make me feel so grand. I want to hand the world to you. You seem to understand each foolish little scheme I'm scheming, I'm dreaming. Now I know why Mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone exactly like you.
Oh, boy, Abbott. I'm so happy now I'm a real newspaper man. I'm going to help Erskine Johnson dig up the dirt.
Costello, Erskine Johnson's column is all about Hollywood. Now, to help him, you'll have to interview people. Get around them. Now, how would you get around Van Johnson?
By flattery.
Good. Now, how would you get around Jimmy Stewart?
By sincerity.
That's fine. And how would you get around Sidney Greenstreet?
By bus.
Costello, you've got to have inside information if you're going to be of any help to Erskine Johnson.
Oh, I got all the inside stuff, Abbott. For instance, I happen to know that the Chicago fire was started by a horse.
Now, that's ridiculous. Everyone knows the Chicago fire was started by a cow.
That's what you think. This horse had friends on the paper, and they kept his name out of it.
You'll have to get you'll have to go to a lot of parties and keep track of who's there, Lou.
I went to a party last night. There was one guy there who tried to kiss all the girls. He tried to kiss every girl in the place. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they finally threw him out.
Was the party better after that?
I don't know. I couldn't get back in.
Well, there's one good thing about being a columnist. When you go to a nightclub, you can eat on the cuff.
Yes. And that's... what did you say I could eat?
On the cuff. You eat on the cuff.
Why can't I eat on the table like anybody else?
You do eat on the table, but everything you eat is on the cuff.
Just a second. Suppose I have fried eggs, baked beans, succotash, and a piece of apple pie. Does all that stuff go on the cuff?
Well, certainly.
What a slob I turned out to be. There I sit, dragging my sleeves through the mashed potatoes.
Costello, eating on the cuff is just a part of a columnist's grace.
How do you like that? Now he's splashing gravy on my cups.
Costello, when a columnist goes in the nightclub, he eats on the cuff. That's gravy. He doesn't have to pay for it.
Well, if all he has is cups and gravy, he shouldn't pay for it.
Forget about that. Before they invite you to eat off the cuff, they will probably ask you to have a drink on the house.
Well, that's different. I mean, after all... what did you say again?
I said they'll ask you to have a drink on the house.
Ah, but if I got to climb up on a house to get a drink, the heck with it.
When I say you eat on the cuff you eat on is not like the cuff you have on your cuff. And when you drink on the house, you don't really drink on the house. The house gives you the drink, so that makes it a drink on the house.
Oh, you mean when I eat on a cuff? The cuff I eat on is not like the cuff I have on my cups. And when I drink on the house, I really don't drink on the house. The house gives me the drink, so that makes the drink on the house.
Now, you get it.
If I got it, I caught it from you.
You'd better get out and scare up some news. Erskine Johnson is coming right over here tonight, and he said in his wire he wanted you to dig up some dirt.
On my first column, I'm going to get Johnson to put in a big picture of Jane Russell.
Well, do you think that will help Erskine's circulation?
No, but it should do a lot of good for mine.
You still don't have an exclusive item. Now, I've got a tip that the famous screen couple, Ronald Flashback and his wife, Millicent, are separating. Come on. Let's go over to their house. Come on. My, they have a lovely house here, Costello. Look at the gorgeous flowers. I'd say they were lilies.
They look more like Pelargonian geraniums.
Pelargonian geranium? How do you spell that?
They're lilies.
Go ahead and ring the bell.
Now I know what happened to that Lucky Strike commercial.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Flashback. I'm Bud Abbott, and this is Lou Costello. He works for Erskine Johnson, and we're here to interview you and your husband.
How nice. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Lovely place you have here. We noticed the lilies coming up the front walk.
Are those lilies coming up the front walk again? I told them to use the back door.
Mrs. Flashback, let's get on with the interview. Now, where did you first meet your husband?
I met him on a bus. He was a perfect gentleman. The bus was crowded, and he got up and gave me a seat. Then the bus crashed.
What happened?
He was the bus driver.
You mean the great movie star Ronald Flashback was a bus driver?
Oh, yes, it hasn't been easy for us. Before Ronald got his big break in the movies, I had to work as a waitress in a drive-in. It was terrible. In 5 years, I didn't wait on a single car.
Why?
That was before automobiles were invented. I know how it is, Mrs. Flashback. When my Uncle Mike and Aunt May came out here, things were so tough, he had to hock his watch. Then there was nothing left to hock. He hocked my Aunt May.
Yes?
For 3 years, he worked to save his money. He went back to that hock shop. There was my Aunt May sitting in the window. He went into that hock shop.
And he took out Aunt May?
No, he took out his watch.
Mrs. Flashback, Costello's interested in the rumor that you and Ronald are going to separate. I heard you slapped his face in a nightclub.
Oh, gossip, gossip, gossip. Nothing but Hollywood gossip. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Then you didn't slap his face in a nightclub.
Of course not. I hit him on the head with a champagne bottle.
You see, Abbott, just a family squabble. Aunt May often wallops Uncle Mike, but they always patch it up.
With hugs and kisses, huh?
No, with Band-Aids and Mucurocomb.
Oh, here comes Ronald now. Now, you watch us, Costello, and you see how wrong that rumor was. Ronald!
Love boat,
Dreamboat!
angel boat,
Honeyboat!
steamboat.
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, my darling, my sweet darling, without you, I'm lost. I need you.
Ronald, without you, I'm lost. We need each other.
I'm lost without you.
I'm lost without you.
Oh, go ahead, Costello.
I'm lost, too. I can't find my place. Thank you. Here it is. What these two need is a road map. I should have stayed lost.
Darling, I love you, and I'll put that on the record.
And I love you, and I'll put that on the record. Not if Petrilla hears you, you won't.
Mrs. Flashback, I'm convinced that you two are not separating.
Preposterous. My wife is the only woman in the world that means anything to me. Then that blonde you were holding hands with at Ciro's means nothing? Nothing.
So, you were out with the blonde, and you told me you were at the studio looking over some lines.
He was looking over some lines, all right, but they weren't at the studio.
Why, you no good two-timing hero.
Darling, put down that vase. It's worth $5,000. I'll take 10 cents worth.
You rat! To think I've been married to you all these years.
Please, Millicent, this fat, knob-headed newspaper nitwit is a liar. I wasn't with the blonde, I'd swear to it.
Would you take an oath?
Certainly. If I was out with the blonde, may this building fall down and hit me on the head.
Well, Costello, we sure got an exclusive divorce story for Erskine Johnson's column.
Hey, Abbott, it's Erskine Johnson.
Hello, boys. Did you get my wire, Costello?
I'll say, and I got stuff for you, Erskine. Hey, did you know that Universal International is making a picture about the beautiful, sunshiny California weather?
Really? Where are they shooting it?
In Phoenix, Arizona.
Costello. Hello, Lamar. But look, boys, I came here...
Erskine, last night I was out with Hedy Lamar, and I whispered in her ear. And do you know what she said to me?
No.
How did you guess?
look, Costello, I came here to ask you if you were...
Costello's just thrilled to death to be helping you.
Could you give him some pointers on being a columnist? Well, it takes a lot of perseverance. For example, you want to interview Olivia de Havilland. You've got to park yourself on her doorstep. And then the only way she can get in is to walk over you. And that'll make you a columnist.
That would make me a doormat.
Say, Erskine, did you see our new picture, The Noose Hangs High?
Sure, I saw it at a speech preview in Azusa, and it was a howling success.
It was?
Sure, everybody was howling for their money back.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Erskine, when do I start working on your column?
You working on my column? What are you talking about?
Didn't you send me a telegram telling me that you wanted me to help you dig up some dirt?
Oh, sure, Lou. You see, I'm building a swimming pool in my backyard, and I thought if you weren't doing anything Saturday, you might come over and help me dig up some dirt.
Me? You expect me to dig dirt in your backyard? You want me to be a common shoveler?
Well, I thought...
Erskine Johnson, I leave you with 2 words.
What 2 words?
Jimmy Fibber.
Oh, no!
Don't go away, folks. Our stars will be back. But first, they'd like you to listen to this.
A repair bill on your car always comes as something of a shock. And so very, very often, motor trouble is an expense and a nuisance that could have been headed off. Authorities say that about 4 out of 5 cases of engine failure are due to neglected or improper lubrication. Knowing this, you'll want to have your car regularly checked, regularly cared for by a man who is an expert in his own right, a man who knows and uses the finest oils and lubricants, a man who uses the factory maintenance recommendations for your particular car. That man is your neighborhood independent PDQ dealer. He expects to stay there and build his business by taking the finest care of your car. Many thousands of motorists depend on their neighborhood PDQ dealer for sound advice on all motoring problems. For money-saving, regular PDQ service that gives you more miles for every dime you spend, more satisfaction every mile you drive. Better get acquainted with your neighborhood PDQ dealer. You'll enjoy doing business with it. And now, Abbot and Costello.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, I'm convinced you'll never be a newspaper man.
Oh, what do I care? I'll stick to acting. I'm a great lover. I kiss better than anybody in the movies.
What makes you think you kiss so good?
All I got to do is walk down the street and all the girls say, "There goes Costello. What a kisser."
Oh, good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody in Patterson, New Jersey.
Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. It's 8:30 at KECA, Los Angeles. A 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 Los Angeles.
Cross Your Heart Bras, one of many popular products from Playtex, known and used by women the world over. Playtex is part of S-Mark, an American family of companies which also provides nourishing food products from Swift, fertilizers to make more food available, and energy to keep the wheels turning. S-Mark, providing over $5 billion worth of needed products annually for you and your world.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Here we are, Derwin. We'll be listening to you and Gary tomorrow.
What are we going to do today, Bing?
How about you getting us rolling with a song here, Rosie?
Thou swell, thou witty, thou sweet, thou grand, wouldst kiss me pretty, wouldst hold my hand, both thine eyes are cute too, what they do to me. Hear me holler, I choose a sweet loller-palooza in thee. I feel so rich furnishing a hut for two rooms and kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of, not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand.
Lately, in the fads and fashions for animals department, we've discussed the bubble bath for the cows, the hot pads for pigs.
And don't forget sweaters for cows.
Right. And I got another one here.
Goody, another convenience for our animal pals, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Well, what is it, Ken?
A chinchilla hairbrush.
Think of that. Hairbrushes for chinchillas.
Mm-hmm. Now, chinchillas can brush themselves.
I hate to dash cold water on your proposal here, Ken, but I would just like to point out that a hairbrush for a chinchilla is one thing, but getting a chinchilla to use it, to actually brush his fur, is another thing entirely. Did you think of that?
Well, I suppose they'd have to be trained, Ben.
Take years.
Oh, no, I got you there. Let me explain this. You see, what the hairbrush for chinchillas really is well, it's a little passageway that's lined with metal brush bristles, so that when the animal walks through this little passageway, the bristles brush its pelt and also the fur out of its eyes. Isn't that nice?
Well, that's nice, yeah, but will the chinchilla run through the passageway? Will it utilize the little brushes?
Why, certainly it will. It's painless. It brushes him up and saves him the trouble of pulling his hair out and licking and clawing at it to make himself presentable and comfortable.
Could you hook on a scratcher in there?
Does that, too.
I like to run my dog through there, my lab.
Now, that's something, isn't it? Little chinchillas tidying up themselves.
Primping and preening.
Sure look neat when company comes, though, won't they?
Sure
And
will.
think of the fun they'll have galloping through that passageway, huh? Scurrying through the bristles.
They tickle. You know, such a little passageway would be great for kids, too, wouldn't it?
You mean run children through a little tunnel of bristles?
In a way, the passageway for kids should have running water and maybe scrubbing brushes. Kids would crawl through, they'd have themselves a merry time yelling and screaming and laughing and scratching. They get all cleaned up without even realizing what was taking place.
Yeah, sounds like a good gimmick for an amusement park.
Well, it's worth considering, I guarantee you that. Anything that's safe in the do-it-yourself, clean-yourself-up line for children, let's give it full consideration.
We certainly will. You know, this principle would work for a shoe polisher, too. Say, twin troughs with brushes inside running along the front sidewalk or someplace where you could slide through these brushes and get a shoe shine.
Yeah, shine them up as you dash for the bus.
That might work. It would save you fellas a lot of polishing on the back of your pant legs, wouldn't it?
Oh, if you didn't catch a string in there while you were... Yeah, this idea could go on and on. We could develop this and fool around with it. Anyhow, isn't it wonderful when you think of it that the chinchilla is becoming so fastidious? That's the remarkable part of this whole idea. Such a well-groomed little dandy.
They should install mirrors in the passageway, too, so the chinchillas can see how they look after they've brushed the fur out of their eyes.
Yeah, a cheval glass, maybe.
That's
so
nice.
Far, yeah.
Yes, that's wonderful.
Well, how about radio sets so they can hear the news and enjoy some music?
Radios for chinchillas.
Let's get back to radio for people and a song, huh?
All right.
Don't blame me for falling in love with you. I'm under your spell, but how can I help it? Don't blame me. Can't you see? When you do the things you do, if I can't conceal the thrill that I'm feeling, don't blame me I can't help it if that doggone moon above makes me need someone like you to love. Blame your kiss, as sweet as a kiss can be, and blame all your charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame me. Sweet as a kiss can be, and blame all your charms that melt in my arms, but don't blame me.
Hey, Ken, I'd like your valued opinion on a mentalist act Rosie and I are getting up here.
Okay, shall I blindfold the lady?
Just be careful with the coiffure, Ken.
All right. There, that does it. Proceed, Brother Bing.
Well, I want you to concentrate, madame.
Oh, no.
The object I'm holding has gone many a weary mile, but a craftsman has made it look like new.
Yes, Brother Bing, yes.
His modern equipment and years of know-how perform this feat daily.
A picture is beginning to appear. I see a shoe repairer. Yes, that's it. You're holding a shoe that's just been given a new lease on life.
And what's the name of the product he's using?
Oh, you don't have to be a mind reader for that, Bing. He's using famous cat's paw products that have meant happy walking to millions for more than 57 years. Quality products like cat's paw twin grip soft resilient heels and soles that give added miles of wear. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlight soles by cat's paw. The best underfoot.
What about our act, Ken?
Well, my advice is, cobblers, stick to your last. You just keep singing, Bing. And folks, my advice to you is, visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous cat's paw cat. Ask for famous cat's paw products by name. And be sure to look for cat's paw heels and soles on new shoes, too.
You sinners, drop everything. Let that harmony ring. Up to heaven and sing. Sing, you sinners. Just wave your arms all about. Let the Lord hear you shout. Pour that music right out. Sing, you sinners. Whenever there's music, the devil kicks. He don't allow music by the river Styx. You're wicked and you're depraved, and you've all misbehaved. If you want to be saved, sing, you sinners. Drop everything, let that harmony ring up to heaven and sing, you sinners. Just wave your arms all about, let the Lord hear you shout. For that music out and sing, you sinners. Whenever there's music, the devil kicks. He don't allow music by that river Styx. You're wicked and you're depraved, and you've all misbehaved.
unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those cold's miseries fast.
Like this, listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Here is where we have a showdown. I'm too hi-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm means goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame, and you're to blame? What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I'm gone crazy too. From now on, we're through. Oh, yes, here's where we have a showdown. I'm too hi-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? You're to blame. What's the use of jazz progression? I'll just take an old jam session. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too.
I've been wondering, do you suppose this chinchilla hairbrush is just the beginning of a life of luxury for this little animal? I mean, are more things to come?
I think it's inevitable. It's quite likely that the chinchilla may go the way of the French poodle. And the French poodle is the most dolled-up and catered animal on the face of the earth, isn't he?
Oh, the poodle's doing very well. It's clipped and shampooed and pedicured and perfumed and pampered like no other pet ever.
Oh, he's a high-fashion cat, that poodle. For sure. Very high in fashion.
Oh, very fashion-conscious, very style-conscious. The poodle must have the latest hairdo, the latest in blankets and collars, leashes, earrings.
Poodles wear earrings?
Oh, they love jewelry.
Oh, yeah, some of them have a slave bracelet dangling on one little ankle, don't they?
Oh, sure, why not? Well, we love to pamper our pets.
Well, it just goes to show, too, that the creatures of the animal kingdom appreciate the very same creature comforts that people do, doesn't it?
And they appreciate little gifts, even as you and I.
You know what I think's the topper, though, the one that really stands out, is my opinion, is that hot pad for pigs.
That's great.
I'm getting them for the pigs up at the ranch, you know, as soon as they're on the market. When are they going to be available? Anybody know?
They'll make lovely Christmas presents, won't they?
I can't wait till Christmas.
Sure.
Laugh if you want to. The gifts to animals movement is growing every day.
I suppose animals love to receive little presents, playthings, toys.
I'd like a bone for my dog, please, Mr. Butcher.
Would you like it gift wrapped?
If you please, it's his birthday.
What kind of a butcher was?
He was a Litvak.
A Litvak, that's right. A gift of song now, friends.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today. And you will find you have peace of mind that way.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Be grateful for each day. You'll find somehow everything turns out okay.
Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings, we'll always get along. Now don't you worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way.
Don't worry about tomorrow.
Be thankful for today. Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings,
we'll always get along.
Now don't you worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today.
And so we take our leave, Rosie, Ken, and I. And let's give a little nod to Buddy Cole and his excellent little band here as we go. They're a good group, aren't they?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Samantha Agar for Color Track from RCA.
My eyes are green, my hair is auburn, and my dress is vivid red. RCA wanted me to tell you the right colors because getting the color right is what their exclusive color track system is all about. It's a remarkable development that actually adjusts color and keeps it on track.
Before you see the color track system grabs it, aligns it, defines it, sharpens it, tones it, and locks the color on track.
RCA is making television better and better.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Fort Ord, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown, yours truly, High Averback, lovely Connie Moore, Jack Kirkwood, and our special guests, Jimmy DeMeritt and Bing Crosby. And here he is, AWOL from Hollywood again, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Well, here we are at Fort Ord, right near Monterey, California. Monterey is where they have a lot of fishing and canning. You don't exactly smell the odor. It steps up and shakes hands with you. I may be stationed at Fort Ord any day now myself. I just got a new draft classification, 4W. That means physically fit, recommended for wax. Playing in Bing's golf tournament up here at Pebble Beach. I expect to be way out in front, waiting for the winners to come in. But it's a nice golf course. Army engineers help lay out the Pebble Beach golf course. The other day, a guy swung and hit a landmine. He beat the ball into the hole by 10 seconds. I can really move when I have to, you know. But I play a lot of golf. Golf, that's a sports term, meaning why work for a living when Crosby's willing to bet? I played a practice round today, and a lot of people followed me around. It seems for years they've wanted to see me swing. Boy, was I... Jane Russell offered to be my caddy, but whenever she yelled 4-8 would show up. And it was really windy out there today. I don't know if it was blowing hard or not, but I had the only caddy in the course with 2 Adam's apples. See, it was blowing hard. Yes, But I got a par on the last hole. I was so excited, I walked up to an old lady in the crowd and said, I went around the 80. She said, I know it. I'm the girl you went with. Here's one of Hollywood's favorite singers who flew up here with us to sing that hit tune from Guys and Dolls, If I Was a Belle, Miss Connie Moore.
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kiss tonight, that's the way I've just gotta behave. Boy, if I were a lamp, I'd light, or if I were a banner, I'd wave. Ask me, how do I feel? Little me with my quiet upbringing. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd start popping my spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding. Ask me, how do I feel? Ask me now that we're fondly caressing. Well, if I were a salad, I know I'd be splashing my dressing. Or if I were a season, I'd surely be spring. Or if I were a bell, if I were a bell, if I were a bell, I'd go ding-dong, ding-dong, ding.
Come in. Well, and the Special Service Officer of Fort Ord. Say, that's pretty. What can I do for you?
I came over here to ask a favor of you, Bob.
Well, what's that?
Well, I've heard some of your programs from other camps, and I've noticed that you always have an enlisted man come up and take part in your show.
Well, I did, but I've discontinued that for personal reasons. You see, when we got on the air where I couldn't control them, some of the boys forgot I was the star and tried to hog all the laughs.
I wonder if you would make an exception tonight and use a very talented boy we have here at Fort Ord.
Well, is he an actor?
Oh, no. You've nothing to worry about. He's too shy to be an actor.
Well, I'd like to use him, Colonel, but I've been fooled so often.
Oh, go on, Bob. Give the boy a chance.
Sure. Come on in, Sergeant Timoney. Bob, this is Sergeant Timoney of the 6th Infantry Division, Fort Ord.
Hiya, Bob. How are you, Sergeant? You're sure you're not an actor?
No, I'm not an actor. Before I came in the Army, I was a plumber.
A plumber? Well, that's different. Welcome to the show. This is Miss Connie Moore.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Gee, I wanted to meet you from the very first moment I saw you, Miss Moore. Your beauty has a gossamer quality. Why, you look like a dream floating through the obstacle dawn, parting the mist and seeking an enchanted garden.
Some plumber. I feel like I've just had a dose of Drano. I'm beginning to get a little suspicious about you. You sure you weren't an actor before you got in the Army?
No, of course not. But I do have ambitions to be a writer. That's why I wanted to be on your show tonight, Bob. I've written a script for you.
Oh, comedy?
No, although I think you're probably the greatest comedian of our generation. I've written something more seriously because I realize that you have great potentialities as a fine dramatic actor. Given the right vehicle, no performer in the theater today can excel you.
Gee, what a compliment. And now what can I do for you? Shine your mess kit? Fluff up your stripes? Throw a sand flea on a second lieutenant?
No, Bob, all I really want you to do is read the script I wrote.
The script you wrote? Well, I'd be delighted. Is this it?
Yes. The scene is a very dramatic incident in the history of Scotland. Miss Moore plays the part of Mary, Queen of Scots. Her right-hand man is Jock MacTaggart, brave warrior and leader of Scots Highlanders.
I'm ready. Hootman. Please. Well, I'll try it, but I don't look very good in kilts on account of my legs. I shaved in a hurry this morning. From the knees down, I have 5 o'clock shadow.
But MacTaggart is a very brave man. When the enemy attacks, he stands off 100 men single-handed.
I'm ready. Bring him on. Hootman. Hoot, 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 hoot.
You don't play that part.
I'll mow him down. I don't. Who plays the part?
I do.
You're not an actor. You told me you were a plumber.
I am.
Well, how are you going to fight the enemy? Squish him to death with your plunger?
Oh, Bob, don't be so jealous. I'm sure the sergeant has a starring role for you.
Oh, that's better. Well, let's get at it.
It is Scotland's darkest hour. In the royal chambers of the castle, Mary, Queen of Scots, receives the report from the battlefield. She speaks.
Out with it, Mon. What news do you bring?
I hesitate, Your Majesty, to reveal to you the tragic turn of the battle. The enemy has pressed us back.
Aye?
Aye, this very castle is in danger.
My castle? Oh, come on.
'Tis true, Your Majesty. The enemy is preparing to assault the outer walls. They attack at the hour of 1 o'clock.
Then we are lost. Ah, how tragic that I, Mary, Queen of Scots, should live to see that great clock there in the tower strike my doom.
Ark, Your Majesty. Even now the hands point to the hour 1, and the great tower clock is about to strike.
Bong. That's it, huh? That's the part I play?
Yes, that's it, Bob. And that's the end of the skit.
Oh, that's swell. See, I was just getting into the spirit of the thing. What'll I do now? I'm all wound up with no place to bong. Gee, you've left me all...
I heard the whole sketch, Sergeant Timoney, and I thought it was great.
Thanks a lot, Colonel.
Fort Ord is proud of you, Sergeant Timoney. And grateful to you, Miss Moore, for playing your part so well.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Colonel.
I want to thank you especially, Bob, for putting on our sketch. In appreciation, I'd like to invite you to the Officers Club when the broadcast is over to spend the evening.
Oh, thank you, Colonel, but after playing your clock, there's only one place I can go.
Where's that?
To Mortimer's Bar. I want to oil my mainspring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the players have had a lot of fun hopping around from one service camp to another. And we've had a number of letters asking how we select these camps we play. Well, it's all done by a talent agency in Hollywood. Let's go back to the middle of last week when Bob went over to check in for his booking.
Well, this is where the talent office is located. Gee, it's such a nice tall building. I'd like to own a tall building like this. It'd be so much fun to go up on top of it and spit down. But then it would take a lot of money, and besides, how often would Crosby be passing by? Here's the talent office. The sign says, ring bell, count 3, then walk in. 1, 2, 3.
Come right in, boy.
Oh, thank you. What's that sign out there? Why did I have to count 3 before I came in?
To give my secretary time to get off my lap, boy. I wear tweed suits and the fuzz slows her up.
Okay, boy. Yeah. Look, I dropped in because I'd like to take a troop of entertainers to an army camp.
Excuse me, boy. I'm awful busy. We book entertainers here in the order of their importance. There's an act ahead of you.
Now, wait a minute. I'm Bob Hope. What act is ahead of me?
I'll whistle for them as soon as they finish their strong heart.
Now, quit stalling and get on that phone. Get me a booking.
All right, boy. All right. I'm dialing right now. I know a camp where I can place you. Hello. Fort Ord? General Frederick? This is Kirkwood of the booking office. Remember, General, you asked for Jane Russell, Jean Turney, Lana Turner, and Ava Gardner? Well, I'm going to get all of them for you later on, but right now, I'd like to send you somebody else. Who is it? Well, let's put it this way, General. In every barrel of apples, there's one that's rotten.
Listen, Kirkwood, just tell him you're sending Bob Hope.
Yeah, why not? What can he do to me? I'm too old to be drafted. General, I'm sending up Bob Hope. What's that? Oh, you will? Well, that's fine. Goodbye, General. He'll be delighted to have you, Hope. Now, if you're going up to Fort Ord, you'll need some entertainers.
Well, who have you got?
Sit down here in the audition room, and I'll send some of our talent in. See you later, boy.
Wonder what kind of guy that Kirkwood is. While I'm waiting, I'll snoop around in his desk and see. Pair of dice, a blackjack, set of brass knuckles. I knew he was a man of good taste.
Hiya, Bob.
Oh, hi, Everbeck. What do you want, Hi?
Well, I heard you were auditioning talent for Fort Ord, so I rushed right over. I worked up a specialty, and I want you to hear it. Now, listen to this. A poem about a cowboy to his dying horse. Old Pain, you're a-going fast, and I loved you like a bride. I'd have told you before, old critter, but it's the first time you has died. The horse is dying.
What's that?
I say the horse is dying.
He's not alone. Beat it, will you? Drag that horse out, will you?
What a guy, afraid of real talent.
Gee, acts can't be this hard to get. Say, Kirkwood.
I'm right on the job, boy. Here's another fellow for you to audition, a fine singer.
Well, a singer? This is the famous golfer, Jimmy DeMeritt. Well, what's Kirkwood sending you in here for, Jimmy? You're a golfer. I haven't seen you since we both played in Crosby's Invitational Golf Tournament at Pebble Beach.
That's right, Bob. And the way your game's improved, it's kind of surprised me. Let me shake the hand of a guy who came in 112th in the tournament.
Now, wait a minute, Jimmy. There were only 108 entrants.
You're forgetting the 4 caddies.
Yeah, how about that, Crosby? How cheap can a guy get? He had his kids carrying clubs for $1 a bag.
I know. They really cut into your take, didn't they?
I charge a little more, but I'm worth it. What other caddy goes over to your opponent when he's putting and blows smoke in his eyes?
Not only that, who else can stick their nose into your golf bag, inhale once, and vacuum up all the loose tees?
Yeah, I got to stop that. I thought I had sinus trouble, and it turned out to be Sam Snead's putter. Let's get out of the locker room, Jimmy. If you want to be on my four-doored show, what are you going to do?
I've got a great little number I do at parties. It's awfully popular. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Old paint, you're leaving me, old paint. Old paint, old paint, old paint.
They're off and running at Pismo Beach. Okay, Jimmy, I'll take you along to Fort Ord with me, but I still need some more talent for my show.
Hello there.
This must be that live ammunition they're talking about.
Are you looking for talent for your show at Fort Ord?
Bong! Yes, I'm looking for talent. What do you do?
Does it matter?
Well, it would be nice if, what I mean is...
he means, are you in show business?
That's it. You're hired. Now, about transportation, it's 300 miles to Fort Ord, and...
don't worry about it, honey. I'll drive you up in my car. How about it?
Down, down. You want to have a real cozy trip up north, honey, go with me. I'll see you at Burbank in the morning. The plane will be warming up in the field, and I'll be warming up in the airport.
Well, I appreciate your offers, fellas, but I'm going with someone else. Someone I can depend on to get me there.
Someone you can depend on? Who?
Me, Clyde. Just call me Old Paint.
Look who's here, Perry Como's father.
All right, move over, fellas. Who's got the dice and what's his point? Hiya, Bing. I didn't know you were here.
Well, I was passing by, Jim. Thought I'd drop in on old platoon hips.
Now, wait a minute, Lard. How did you know How did you know I was here?
Why, it's easy. The fish canneries were flying the white flag. Got to be.
Well, I'm glad you went by the fish canneries. It's the closest you've ever been to a scale.
Say, bazooka snoot. Don't you go too near them. They're paying a big premium on swordfish this year.
Well, I want to tell you, it was nice of you to toddle by on your little fat legs, Bing.
All right, Gwendolyn, get back in the quadrille, will you? Now, listen, you can blast my Pebble Beach golf go-round if you want, but I bitterly resent that crack you made about my being cheap. You who wrapped bubble gum around the pedals and tried to sell them for golf balls.
Don't get sore just because I play better than you do.
What?
You're getting too old for golf. In fact, you have to have a rub-down with Lydia Pinkham's to get you through a game of beanbag.
All right, Deep Fat. I just want to remind you of one thing. You came up a little empty yourself at the golf tournament, didn't you?
Fellas, quit beefing. If you try to improve your game instead of arguing so much, you could enjoy golf.
I don't know, Jimmy. I'm rather happy with my game. The caddies at the club fight to get my sack. I'm considered very easy to caddy for.
You are. When you're not looking, they can sneak rides in the back of your wheelchair.
Fellas, remember what I said about improving your game. You better get with it or you'll be caddying yourself.
Say, Jimmy, I just thought of a proposition that might interest you.
What's that, Bob?
Well, you want to get into show business. Bing and I are old hands at it. If we teach you our racket, would you teach us your beautiful golf swing?
Say, that's not a bad deal. You mean that in return for a little coaching, you guys will teach me to be a performer?
Yeah, just like this. Listen to this.
Charlie, my boy, oh, Charlie, my boy, you thrill me, you fill me with oceans of joy.
Say, Peanuts. I'm talking to you, Peanuts. Yeah, what do you want, Brittle?
What's your brother doing now?
Huh?
What's your brother doing
Oh,
now?
he's an electrician. He makes light switches.
Light switches? Does he work at it all the time?
No, just on and off.
Hey, how'd you like it? How'd you like it, Jim?
What do you say, Jim?
Meet me on the first tee tomorrow morning.
To learn your golf swing?
No, to carry my club.
Oh, get out of here. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Just ignore this crass interloper, Les. Just play.
Wait a minute. What goes on? Wait a minute. Why, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yes.
I was about to raise the entertainment level of your little flea-bitten peep show here by...
I don't see that there. Where is that?
I was about to carol something.
Now, look, I don't mind your coming in here and slowing up our show, but you, play less.
You have to follow your dreams till they all come true.
Can't get over this guy just sneaking in like this.
Look around when they do, and you'll be home.
I wish he'd go there. He sounds like a slow leak that needs tuning.
You have to follow your heart, and it may be far. Then just ask where you are, and you'll be home.
Say, tone deaf.
Yeah?
Bucket ears, listen to me.
Bucket. What is it, bucket seat?
Leave my form of travel out of this, will you, please? Who told you how we got up here? I have a question.
Well, I'm sure it must be very important.
It is. Have you ever thought of having your voice quick frozen and selling it as nothing?
There'll always be meadows yonder with greener clover.
Clover in your meadow's getting a little thin on top.
And those you'll wander right over. That shining castle you see on a distant shore.
About a 7-iron for me.
Go and knock on the door, and you'll be home.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Shower. Together they work wonders on the aches and pains of life. And now there's the shower massage by Waterpick, a way to get a massage every time you shower. Thousands of tiny bursts of water adjust for a gentle, relaxing massage, a brisk, invigorating massage, or a regular shower.
Get America's favorite, the shower massage by Waterpick.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield is best for you. First cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. A suspect has been apprehended. You have a positive identification from the victim. Your job, investigate.
Years ahead of them all.
Chesterfield is years ahead of them all.
The quality contrast between Chesterfield and other leading brands is a revealing story.
Recent chemical analyses give an index of good quality for the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. The index of good quality table, which is a ratio of high sugar to low nicotine, shows Chesterfield quality highest.
Chesterfield quality highest.
15% higher than its nearest competitor.
Chesterfield quality highest.
31% higher than the average of the 5 other leading brands.
Yes, Chesterfield is first with premium quality in both regular and king size.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 3rd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. I was on my way into the office, and it was 7:46 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery.
Joe?
Yeah?
You're early.
Yeah. I got to run over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital.
What's the matter?
I don't know, Frank. I started to get headaches last night. I couldn't sleep. They're ringing in my ears. I don't know what it is.
Now, hold on. Stay right there.
What?
Got up my locker. I'll get it for you.
What are you talking about?
The headaches get worse when you move.
What?
When you move around, it gets worse, right?
Yeah.
Feels like your head's going to blow up?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Glad you came to me. I know just what it is. Got stuff right up here. Someplace. Yeah, here it is. There you are, Joe. Take 2. Fix you right up.
What is it?
Salt.
Salt?
Salt. That's your trouble. You don't get enough salt. Same thing happened to me last summer. Ever since then, I always keep a bottle of salt tablets right in my locker. Always ready. Take 2. Fix you right up.
Well, I don't know. You got a penny?
What for, a cup? Now, wait a minute, Joe. You're not going to drink that water anymore.
No?
Just a minute. Bought a whole case of this for us. There you are, boy. Drink it right out of the bottle.
What is it?
Poland water, Joe. 100% pure. Right from the springs. Real water.
Yeah?
Yep. Read right there on the bottle, see? Not carbonated. Full of minerals and good things.
Yeah, well, Frank, maybe I ought to wait and see the doctor, huh?
Joe, believe me, I know what's wrong. It's happened to me. Same thing. Salt, that's what you need.
Yeah.
Well, there you are. Poland water and the pills. Fix you right up. There you are. Go ahead.
Oh, look, I appreciate all this, really I do, but I think I ought to see the doctor, huh?
Joe, don't you trust me?
Well, yeah.
Take the pills.
Salt.
Salt. Take them.
All right.
There now. That wasn't bad, was it? If the headaches don't go away, we can drop by Georgia Street and see the doc. Oh, you want to give me the bottle? I'll put the cap back on. Keep it fresh for
all
us.
right. Anything in the box?
Yeah, in the arrest report, we're supposed to check the guy out.
Anything on it?
Held up a grocery store at the corner of 7th and Francis a week ago yesterday.
When'd they pick him up?
Last night. Victim saw him on the street and called a radio car, took him into custody, and then booked him.
Well, let's go talk to him. I'll see what he's got to say.
After we get through, we can drop by the hospital if he's still got the headaches. It shouldn't take too long.
Well?
Sure, guy's already confessed.
We ran the name of the suspect, Thomas Stanford, through R&I, but we found no previous criminal record for anyone of his description. 8:10 a.m. We drove over to the main jail. We went up to the 2nd floor and signed in. Stanford was brought from his cell, and Frank and I took him to one of the interview rooms. We gave him a cigarette, and he started to talk. He was quiet and cooperative.
Yeah, I did the robbery a week ago yesterday.
I'd like to check some things out here on the arrest report.
Sure, I want to get this over with. I did it like I told you. Nothing special. Just held up the store.
Mm-hmm. Full name is Thomas Arthur Stanford, is that right?
Yeah, Thomas Arthur. My friends call me Tom.
Your home address is 1824 1/4 South Mariposa Avenue.
Yeah, I live with my father, 1824 1/4 South Mariposa Avenue, LA 7.
What's your father's name?
Arthur, same as my middle name. I was named after him.
You employed?
Not a regular.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't have a regular job like in a factory or a store. I'm a gardener. I work for different people.
Can you give us a list of the people you work for?
I'm sure if you got to have.
It's just routine.
Oh. Yeah, I'll give them to you.
You want to tell us how you committed the robbery?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Isn't much to tell, though. It's pretty simple. I went in and held the place up, took the money. That's about all there is to it.
Were you armed when you went into that grocery store?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a gun.
What kind of a gun?
32 automatic. Had 8 bullets in it.
Where's the gun now?
Threw it away.
Where?
In one of the ponds up in Ferndale.
You mean up in Griffith Park?
Yeah, just a little up the canyon there.
You want to show us where it is?
Sure.
All right. If you start right at the beginning, tell us all about the robbery, what you did.
Well, why do you have to know all that? I told you I did it. There's nothing more you have to know.
We got to have it for the record. It's just routine, like I told you.
You guys do a lot of things that's routine, don't you?
Yeah, we do, quite a bit.
Was there anybody in the store when you went in?
Just the woman that owned the place. I guess she owned it. The way she carried on, you'd have thought it was her own money I was taking. Well, I took out the gun, and I told her it was a stick-up. I said for her not to cause any trouble.
What'd she say to that?
Well, that's when she got hacked at me, started to yell.
What'd you do?
Well, I guess she figured I meant what I said when I told her to shut up. Anyway, she quieted down, then I told her to get into the back room. They got this little room where they keep the empty Coke and the beer bottles. I told her to get in there.
Did she?
Yeah, she went into the room, and I locked the door from the outside. And I went to the cash register and punched the no-sale button and took the money. After that, I left the store.
You didn't have the money on you when they picked you up last night. Where is it?
It's gone. I spent it.
You spent it all?
Yeah, every last nickel. I had myself a ball.
You remember where you spent it?
Oh, around different places. I bought myself some clothes, spent some of it in clubs. Just went. None of it left.
You drive a car, Stanford?
Yeah. Isn't mine, though. It belongs to my father. It's a big Chrysler sedan.
Did you drive that when you held up the grocery store?
Yeah, I had it parked down the street on 7th.
Mm-hmm. Remember the time when you went into the store?
Yeah. It was just after 12. 12 noon.
What were you doing in the neighborhood last night?
You mean when they picked me up?
That's right.
Just looking around.
You ever been arrested before?
No. Never been mixed up with the cops.
You ever been to the hospital? Mental institution?
What do you ask a question like that for?
Routine.
Oh. Well, when I was a kid, I had my tonsils out. I was in a hospital then. A couple of days. I don't remember it too well. It was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Stanford?
28. All these questions you're asking me. I told the 2 cops that picked me up the same things. Why you got to ask them again? Can't you just send me to the penitentiary and get it over with?
Got to double-check the story, Stanford.
I suppose so. It just seems that you're going to a lot of trouble you don't have to. I told you I did it. I'm not giving you any trouble. I confessed.
No.
My father know about this yet?
Yeah, he was called.
He's going to be pretty sore about it.
All right.
Sure he doesn't know I used his car.
9:15 a.m. We checked the suspect out of the main jail and took him over to the store that had been robbed. While Frank waited in the car, I went in and talked to the victim, a Mrs. Alice Kenwood. I told her that we'd bring the suspect into the store and ask him several questions about the robbery. During that time, I told her that we wanted her to observe the suspect so that she could give us a positive identification. I told her that it would be better if she didn't talk to him and that if she had any questions, she could ask them through us. She agreed and said that she would do anything she could to help us in the investigation. I went out to the car, and Frank and I brought the suspect into the store.
Come on back here, Stanford.
What are you bringing me here for? What are you trying to prove?
I'd like to have you explain a few things for us.
Well, I told you all I could. I told you I committed the robbery. Isn't that enough?
Just a couple of things we'd like to have you clear up for us.
Well, what things? I told you how I did it. Well, she'll tell you. That's the woman I held up. She'll tell you it was me. She should know. She's the one who turned me in.
How about it, Miss Kenwood?
He's the one, all right. I'd know him any place.
There, isn't that enough? What more do you want?
I'd like to have you show us just how you came into the store, what you did while you were in here.
You mean the whole thing?
Yeah, from the time he came in through the door.
All right. Take these handcuffs off, and I'll show you.
You can show us with them on.
It's got to be that way. It's going to make it tougher.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I came in the door. I came in, and she was standing behind that counter.
You mean Miss Kenwood?
Yeah, her. She was standing behind the counter. I walked over to her. I showed her the gun. Told her it was a stick-up. Told her I wanted the money.
That's right. He pointed the gun at me. I thought he was going to shoot.
All right, go ahead, Stanford.
Well, she started to yell, told me to get out of the store.
Certainly I yelled at him. You think I want anybody coming in here and waving a gun around? Oh, if my husband was here, he'd show you good.
See what I mean? I never saw a woman that could yell so much.
Go ahead, Stanford. What'd you do then?
Well, I told her if she didn't keep quiet, I'd have to shoot her, and then I told her to get in the room
Now,
and back.
just hold on a minute. He's not only a thief, but he's a liar, too.
Ma'am?
That's not what he did at all.
What do you mean, Mrs. Kenwood?
He didn't tell me to get into the back room. There ain't any back room.
How about that, Stanford?
You're going to listen to her? I'm the one that robbed the place. She didn't. I guess I know what I did.
All right, let's take a look back here. Come on. What's behind this curtain here, Miss Kenwood?
Just a little space where I keep my empty bottles. Goes right out onto the alley.
Yeah, see, that's where I put her. That's where I told her to stay.
Mm-hmm. And you said you locked the door. There's no door there.
I got confused. It doesn't make any difference. I told her to get back there and stay there until I was out of the store.
That's a lie. You did no such thing. You told me to get down on the floor and cover my face. Then you went over to the cash register and you took the money. I didn't move. Didn't want to give you any trouble the way you were waving that gun around. It's a wonder you didn't try to kill me.
The way you're yakking it up, I should have done it.
All right, that's enough. Frank?
Yeah?
You want to take Stanford out to the car? I'll be right with you.
Yeah, okay. Come on, Stanford, let's go.
I don't know what you got to go through all this for. I told you I did, and I never saw anything like it before. You can't even confess around here. Nobody believes.
Miss Kenwood?
Yes, officer.
Are you sure that's the man that held you up here?
I said it before. I'm positive. There isn't any doubt in my mind.
Uh-huh. Now, you heard what he said, how he said he robbed you. Is that the way it happened?
Well, everything was the same except where he said that he put me in back there. That wasn't true. He made me lie down on the floor right there. Told me to stay still for 5 minutes, not to move. Said that if I caused any trouble, he'd come back and shoot me.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's crazy. Anybody who'd wave a gun around like that, it's terrible. I wish my husband was here. He'd show that snip. He's in the Army, you know, my husband.
Yes, ma'am.
Awful thing. Him overseas getting shot at and young punks like that roaming around the streets with guns, threatening people. It's a terrible thing.
Now, this is pretty important, ma'am. I want to ask you once more. You're sure that's the man who held you up?
How many times do I have to say it? I've told you that it is. He admits it himself. What more do you need?
Well, I don't know, ma'am. There's just something here that isn't right about the whole thing.
Doesn't make any difference. He's the man. There's no mistake about that. Oh, you just let me know when you want me in court. I'll be there. I want to see him get what's coming to him, every bit of it.
Yes, ma'am. So do we, if he's the right man. "12:22 p.m. We drove the suspect back to the city hall for further questioning. Frank took him to the interrogation room, and I checked into the squad room.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir?
Sergeant Friday?
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
I'm Arthur Stanford, Tom's father.
Oh, yes, sir.
I understand my son is here. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He's here.
Wonder if I could see him, talk to him.
Yes, sir. I think that can be arranged.
Has he told you why he did it? Has he?
Well, he's given us some reasons, sir. None of them are very good.
I can't understand it. Just isn't any reason for him to do a thing like this. No reason at all that I can see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do, Mr. Friday. I left the house this morning, and all the people in the neighborhood knew about it. They all knew. I walked down the street, and they turned away from me. I could see them watch me through the windows of their houses. I could tell what they were thinking. My son's a thief. Common thief. And in my heart, I know it's true. I don't know what to do about it, Mr. Friday. Can you tell me?
No, sir. I'm afraid I can't.
Well, maybe he can. May I see him?
Yes, sir. He's across the hall. This way. Right over here, sir.
I wonder if I could have a cigarette?
Yes, sir. Here you are. Here's a match.
Thank you. I'm not sure what I'm going to say to him when I see him. Wish I had some time to think.
Well, you don't have to go in now if you don't want to, sir.
Oh, it wouldn't help any to put it off. Won't get any easier with time. I might as well get it over with.
All right, sir.
Hi, Pop. Why'd you do it, son? Well, I did it because I wanted to. I wanted the money. I don't know any other reason you robbed somebody. I wanted the money, so I did it. You could have come to me. I'd have tried to get the money for you. You know I'd have tried. Where'd you get it? Where'd you get that kind of money? All your life you've been grubbing for pennies. I don't want small money. I want to be rich. I will be, too.
All right, take it easy, Stanford.
It's all right, Mr. Friday. I understand. All my life you've been saying you understand. I'm getting sick of it. As long as I can remember, you've been telling me to get out and do something on my own. Well, I finally did it. Now you aren't happy with it. You expect me to throw my head up in the air because you're a thief? Oh, knock it off. I'm tired of you giving me lectures all the time. Yakety yak. Never stop.
That's enough of that, don't you think, Stanford?
Well, you keep out of this, cop. This is a family matter. It doesn't concern you. This is between my father and me. Well, tell me why. That's all I want. Why? Tell me so I can face the neighbors, so I can tell them you had a reason. Tell them your son's a bum.
They know that already, but that's not a reason to steal.
It's good enough for me. They're not going to listen to you anyway. They already made up their minds about me. They did that a long time ago.
Come on, Stanford. Let's go back to jail.
Sure. Isn't anything else here to do? He never understood. He never did. Let's go.
One thing I'd like to ask first.
What's that?
You're going to jail for a long time. I have to live while you're gone.
It's your worry.
Well, it always has been. I want to know what you did with the gardening tools. I'll have to have them to get along.
I don't know. I left them someplace.
You remember where? Think. I need those tools.
I'm not sure. Maybe at Mrs. Howard's. Maybe that's where I left.
Over on 12th?
Yeah, I did her place last Wednesday. I guess I forgot to pick stuff up when I left. It must still be there.
And I'll go over and get them.
Wait a minute.
What do you want?
He said he did some gardening for this Mrs. Howard last Wednesday. That'd be a week ago yesterday, is that right?
That's what I said.
You remember what time you were there?
Most of the day. I got there about 10 in the morning. Left about 4 in the afternoon. I was in a hurry to get away. That's why I forgot the tools, I guess.
You leave the place at all during the day?
Not till I finished. What are you trying to prove with all these questions?
About the robbery, Stanford.
Yeah?
If you were at this Howard woman's house, how could you held up the grocery store?
Don't make no difference how I did it. I don't have to explain it to you.
No, you're wrong about that, Stanford.
Is that right?
Too many things here don't add up. The way you confessed, the difference in your story about the robbery. Now, this thing about you being at the Howard house. I don't know why you're lying about this, Stanford.
Yeah?
But we're going to find out.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. Chesterfield is best for you. Listen to Chesterfield's record. For a full year and 2 months, a doctor has been making regular examinations of a group of Chesterfield smokers, and he reports no adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfields.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield. First with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield. First choice with Young America. And that's from a survey of 274 colleges and universities. Try Chesterfields today. Remember, Chesterfield is America's best cigarette buy.
We continued to talk to the suspect, Thomas Stanford, for another hour. He refused to say anything about the conflicting aspects of his story. His father pleaded with him to tell us the truth, but other than admitting he was responsible for the grocery store robbery, he'd say nothing. We got the address of the house where Stanford had said he'd left the gardening tools. 3:15 p.m. After taking the suspect back to the main jail, Frank and I drove out to talk to the Howard woman.
Place sure looks nice. Well kept.
Yeah.
Look at those carnations, Joe. Ever seen anything so pretty?
Yeah, they're very nice.
You know, Faye tries them all the time. Never seems to have any luck with them, though. Plants come up all right, but the flowers just don't seem to get very big.
Mm-hmm.
About the size of $50. Little bitty things.
Yeah.
Sure smell good, though.
I'll get the bill.
Yes?
Miss Howard?
That's right. Is there something you want?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
Policeman? What do you want to see me for?
Well, it's about a man who did some work for you, Thomas Stanford.
Oh. Yes, come in, won't you?
Thank you very much. My name's Friday, Mrs. Howard. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do, ma'am?
Just sit down there. I'm having a late lunch. Can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Sure you wouldn't have a glass of iced tea or something like that?
No, thanks, Miss Howard. How about this man, Stanford?
Oh, yes, Tom. He's a good gardener. Does a beautiful job on the place. You should take a walk around the grounds. He keeps it just beautifully.
Yes, ma'am. Could you tell us when he was here last?
Oh, well, I'd have to think about that. Let's see. Well, I think it was a week ago yesterday. Yes, that's right, last Wednesday. He comes once a week. He should have been here yesterday. Called his house when he didn't show up. No answer. Probably forgot. He's very forgetful, you know.
Is that right?
Oh, yes. But take the last time he was here. He walked off and forgot all of his tools. Lawnmower, clippers, everything. I had to take it back to the garage. Just left it on the lawn right out in the front of the place.
Mm-hmm. You ever had any trouble with him?
What do you mean by trouble?
Well, any arguments, disagreements?
Well, on a couple of occasions, we've had words about what flowers to put in. He's wanted to plant one thing, I've wanted something else. They've never been serious, though.
Yes, ma'am.
I suppose I shouldn't say this.
What's that, Miss Howard?
Well, frankly, I've never thought that Tom was real bright. He seemed sort of backwards.
How do you mean, backward?
Well, when it came to thinking out something for himself, he just couldn't handle it. If you told him to do a thing a certain way, he'd do it. Never vary from the way you told him.
Mm-hmm.
But ask him to figure something out, and he was dead. Seemed like the motor was turning over all right, but he just couldn't get the clutch out. Gears just wouldn't work.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I say I don't think he's very bright. He just can't seem to think for himself. No initiative.
Do you remember what time he was here on Wednesday?
Well, now, let's see. He got here about 10 in the morning. It was right after that radio show about the Friends. I'd just finished listening to that when he got here. That goes off the air at 10. Have you ever heard it?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you should listen sometime. These people tell why they need a friend to help them out of trouble. Well, I listen to it every morning. It makes me feel pretty lucky, those poor people. I sure appreciate what I've got when I hear what they have to say.
Uh-huh. Was Stanford here all day, ma'am?
Yes, all day. He didn't leave until, let's see. Well, I guess it was about 5, someplace around in there. It seems to me it was just before the 5 o'clock news, just before that when he left.
And you said he got here at 10, and then he left just before 5 o'clock, is that right?
That's right.
Any chance that he might have been away without you knowing it?
No, I'd have known it if he had. He was out in the backyard most of the morning, and then he took care of the front later in the day.
And what's he do about lunch, Miss Howard?
What do you mean?
Well, does he bring his lunch with him?
Once in a while he does, yes. Well, he didn't on Wednesday, though. I'm sure about that.
How do you mean, Mrs. Howard?
Well, along about lunchtime. It was right after the noon news. I made up a little plate for him. A couple of sandwiches, potato chips, and some pickles. Little tiny sweet gherkins. I made it up and I took it out to him.
Yes, ma'am.
I took this nice plate out to him, and where do you suppose I found him?
Where?
Out behind the garage, sitting next to the compost box. What do you suppose he was doing?
What, ma'am?
Reading a comic book. All about cops and robbers. One of those with a picture on the cover of the crooks trying to shoot their way out of the bank.
Mm-hmm.
I told him that he'd better get on the ball, let the clutch out, and get to work. I told him that I wanted the yard finished up by 5, and that I didn't want any funny business about it.
What did he say to that?
Well, he just looked at me for a long time, and then he said, "Okay, Warden." Just like that. "Okay, Warden." But he got to work right away, and he finished up on time. You see, my son and daughter-in-law were coming over. It was his birthday, and we'd planned a little party. I wanted the place to be nice for them.
Yes, ma'am, we understand. Is it possible that Stanford could have gotten away from the yard at all between 10 and 5?
No, I'm sure of that. He was here all the time.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
What's this all about? Is Tom in some sort of trouble?
No, it's just a routine investigation, Miss Howard. I'm going to give you our card in case you think of anything else. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Michigan 5211, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Ask for Robbery Division. That's extension 2511. It's right on the card.
Oh, yes. Poor Tom, all this trouble. It's too bad.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wish this was New York.
Beg your pardon?
Well, if this was New York, everything would be all right.
How's that?
That program about the Friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Tom could sure use one.
We left Mrs. Howard's home and talked to some of the people in the neighborhood. They told us that the Howards were respected people in the community, and some of them verified the fact that Stanford had worked for almost 2 years. The man who lived directly across the street from the Howard house said that he'd talked with Stanford on the afternoon of the robbery. He said that he'd asked the suspect about the seeds that he used to raise the carnations that were planted along the front of the house. He went on to say that he'd been working in the front yard of his own house all afternoon and that he'd seen the suspect throughout that time. We drove back to the grocery store and talked with the victim, Mrs. Kenwood. Under questioning, she admitted that she could have made a mistake about the identification, but she said that if she was wrong, the thief could act as a double for Tom Stanford. 10:30 p.m., we drove back to the main jail and picked up the suspect. We took him back to the city hall and talked to him in the interrogation room. He was sullen and refused to answer our questions.
Stanford?
Yeah?
I'd like to have you tell us the truth this time.
I told you it isn't my fault. If you don't believe me, it isn't my fault.
Now, look, Stanford, we talked with this Mrs. Howard. She told us that you were working for her all day a week ago Wednesday.
So what's that prove?
Well, you admit it's true then, huh?
Sure, it's true. I was working for her.
Then how could you have gotten to the grocery store and held it up? Stanford?
I did it. I haven't got anything more to say. I did the robbery. Smith, you get tonight's papers?
Yeah, I picked them up earlier.
Anything in them about me?
I didn't see anything.
There must have been something. Some story about me with my name.
Well, if there was, I didn't see it.
Well, maybe it didn't look good.
Maybe.
There's got to be something, a picture or something.
No.
Well, let me look.
Where'd you leave the papers, Frank?
Squad room.
Would you get them and let me look?
Sure.
Pretty important to you that you're in the papers, isn't it?
I just want to see him, that's all.
Well, he'll bring him back.
He must have made a mistake. There's something about me. There's got to be. It isn't every day there's a robbery like this. The papers would write it up big, wouldn't they?
I don't know.
Well, sure they would. There was a story when the place was robbed, told all about how it was done. It was just a little story, but now they've got me. It seems you should have a picture.
Here it is.
Let me see. Nothing on the first page.
Robbery happened a week ago. It's old news.
Yeah, but you just caught me last night. Nothing. Not one lousy word. Nothing at all.
That makes a difference, doesn't it?
Sure it does. Sure. If there isn't anything in the papers, how are people going to know I did it? How are they going to know?
They won't.
But they got it. They got it. Don't you see that? If they don't know that I did the robbery, there ain't no reason for it. No reason at all.
What do you mean, Stanford?
Well, there won't be no pictures, no nothing. People still think I'm nobody. No one's going to know that I did do something. No one will know.
Well, the way it looks to us, you didn't do it.
But there should be a story about it, about how I confessed. Maybe not a picture, but at least a story, something.
You didn't do it, did you? Stanford? Come on. You didn't hold up that story, did you?
No. No, I didn't. I thought I could get away with it. I thought that if I confessed, you'd put me in jail and people would look at me different. And they wouldn't laugh at me anymore because I'd done something. Poor dumb Tom. That's what they say. Poor dumb Tom. Just once I wanted to show him that I could do something.
You ready to go?
Back to the jail?
That's right.
You think we could stop on the way over? I'd like to pick up something.
Yeah, what's that?
Other papers. Might be something in them.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 4th, a meeting was held in the District Attorney's Office, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. I'd like to talk to you people who don't smoke Chesterfields. I'm convinced that if you try just one carton, you'll find they're best for you. They're milder, they have a wonderful taste, and most important, they have premium quality in both sizes, regular or king size. So pick up that carton, will you? Chesterfields. Try them.
A 5.10 report was filed on Thomas Arthur Stanford, and he was released from custody. 10 months later, on May 22nd, James R. Rogers was apprehended while attempting to hold up a liquor store at the corner of 3rd and Temple Streets. While being interrogated, he confessed to committing the robbery that Stanford had been accused of. The physical appearance of the two men was almost identical. Rogers was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfields. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima tips of perfect cork. King size for natural filtering. Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. So remember, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima. See how smooth they are.
Remember, Fatima is made by the makers of Chesterfield.
Tonight it's Adventure with Barry Craig on NBC.
Everyone knows the key to victory is staying calm and collected. That interception ended the Dolphins' 2-year Super Bowl reign. A great moment for me and the Raiders. But let me tell you about another great moment. Alice and Robert Reynoso were married 6 years without a child. With the help they received at this United Way supported adoption center, the son they longed for came into their lives. Thanks to you, it works. For all of us. The United Way.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, I just got a terrific idea for a publicity stunt that overnight your name will be in every paper in the United States. Oh, Duffy, no, you don't have to stuff your wife in the trunk. Oh, look, tonight the winner of the Motion Picture Academy Award is coming to this place. Paul Lucas. Huh? All right, so to you he does, but to the Academy he don't. What are you talking about, Duffy? The guy's a great actor. Huh? All right, who's better? Huh? Betty Grable. Duffy, they're different. They stack up different. Yeah, huh? Betty Grable has got what? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. But what about the histrionic ability? Histrionic ability? Well, that's when you can pack a theater without displaying a single uh-huh. Yeah. And besides, an actor like Lucas, you know, he helps the story of a picture. Oh, certainly, if Betty Grable was in Watch on the Rhine, who'd watch the Rhine? My idea? Oh, well, tonight we're going to publicly give Paul Lucas an award. Yeah, the Duffy Oscar for perfect entertainment. Huh? It spells D-O-P-E. Well, Duffy, it's your award. I'll call you back. Okay. And so, Mr. Lucas... Mr. Archie... Just a second, Eddie. I'm practicing my speech. And so, Mr. Lucas, it is with great and humble umbrage that we present you with the Duffy Oscar.
Mr. Arthur, look, this Oscar, what do it consist of?
The great prize, Eddie, a year's free meals at Duffy's Tavern.
That ain't no Oscar. That's a Mickey. Oh, poor Mr. Lucas.
What do you mean, poor Mr. Lucas?
From Watch on the Rhine to calling Dr. Kildare.
All right, Eddie, so the food is bad here, but don't forget, it's only on account of the quality. Plus the cuisine. Besides, you know, an actor will eat anything that's free, you know. And besides, with an award like this, Eddie, it ain't the food. It's what it stands for, you know?
Well, most of ours have been standing for years.
Yeah, but an award means something. You don't realize what an award means to an actor's ego.
What's that, ego?
Ego? Well, it's hard to explain. It's something in an actor that, when he gets hit in the kisser with a tomato, he says they gave him a testimonial dinner. By the way, that reminds me, Eddie, tonight when we give out the award, we gotta have a dinner, too. Tell me, what looks good in the kitchen?
The chef. He just got a haircut.
Yeah, huh? Don't be so facetious, Eddie.
I protest.
You protest what, Miss Duffy?
Paul Lucas must not win this award tonight.
Says who?
Says me, Miss Duffy, the executive secretary of the 3rd Avenue chapter of the United Betty Davis Fan Club, local 804.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy. You belong to a Betty Davis fan club?
Well, certainly all loyal American women do.
Oh, what do you do at a meeting of a Betty Davis fan club?
We sit around and cry.
Yeah, that I can see, yeah.
Well,
you sit around and cry, huh?
Sure. A girl has to get some fun out of life.
Yeah.
So at this dinner tonight, I am going to vote for Betty Davis for the best action.
Yeah, huh? On what grounds?
On the grounds that she can cry rings around poor Lucas.
Oh, what's grounds, huh? Oh, boy, what a joke, huh? Well, that's one way to get out of a dopey argument like that, anyway.
Here's an Archie, me boy.
Well, Officer Clancy, how are you? How's things in the crime and punishment business these days?
Oh, nothing much doing, Archie.
Nothing doing.
No. Things have been pretty quiet since Flat Top drowned.
Yeah, huh? Well, hey, Clancy, we was just having a discussion here. Who was your favorite actor?
Well, who is your favorite actor?
I ain't saying first. You're the cop, you know. First, tell me who was yours.
Well, I have no particular favorite.
Oh.
No, I'm a man who's impartial. I like anybody who's a good actor. Dennis O'Keefe, Donald O'Connor, Pat O'Brien, Maureen O'Hara, Maureen O'Sullivan.
Mm-hmm. Strictly impartial, huh, Clancy? Yeah.
Who's your favorite, Archie?
Paulo Lucas.
Paulo Lucas?
Yeah.
Now, what picture is he in?
He was in The Watch on the Shannon. Pat O'Brien, Maureen O'Hara. I think the guy is Shamrocky.
Say, Clancy.
Well, good evening, Miss Duffy. My, you're always such a constant surprise to me. Just think, I knew you when you were a homely little girl, and now you're grown up.
Oh, Clancy, you and your blonde. Say, Clancy, don't you like Betty Davis?
Betty Davis? Yeah, she takes off a pretty good part. I'm always pleased when my wife goes to see her. It depresses her.
Hello, Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Hello, Finnegan.
Hello. I think I said that before.
Yeah, you repeated something you had, no doubt. Finnegan, tell me, who was your favorite movie star?
Let me see. My favorite feminine star is... Oh, dear, that guy, I don't know his name. He's always in the beginning of the picture.
Always in the beginning of the picture.
Yeah, he's got long, shaggy hair all over his face, and he talks like this.
Finnegan, that's the MGM Lion.
Oh,
what a dope.
What do you think of Betty Davis, Finnegan?
Betty Davis? That's a very funny thing. She gives me a million laughs.
Finnegan, you're thinking of Joan Davis.
Oh, wait a minute, Art. Which is the one that cries all the time?
That's Betty Davis.
That's the one. I get a million laughs out of her. Oh, boy.
Well, look, Finnegan, we're going to vote here tonight on our favorite actors. Now, who are you going to vote for?
Well, to be frank, Arch, I ain't been keeping up with the movies lately.
You ain't been keeping up with them, huh?
No. You see, with the manpower shortage in the movie houses being what it is, I feel it is rather unsporting to sneak in.
Yeah, huh? But, Finnegan, the big movie houses downtown still have lots of ushers. Why don't you sneak in there?
Well, the prices don't change until 8 o'clock. So I get tired of waiting.
Oh, well, why don't you sneak in during the day?
Oh, I'd be a dope, Bud. This way, if I sneak in after the prices change, look how much more money I'd save. I make quite a bit of dough that way.
Yeah? Well, then how come you're always so broke?
You know me, easy come, easy go.
Yeah. Finnegan, you know, you are dumber than any man I have ever knew.
I am dumber?
Yeah.
Well, if a man builds a better mousetrap than his neighbor, that's good, ain't it?
Yes, sir, that's good.
Oh, sure.
Hello? Hello, Duffy. Well, Duffy, I'm afraid me best laid plans is gang of glay. Yeah. Nobody wants to vote for Lucas. Well, your daughter is getting Clancy to vote for Betty Davis. That leaves only Eddie and me for Lucas. So, you better hurry down here. We need your vote to give us a pleurisy. Yeah, pretty obvious, Duffy, huh? Well, can't you get a haircut tomorrow? Oh, you can, huh? Your wife's already got the bowl on your head, huh? Well, get down as soon as you can, Duffy. Okay, so long. Now, look, we got to get this dinner going.
They are.
And now, folks, we present our singing star, Miss Ann Hogan, who created sensation here at Duffy's Tavern last week by picking up a quarter with her teeth. Without inhaling a single drop of sawdust. So, tonight she will rent us with a number. What is the number again, Ann?
I'll get by.
I'll get by. I love that. I remember that. I used to sing that at all my college proms, you know, the annual promenades. Reminisce me, Ann. Go ahead, will you?
I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Poverty may come to me, that's true. But what care I? Say I'll get by as long as I have you. I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Though you may be far away, that's true. But what care I? Say I'll get by as long as I have you.
Bravado, you know? Song like that is music to my ears.
Hey, Miss Archie, here comes.
Here comes who?
Paul Lucas.
Oh, yeah, look at him, Eddie. Tall, swartly, attractive. Wonder if his wife knows he ducks out to joints like this. How are you, Paul? Well, Mr. Lucas, leave me say that it is with great appendage that we bid encore to a thespian of your most humble ilk. Paul, old sock and buskins, we are certainly glad to have you here again.
Well, Archie, I'm glad to be here again.
Thank you, Paul. We certainly have missed you, Paul.
I've missed you too, Archie. Now, leave us both supply, huh?
Okay, as you prefer. Well, how's the old place look to you, huh?
Different.
Looks different, yeah.
Yes. I remember when I was here last, it was sort of a decrepit, dilapidated dive.
Yeah, well, what do you think of it now?
I think you've let it run down.
You think so, huh? I think it's just as dilapidated as it ever was. But there regardless, Paul, around here, you know, we're all very proud of you, you know. A couple of years ago when you first dropped in here, one of the guys around here thought you was a bum. You sure proved yourself.
That's what they keep telling me down at the studio.
Yeah. Oh, and that Academy Award, you know. Was I glad to hear you got it, you know? Never forget the thrill I got that Friday when I unwrapped the fish, and there in the paper was your picture, you know? Yeah. Winning that Oscar, that was 2 months ago, Paul. 2 months ago, and I still got the paper.
We still got the fish, too.
Well, naturally, Eddie, we're sentimental people. I've been doing pretty well myself, you know, Paul. Duffy come through with a couple of raises. I'm knocking down $15 a week now.
Say, Archie, when I was here 2 years ago, you said you were getting $15 a week.
Oh, I was putting on the dog.
Well, what do you know about that? $15 a week, huh?
Yeah, $15 a week. Yeah, Paul, we've both come a long way.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet for that kind of money, Duffy works you like a horse.
No, he don't work me like no horse. He's really gotten up to date now and modern.
He has, huh?
Yeah. Now he works me like a machine.
Yeah. I think Duffy's lucky to have a manager like you.
Ah, Paul, you'd say so even if you didn't think so.
Well, you'd think so even if I didn't say so.
Well, touche then.
Hi, Arch. Who say is the Ike J?
The Ike J? Oh.
He means jerk.
Poor Lucas. Mr. Lucas, this is Mr. Finnegan.
How do you do?
John, I presume. What was that name again?
Lucas.
Not Sinclair Lucas.
How can you be so dumb? Sinclair Lucas is the writer. He's the guy who won the Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah, I remember him.
This is Paul Lucas from Hollywood. The greatest actor in the world.
No, Archie, not the greatest in the world.
All right. Who's greater? You see?
Excuse me, Mr. Lucas. You're from Hollywood. Do you know any movie stars?
Oh, I know a few.
Do you know Lassie?
Lassie? She's a dog.
Please don't call her that. She's my pinup girl.
Finnegan, you got a pinup dog?
Finally. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got Betty Grable, Ann Sheridan, Dorothy Lamour. Lassie, I got all to myself.
Well, you make a nice couple, Finnegan. Good luck. Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy, where are you? Well, what's keeping you now? You can't get your shoes on. Oh, you soaked your feet so long they got waterlogged, huh? Well, put on a pair of your wife's shoes and come down. Huh? All right, so stick some newspapers in. They'll fit. Well, hurry up down, Duffy. The dinner for Lucas is going to start any minute now. Okay.
Say, Archie, what is this about the dinner?
Oh, well, the Duffy Seminar Critics dinner, at which you will be unanimously awarded the Duffy Oscar, you know. If I can get anybody to vote for you.
And what is this Oscar, Archie? A statue of Duffy?
Perish forbid. No, it's a surprise, Paul.
Oh, can't you give me a hint?
No, it's a big surprise. Believe me, it'll kill you.
You ain't kidding.
Quiet, Eddie. By the way, is the dinner ready to eat, Eddie?
Ready, but not fit. Mr. Lucas, what would you like for an entree? Some pickled pig's feet?
Now, what else do you have?
I got pig's knuckles, pig's head, ham hocks, and... well, no use going through them all, but if it oinks, we got it.
Well, folks, the Duffy Academy dinner is now called to order. Leave us be seated down. Paul, you take the seat of honor.
And where is that?
Wherever there's a clean spot on the tablecloth. We're gonna have some protocol now. Miss Duffy, you sit on Mr. Lucas's right hand, and Finnegan, you sit on his left hand.
Say, Arch, what hand is he going to eat with? Finnegan, please, don't be such a stickler for etiquette.
It's all right, Finnegan. He said stickler. It's all right. Now, Clancy sits here and... Oh, by the way, I forgot a lot of introductions here. Permit me, Mr. Lucas, Miss Duffy. Miss Duffy, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Clancy, Mr. Lucas, Miss Duffy, Mr. Clancy, Mr. Finnegan, Miss Duffy, Mr. Lucas. How do we do? Well, now, okay, we're all seated. The meeting of the film and seminar critics will now come to order.
Mr. Chairman, can I have the floor?
No.
Oh, no? Well, don't forget it's my father's floor. And who, if not I, has a better right to the floor of her father than a daughter of that floor's father, which I am it?
Which in Australian means have a coat. I am sorry, my dear young lady. The chair does not recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, I recognize you. That's Miss Duffy.
Finnegan, please, when you want the floor, raise your hand.
Raise my hand like this?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Why not?
That's what Hitler does, and look what's happening to him.
Well, Finnegan, Hitler has a reason to keep his hand up like that. You know, he knows that before long he's going to be back painting ceilings. Now, from now on, leave us all stick to parliamentary procedure. Folks, before the voting starts, I would like to say a few words about my candidate today. Paul Lucas.
Paul Lucas is a punk.
Clancy, that has nothing to do with his merits as an actor. That's all, ain't it, Paul? Now, if the distinguished minion of the law here will have the courtesy to keep his big fat trap shut, we will proceed ahead. As I was saying, folks, tonight we will elect the winner of the Academy Award. The Duffy Academy Award, that is, and naturally a decision of this magnitude has to be corrugated by a majority of the consensus. So, ipso facto, we will take a vote. But before we cast any votes, and mark you well, my constituents, I would like you to meet my candidate himself. A man from whom there is no further introduction than other to say, in person, Paul Lucas.
Archie, what will I say?
What do you say? You will just say something like I just said.
All right. Ladies, gentlemen, and Finnegan. As Archie's candidate, I submit myself. It is very hard for a man to talk about his own self. I am greatly gabberflasted by this great honor. And further, leave me say that if you are kind enough to electrify me, I will strive with every utmost to cherish as long as I live. I thank you, one and all.
The guy is another Chauncey Depew. I'm telling you, Paul, I couldn't have did better myself. Now, folks, the polls is open. Pass your ballot.
Oh, it's my ballot. I got it.
Okay, here we are. We'll now count the ballots. One. It's open. I kind of had the... Let me see. There's one. He says, I carried a north there. Got to figure this out. You got to do this for that. Albert, you know. It's two for Lucas and two for Betty Davis. I'm afraid we have reached the deadlock.
I didn't read mine.
Well, so what? It's either Leo the lion or Lassie the dog, anyway.
Oh, no, you're in for surprise. I switched me vote.
Oh, thanks, Finnegan. Let's see, folks. Now, Mr. Finnegan cast his vote for Elsie the cow. Oh, Finnegan. Hello? Hello, Duffy? You what? Attaboy, Duffy, you're with the right party. Folks, Duffy has cast a proxy vote in lieu of absenteeism in favor of none other than Paul Lucas. Mr. Lucas wins the award.
No.
Let's give Mr. Lucas...
Say, Archie, what is the award?
The award? Stand back, Paul. Stand back. This will knock you over with an anvil. 1 year's free meals at Duffy's Tavern.
You mean I have the honor of eating here for a year?
Why, certainly.
Now, wait a second. Am I entitled to a vote here?
Sure, you're entitled to a vote.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, I cast one vote for Betty Davis.
Holy to another dead rock. What do we do now?
Now, don't worry, Archie. I have a good idea. Betty and I will split the award.
You and Betty Davis will split the award?
Yes, Archie. I will stay away from here for the first 6 months, and she can stay away from here for the following 6 months. Good night, Archie.
Oh, wait a minute. Just 1 second.
What's the matter?
The free meals start tomorrow. Eddie, give the gentleman his check for the Academy dinner.
Thank you.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie, the manager speaking. Oh, Duffy, that's right. Next week, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard are coming over from the Red Skelton show. Yeah, they're husband and wife. Yeah, Ozzie's a nice guy. Educated, you know. Went to college in Rutgers. Rutgers, it's them little short pants they play football in. Well, so long, Duffy. We'll see you next week. Bristle.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
America stops shaving and starts grooming.
Hey, Dad, when will I be old enough to groom like you?
Well, right now, I could really go for a hot shower and a groom.
A lot of people don't just shave anymore. Now they groom with the groomer from Sunbeam. It shaves clean and close with Sunbeam's thinnest shaving head ever. And it's the only shaver that can do this. Groom mustaches, beards, even trim hair. So stop shaving and start grooming with the Sunbeam Shave Master Groomer.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Molly Show. The Armed Forces Radio Service presents the Fibber, Magee and Molly Show, a special rebroadcast for all you men and women in the Armed Forces of the United Nations, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills and the orchestra. The horses of America should be thankful that every middle-aged, dream-world, armchair buckaroo doesn't actually head for the open range. For instance, as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, boy, is this exciting. Listen to this, Molly.
I'm defenseless. Go ahead.
Listen. Topping the rimrock, Gunsmoke Gilroy encountered his ancient enemy, Dirty Shirt Digby. Like a streak of lightning, he went for his shooting iron.
He went for his what?
Went for his shooting iron. His pistol.
Where were they?
Why, they were on his hip.
Well, that's not so far to go for a pistol. Unless he was a very tall man.
The point is, Mrs. McGee, that in the Old West, they never pulled out a gun. They always went for them.
Oh?
Now, quit interrupting, Molly. This is quite exciting.
Go ahead.
There was a thunder of gunplay, and Dirty Shirt Digby toppled from the saddle, never again to blast a peaceful rancher into eternity, nor raise the dust of wickedness on the old Santa Fe trail. Ah, those were the days. You know, I come from an old Western family myself.
Western Illinois.
Oh, sir, the old Wild West of the United States. My Uncle Sycamore McGee was one of the old-timers out there. Why, he spent half his life as marshal of Dodge City.
Yeah, and the other half dodging the city marshal.
Ah, the stories he used to tell. How he'd get up at dawn with the smell of the sagebrush permeating the desert air. How he'd saddle his old paint.
Don't you mean he'd paint his old saddle?
Of course not. Saddles were never painted. A paint is a kind of a horse.
I suppose a man had to have a paint to ride through the brush.
Molly, you got no romance in your soul. Personally, I got the Old West in my blood. Ah, to squat before a campfire, inhaling the clean odor of wood smoke as the coyotes howl in the canyon. Baby, that's for me.
Well, you can have my share, too, dearie.
Hmm?
I'll take my chances with mice and mosquitoes, but you can have a country full of sidewinders and tarantulas.
You don't mean tarantulas. You mean tarantellas.
I don't either, McGee. A tarantula's a Spanish dance.
Oh, no, it ain't, sweetheart. A tarantella is a long, thin cigar.
That's a panatella.
Go on. A panatella is your kneecap.
Your kneecap is a patella.
I thought a patella was a small mistake.
No, that's a peccadillo.
A peccadillo? Well, then, what's that kind of a cucumber that soaks in brine?
A dill pickle.
Oh, yeah. Well, how'd we get here from tarantula?
Well, I don't know, but the farther the better. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to build a wood fire. Reading that Western stuff has made me hungry for the good, clean smell of wood smoke. We got any grease wood in the corral, partner?
No, my little maverick, nary a stick of grease wood.
Hmm.
But them Western magazines ought to make a nice hot fire.
I'm not through with them. I'm reading a serial about how Hash Knife Horton brings peace and security to Varmint Valley. Drives out the rustlers with his trusty fixed guns.
6 guns. How on earth did he carry them all?
He didn't have 6 guns. They called the guns 6 guns because they fired 6 shots without loading. Come, Sarah. See?
Well, how many would they fire if they were loaded?
Oh. Hey, where's the hatchet? I got to chop some kiddlywood.
It's on the back porch.
What's it doing out there?
Waiting for you to come back and crack some more walnuts.
Oh. Well, I'll go out and get us some firewood and build us a nice roaring fire on the fireplace. So long, gal. Keep your powder dry.
I can't do it, partner. There's a leak in my compass. Take care of yourself there.
Sure will. Ah, the old West. Sometimes I wish that Molly had more of the time as this. I can just imagine her in a pretty little sunbonnet, up on the seat of a covered wagon. While I kept an eye peeled for Indians, why, if we only... don't do that! My gosh, hi, sis.
Oh, what you talking to yourself about, mister? What you doing?
Oh, just recalling the old days when I was out west, sis.
Oh?
Sit down a spell, partner. Tell old Panamint McGee the news. Ain't seen a white man in these parts for years and years. Teddy Roosevelt still president?
Oh. You know it's Franklin Roosevelt, Richard.
Franklin, eh? Kept it in the family, did they? You spent much time in the Old West, sis?
No, but my brother's a ranger, I bet you.
Boy, a Texas Ranger?
No, ranger for Billy Mills Orchestra.
Oh. I said, oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, if you only knew.
Oh.
Personally, I was out west for quite a spell, sis. Used to drive the Charles cart for the old XIT outfit in Texas.
The what, mister?
The Charles cart. Most ranchers called it the chuck wagon, but we had a very fancy spread. Whew. I'll never forget the time the boss ride up to me and he says, Panamint, he says. Always called me Panamint. Panamint, he says.
I bet you they called you that on account of the Panamint Mountains, I bet you. We had them in geography.
No, they called me Panamint because I was so fond of candy, sis. Always had a mint in my pan.
Oh.
Panamint McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh.
Panamint McGee, the pride of the prairies, perennially pursuing pesky poots on my Tyndall pony, patiently prodding pioneer pals into proper pastures, picking up a pocket full of pesos, prospecting perilous properties, and probably the picturesquest of the pistol-packing poppers from the pedestrian-packed pavements of Old Fort Bliss to the... Oh, that's a wonderful country out there, sis. Certainly. I've been yearning for the sight of a big roaring wood fire, and boy, George, I'm going to have a big roaring wood fire.
Well, you use all that wood, and we'll have a few roaring firemen in here, too.
Don't worry, baby. I know all there is to know about fire building.
Say, McGee, you've got enough wood there to fuel the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee.
Oh, no. Just got a handful of kiddly wood, that's all.
You mean kindling wood?
I said kiddly, did I? Handful of kiddly wood, a few hunks of 2x4 to get her started well, and an armful of logs to pile on top. Let's see.
What smells so funny?
What do you mean, funny? There's no sweeter smell in the world than fresh cut wood for a fire.
Smells like oil.
What? Oh, maybe you smell that transmission grease.
What transmission grease, said Cecil in the works?
Well, you see, I was really yearning for was a real western fire, see? And what do they use for a fire out on the open range? Greasewood. We didn't have any greasewood, so I smeared some grease on this white pine.
Oh, great, great, great.
Yeah.
Now, if you need any cottonwood, I've got an old sweater you can wrap around the broom handle.
Okay, Mrs. McGee, scoff if you want to. D-ride, but by George, when you see this beautiful fire...
Coming in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Ah, good day, Mrs. McGee. And McGee?
Hi, Wellington. To what clumsy stroke of fate do we owe your charming presence?
Would it be rude of me, old fellow, to inquire as to what you propose to accomplish with that stack of potential Charlie McCarthy's?
Wellington, you're as nosy as a photo finish. But just between you and me and the insurance company, I'm building a big fire in the fireplace.
He got to reading a Western story about life on the range, Mr. Wellington, and he had to have an open fire. He fancies himself another skip-away Harry, didn't he?
It ain't skip-away Harrigan, it's hop-along Cassidy.
Oh.
You run them pictures at your theater every Saturday, don't you, Wellington?
Oh, I do indeed. Oh, I almost forgot. What I came for. In fact, I did forget. What I came for. However, I shall probably remember by the end of this.
We?
Terribly, but I can make it home all right. Goodbye.
What a character.
Well, he's always... Say, what are you doing?
I'm whittling this stick so it's fuzzy on the edges. That's the scientific way to build a fire, see? Catches fire easier.
Very clever idea.
Shucks, what I don't know about building a fire you could engrave on the head of a bubbling fountain. Well, here we go. First the paper, then the kiddly wood. Now for the 2x4.
Quite a production.
Yeah.
Now all you need is a lantern and Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Don't worry, I'm going to light this fire the way the cowboys do.
Well, this ought to be interesting. How do the cowboys light a fire?
They use matches.
Oh.
Well, here she goes. Now for a good old fire.
Well, hello there. Say, what is this, a weenie roast?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Howdy, stranger. Lie down and hunker up to the fire. I'll have one of the Wrangles hobble your horse. Care for a cigar? Real good. Bought 'em in a store.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you tonight, Roy Rogers or Wild Bill Elliott?
Well, he's got the West on his chest tonight, Mr. Wilcox. That's all.
What's your outfit, neighbor? Seem to recognize your face somehow. You one of that wild bunch from the Cherokee Strip?
Stranger, here in the West, we don't aim to ask personal questions. I got my guns tied down, and I'm on the prod. Maybe I better be sashaying along. I can make the stage station by sunup.
No, mister, you said a spell with Paul here. You know, 'tain't often we get a handsome stranger down from the hills.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you kindly. What's your brand, neighbor?
The Lazy FN.
What's yours?
I'm with the J.W. spread, partner.
The J.W. spread.
You don't mean...
Yes.
You hear that, Ma? This waddy rides for old J.W.
Well, what's new down that way, stranger?
Now, Ma, you shouldn't have asked the boy that.
Well, I reckon I'll get aboard my broncs and split the breeze, neighbors.
Better spread your bedroll by the fire, stranger. Hate to have you hit a gopher hole in the dark.
If the law should inquire, stranger, have we seen you?
You ain't seen me, partner.
We ain't seen you.
The King's Men and the Surrey with the Brink on top.
When I take you out tonight with me, honey, here's the way it's gonna be. You will sit behind a team of snow white horses in the slickest gig you ever hope to see. Dick and Duck high steps shuttered. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With ice glass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Two bright side lights winking and blinking. Ain't no fine a rig, I'm thinking. You can keep your rig if you're thinking that I care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top. All the world will fly in a flurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. When we hit that road bent for leather, cats and dogs will dance in the heather. Birds and frogs will sing all together, and the toads will hop. The wind will whistle as we rattle along. The cows will moo in the clover. The river will ripple out a whispered song and whisper it over and over. Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever and never stop? In that tiny little Surrey with all the fringe on top.
Say, McGee, you better fan that fire a little. It's smoking pretty badly, and it's hardly old enough to smoke.
Yeah, it'll settle down all right. Got to get the cold air out of the chimney first. You see, the cold air being heavier than the hot air...
Never mind about the cold air, Denis. Stick to the things you're familiar with.
Well, there can't be anything wrong with the chimney unless maybe an owl built a nest in it. Maybe I better call...
Oh, hello, Alice. Hello. I thought I smelled smoke upstairs and wondered if something was burning.
My fire in the fireplace is a little slow getting started, Alice.
Oh. Yes, himself here claims to be a wizard at building fires, but so far it's had fewer flames than a homely hermit.
Gee, I love a fire in the fireplace.
Yeah.
I can just look into the glowing coals and see all sorts of imaginary pictures.
If you see one in this fire, it ain't imaginary, Alice. I just tossed in that awful old photograph of Aunt Sarah we had on the piano.
McGee, why did you do that? That was a nice picture of Aunt Sarah.
Yes, and an awfully cute pose, too. One elbow on that marble column and one finger under her chin. When was it taken?
The year before the camera was invented, I think. You like a nice fire in the fireplace, Alice?
Of course she does, and if this one gets nice, I want her to come back downstairs and see it.
Gee, I wish you would, Mrs. McGee. Maybe we can pop some corn.
What she means is some more corn, McGee.
Well, I think that'd be a swell idea. You break out the popcorner, Molly.
Oh, you mean the corn tipper, Mr. McGee.
No, he means the crop corner.
I mean the cream tipper.
No, the pip corner.
The crop corner.
Yeah, let's make fudge.
Oh, goody, I'll get the stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fudge, eh?
No sugar.
Why not?
No sugar.
Oh. Hey, I wonder what makes that fire smoke like that. Mine shouldn't smoke. My gosh, many fires I built in my life.
Come in.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Bud. If you're selling magazines or something to work your way through a walnut grove, that you poking me in the ribs, Molly?
McGee.
Huh?
It's Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor? I was just kidding, Eddie. Just kidding. I knew you the minute you laid eyes on me. I'm Fibber McGee. This is my wife, Molly.
Glad to know you, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Likewise.
Did I drop in at an inconvenient time? I mean, if you'd rather finish burning those old overshoes and rag rugs.
Oh, no, Mr. Cantor. He just started a fire in the fireplace and it's smoking a bit, that's all.
Everything's kind of damp this wet weather, Eddie. The reason I started it, I was reading the Western magazine and got a yen for a nice open fire. You familiar with the West, Eddie?
You mean the Wild West, where men and women both wear blue jeans, but the overall effect is quite different?
My very words, Mr. Cantor. Say you seem to be familiar with the scenery out there.
Ah, great country, Eddie, great country. You'd love it. The atmosphere and the music. Ah, the old Western music.
Yes, and one of my favorites is the Grand Canyon Suite.
Take it easy there, stranger. You just met the gal.
Now, the Grand Canyon Suite, dearie, is a musical composition. It's got hoofbeats all through it.
Oh, a horse opera.
No. No, look, Fibber.
Uh-huh.
It's a symphonic arrangement, a musical description, you might say, of the grandeur and scenic magnificence of the Grand Canyon.
Oh.
The sweep and bigness of it, the sudden meteorological changes and puny insignificance of man against the awesome background of mighty nature. And did anybody write this down so I can see what I said? Well, thanks very much, folks, and good night. I hope we'll...
Roll over there. Out the other door. Not that's the house,
I've heard about it, but I never believed it.
The King's Men sing the Polka Dot Polka.
Listen, Gate, it was great back in 1880 when your old Aunt Katie did the polka. People say in the day it was too shocking when she showed her stocking in the polka. By and by, every guy wore a tie with polka dots when he died. Darling, what's your answer? In her polka dotted gown, she would hate to turn him down. So she'd say, Mr. Brown, you're quite a dancer. But before the dance was through, she would whisper, I love you, while the band played the polka dot polka. Yes, your old Aunt Katie was a fancy-looking lassie back in 1880 when a blowout was a ball and her heart went wacky for a damper whispered snapper when he said, By cracky, you're the sweetest girl of all. Polka dot necktie, polka dot dress, polka dot question, she'll answer yes. Polka dot wedding gown, polka dot spout. Lots of little polka dotties running around the house. Don't you all recall when a blowout was a ball, when a joint was just a bone, and the chins were worked in stone, when a ham was served with eggs, and a wolf had 2 more legs. Listen, Kate, it was great back in 1880 when your old Aunt Katie did polka. People say in that day it was too shocking when she showed her stocking in the polka. By and by, every guy wore a tie with polka dots when he died. Darling, what's your answer? In her polka dotted gown, she would hate to turn him down. So she'd say, Mr. Brown, you're quite a dancer. But before the dance was through, she would whisper, I love you, while the band plays away the polka dot polka.
You simply have to do something about that fireplace. You're going to ruin my curtains with that smoke. Open a window or something.
Okay. Some smoke, eh? Reminds me of the first open fire I ever built, when they first took me into the Boy Scouts, out of a pile of wet leaves.
Well, that's better than out from under a rock.
Never mind. I wish you'd either stoke that fire into a blaze or put it out. This place is rapidly assuming some of the nastier aspects of chemical warfare. Well, my gosh, it's...
Come in.
Now, folks, is there anything I can do to help? Is there any trouble?
Why, no, Beulah.
What gave you that idea?
Well, sir, I was going past the house when I see all that smoke come billowing out the window. And I say to myself, Beulah, I say, something is definitely ungood in there, so I rushed upon the
Well, it was
porch.
nice of you to want to help, Beulah, but it's only a smoky fireplace.
Got to reading a Western story, Beulah, and got a yen for an old-fashioned wood fire.
Yeah, on the theory that there's no fuel like an old fuel, I guess.
There's no fuel like an old fuel. Oh, she's real music, too, ain't she, Mr. McGee?
Ah, she's a panic, Beulah. Wood smoke. Get a load of that fragrance.
That what?
That fragrance. That aroma.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I just thinking, that aroma wasn't built in a day.
Here, Beulah.
Yeah, sir.
By the way, Beulah, I'm having some ladies in for lunch Friday. Now, do you think you could help me with the refreshments?
Oh, I'd be delighted, ma'am. How does we handle the commissary? Is it a take or point affair?
What do you mean, take or point?
Oh, I mean, do the ladies sit down and I take it to them, or does I just stand by the buffet and point?
Well, it'll be a buffet lunch, Beulah. I thought we'd have cold bishy swan, a salad, and a dessert.
Oh, that bishy, so that's a specialty, ma'am.
I never heard any food mentioned yet that wasn't your specialty, Beulah.
No, sir, that's on account of I specialize in food of any prescription. Yes, I do. I'll be here real excited to help you, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Beulah.
You know, she's one of the most...
Excuse me, ma'am. What's that bishy stuff again?
Potato soup.
Yeah, that's what I thought, I think.
Quite a gal.
You know, I met her at Jimmy Sales Market the other day, and she hinted very strongly that she'd like to come to work for us.
No.
Yes, I told her she'd better wait. Magee, the smoke is getting terrible in here.
I don't know. I think maybe the wood is just beginning to... The wood is just beginning to catch fire from the... Boy, smell that pine wood. Ain't that fragrant?
Wonderful. Wonderful, but hadn't we better...
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Doc. Come on in and sit by the fire. What fire, and where are you?
Right over here, Doctor. Right straight ahead of you. Come on.
Swoop down and you can see our feet, Doc. Sorry, it's the smoke in here, but it ought to clear out in a few minutes. If it doesn't, I will. What are you trying to do, you little arsonist? Is the ham in you so predominant that it's got to be smoked?
Why don't you lie down on the floor, Doctor? The air is better down here.
Oh, let him stand up, Molly. He's an old man, and as such, he's entitled to a short preview of the hereafter. Hey, is it getting any clearer in here? No, it isn't. A minute ago, I could see the piano. Now I can't even see the wall. What was the idea, Magee? Is this a primitive form of fumigation?
Well, he just wanted a wood fire, Doctor, and he's a great outdoorsman, you know.
After this, I am, too. Oh, don't be a sissy, you big hothouse petunia. Any guy that don't like the fragrance of a... the fragrance of a... His needle is stuck. Come on, pour some water on that dump cart incense. Open a window.
The window is open. It is open, Doctor.
What's the matter, Doc? Don't you like a nice wood fire? Certainly. I love a wood fire, but...
Have you got one at your house, Doctor?
You mean now? Yeah, now. No.
Oh, fine.
Well, let's all go over to your house.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the karaoke.
After midnight, we better go home and let Dr. Gamble go to bed.
Yeah, I know. Well, this has been awful nice, Doc. You having us over here, feeding us root beer and cookies and stuff. Yeah, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't give it a thought, Magee. There's only one thing I'd like to hear you say.
Well, what's that, Doc?
Good night.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
What does it take to start the wheels of American industry rolling? It takes machines, men, and money. That's where savings and loans come in. Money you save with us goes back into your community in the form of home loans. The savings and loan commitment to housing generates over $100 million a day for jobs, goods, and services. Help keep America rolling by having your savings account at your savings and loan.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Molly Show. The Armed Forces Radio Service presents the Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show, a special rebroadcast for all you men and women in the Armed Forces of the United Nations, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills and the orchestra. The horses of America should be thankful that every middle-aged, dream-world, armchair buckaroo doesn't actually head for the open range. For instance, as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, boy, is this exciting. Listen to this, Molly.
I'm defenseless. Go ahead.
Listen. Topping the rim rock, Gunsmoke Gilroy encountered his ancient enemy, Dirty Shirt Digby. Like a streak of lightning, he went for his shooting iron.
He went for his what?
Went for his shooting iron. His pistol.
Where were they?
Why, they were on his hip.
Well, that's not so far to go for a pistol. Unless he was a very tall man.
The point is, Mrs. Magee, that in the Old West, they never pulled out a gun. They always went for him.
Oh?
Now, quit interrupting, Molly. This is quite exciting.
Go ahead.
There was a thunder of gunplay, and Dirty Shirt Digby toppled from the saddle, never again to blast a peaceful rancher into eternity, nor raise the dust of wickedness on the old Santa Fe trail. Ah, those were the days, Molly. You know, I come from an old Western family myself.
Western Illinois.
Oh, sir, the old Wild West of the United States. My Uncle Sycamore McGee was one of the old-timers out there. Why, he spent half his life as marshal of Dodge City.
Yeah, and the other half dodging the city marshal.
Ah, the stories he used to tell. How he'd get up at dawn with the smell of the sagebrush permeating the desert air. How he'd saddle his old paint.
Don't you mean he'd paint his old saddle?
Of course not. Saddles were never painted. A paint is a kind of a horse.
I suppose a man had to have a paint to ride through the brush.
Molly, you got no romance in your soul. Personally, I got the Old West in my blood. Ah, to squat before a campfire, inhaling the clean odor of wood smoke as the coyotes howl in the canyon. Baby, that's for me.
Well, you can have my share, too, dearie. I'll take my chances with mice and mosquitoes, but you can have a country full of sidewinders and tarantulas.
You don't mean tarantulas. You mean tarantellas.
I don't either, McGee. A tarantella's a Spanish dance.
Oh, no, it ain't, sweetheart. A tarantella is a long, thin cigar.
That's a panatella.
Go on. A panatella is your kneecap.
Your kneecap is a patella.
I thought a patella was a small mistake.
No, that's a peccadillo.
A peccadillo? Well, then, what's that kind of a cucumber that soaks in brine?
A dill pickle.
Oh, yeah. Well, how'd we get here from tarantula?
Well, I don't know, but the farther the better. What are you going to do now?
I'm going to build a wood fire. Reading that Western stuff has made me hungry for the good, clean smell of wood smoke. We got any greased wood in the corral, partner?
No, my little maverick, nary a stick of greased wood. But them Western magazines ought to make a nice hot fire.
I'm not through with them. I'm reading a serial about how Hash Knife Horton brings peace and security to Varmint Valley. Drives out the rustlers with his trusty fixed guns.
6 guns? How on earth did he carry them all?
He didn't have 6 guns. They called the guns 6 guns because they fired 6 shots without loading. Come, Sarah. See?
Well, how many would they fire if they were loaded?
Oh. Hey, where's the hatchet? I got to chop some kiddly wood.
It's on the back porch.
What's it doing out there?
Waiting for you to come back and crack some more walnuts.
Oh. Well, I'll go out and get us some firewood and build us a nice roaring fire on the fireplace. So long, gal. Keep your powder dry.
I can't do it, partner. There's a leak in my compass. Take care of yourself there.
Sure will. Ah, the old West. Sometimes I wish that Molly had more of the fine skirt. I can just imagine her in a pretty little sunbonnet, up on the seat of a covered wagon. While I kept an eye peeled for Indians, why, if we only... don't do that! My gosh, Oh, hi, sis.
Oh, what you talking to yourself about, mister? What you doing?
Oh, just recalling the old days when I was out west, sis.
Oh?
Sit down a spell, partner. Tell old Panamint McGee the news. Ain't seen a white man in these parts for years and years. Teddy Roosevelt still president?
Oh. You know it's Franklin Roosevelt,
Franklin, eh? Kept it in the family, did they? You spent much time in the Old West, sis?
No, but my brother's a ranger, I bet you.
Boy, a Texas Ranger?
No, ranger for Billy Mills Orchestra.
Oh. I said, oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, if you only knew.
Oh.
Personally, I was out west for quite a spell, sis. Used to drive the Charles cart for the old XIT outfit in Texas.
The what, mister?
The Charles cart. Most ranchers called it the chuck wagon, but we had a very fancy spread. Whew. I'll never forget the time the boss ride up to me and he says, Panamint, he says. Always called me Panamint. Panamint, he says.
I bet you they called you that on account of the Panamint Mountains, I bet you. We had them in geography.
No, they called me Panamint because I was so fond of candy, sis. Always had a mint in my pan.
Oh.
Panamint Magee, I was known as in them days.
Oh.
Panamint Magee, the pride of the prairie, perennially pursuing pesky poots on my Tintle pony, patiently prodding pioneer pals into proper pastures, picking up a pocket full of pesos, prospecting perilous properties, and probably the picturesquest of the pistol-packing poppers from the pedestrian-packed pavements of Old Fort Bliss to the... Oh, that's a wonderful country out there, Steve.
70 days, Magee. Do you need all that firewood?
Certainly. I've been yearning for the sight of a big roaring wood fire, and boy, George, I'm going to have a big roaring wood fire.
Well, you use all that wood, and we'll have a few roaring firemen in here, too.
Don't worry, baby. I know all there is to know about fire building.
Say, Magee, you've got enough wood there to fuel the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee.
Oh, no. Just got a handful of kiddly wood, that's all.
You mean kindling wood?
I said kiddly, did I? Handful of kiddly wood, a few hunks of 2x4 to get her started well, and an armful of logs to pile on top. Oh, let me see.
What smells so funny?
What do you mean, funny? There's no sweeter smell in the world than fresh cut wood for a fire.
Smells like oil.
What? Oh, maybe you smell that transmission grease.
What transmission grease, said Caesar in the works?
Well, you see, I was really yearning for was a real western fire, see? And what do they use for a fire out on the open range? Greasewood. We didn't have any greasewood, so I smeared some grease on this white pine.
Oh, great, great, great.
Yeah.
Now, if you need any cottonwood, I've got an old sweater you can wrap around the broom handle.
Okay, Mrs. Magee, scoff if you want to. D-ride, but by George, when you see this beautiful fire...
Coming in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Ah, good day, Mrs. Magee. And Magee?
Hi, Wellington. To what clumsy stroke of fate do we owe your charming presence?
Would it be rude of me, old fellow, to inquire as to what you propose to accomplish with that stack of potential Charlie McCarthy's?
Wellington, you're as nosy as a photo finish. Just between you and me and the insurance company, I'm building a big fire in the fireplace.
He got to reading a Western story about life on the range, Mr. Wellington, and he had to have an open fire. He fancies himself another Skip-Away Harry, didn't he?
It ain't Skip-Away Harrigan, it's Hop-Along Cassidy.
Oh.
You run them pictures at your theater every Saturday, don't you, Wellington?
Oh, I do indeed. Oh, I almost forgot. What I came for. In fact, I did forget what I came for. However, I shall probably remember by the end of this.
We?
Terribly, but I can make it home all right. Goodbye.
What a character.
Well, he's always... Say, what are you doing?
I'm whittling this stick so it's fuzzy on the edges. That's the scientific way to build a fire, see? Catches fire easier.
Very clever idea.
Shucks, what I don't know about building a fire you could engrave on the head of a bubbling fountain. Well, here we go. First the paper, then the kiddly wood. Now for the 2x4.
Quite a production.
Yeah.
Now all you need is a lantern and Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Don't worry, I'm going to light this fire the way the cowboys do.
Well, this ought to be interesting. How do the cowboys light a fire?
They use matches.
Oh.
Well, here she goes. Now for a good old fire.
Well, hello there. Say, what is this, a weenie roast?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Howdy, stranger. Light down and hunker up to the fire. I'll have one of the wrangles hobble your horse. Care for a cigar? Real good. Bought 'em in a store.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you tonight, Roy Rogers or Wild Bill Elliott?
Well, he's got the West on his chest tonight, Mr. Wilcox. That's all.
What's your outfit, neighbor? Seem to recognize your face somehow. You one of that wild bunch from the Cherokee Strip?
Stranger, here in the West, we don't aim to ask personal questions. I got my guns tied down and I'm on the prod. Maybe I better be sashaying along. I can make the stage station by sunup.
No, mister, you said a spell with Paul here. You know, 'tain't often we get a handsome stranger down from the hills.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you kindly. What's your brand, neighbor?
The Lazy FN.
What's yours? I'm with the J.W. spread, partner.
The J.W. spread.
You don't mean...
Yes.
You hear that, Ma? This Waddy rides for old J.W.
Well, what's new down that way, stranger?
Now, Ma, you shouldn't have asked the boy that.
Well, I reckon I'll get aboard my bronc and split the breeze, neighbors.
Better spread your bedroll by the fire, stranger. Hate to have you hit a gopher hole in the dark.
If the law should inquire, stranger, have we seen you?
You ain't seen me, partner.
We ain't seen you.
Young men and the Surrey with the fringe on top.
When I take you out tonight with me, honey, here's the way it's gonna be. You will sit behind a team of snow white horses in the slickest gig you ever hope to see. Sing and duck and keep that scurry when I take you out in Surrey. When I take you out in Surrey with the fringe on top. Watch that fringe and see how it flutters when I drive those high-step strutters. Nosy folks will peep through the shutters and their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholstery's brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With ice-glass curtains you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Two bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no fine a rig I'm thinking. You can't keep your rig if you're thinking that I care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with a fringe on the top. All the world will fly in a flurry when I take you out in the Surrey. When I take you out in the Surrey with the fringe on top. When we hit that road bent for leather, cats and dogs will dance in the heather. Birds and frogs will sing all together and the toads will rock. The wind will whistle as we rattle along. The cows will moo in the clover. The river will ripple out a whispered song and whisper it over and over. Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever? Don't you wish you could go on forever and never stop? In that tiny little Surrey with all the fringe on the top.
Say, McGee, you better fan that fire a little. It's smoking pretty badly, and it's hardly old enough to smoke.
Now it'll settle down all right. Got to get the cold air out of the chimney first. You see, the cold air being heavier than the hot air...
Never mind about the cold air, dear. Stick to the things you're familiar with.
Well, there can't be anything wrong with the chimney unless maybe an owl built a nest in it. Maybe I better call...
Oh, hello, Alice. Hello. I thought I smelled smoke upstairs and wondered if something was burning.
My fire in the fireplace is a little slow getting started, Alice.
Oh, yes, himself here claims to be a wizard at building fires, but so far it's had fewer flames than a homely hermit.
Gee, I love a fire in the fireplace.
Yeah.
I can just look into the glowing coals and see all sorts of imaginary pictures.
If you see one in this fire, it ain't imaginary, Alice. I just tossed in that awful old photograph of Aunt Sarah we had on the piano.
McGee, why did you do that? That was a nice picture of Aunt Sarah.
Yes, and an awfully cute pose, too. One elbow on that marble column and one finger under her chin. When was it taken?
The year before the camera was invented, I think. You like a nice fire in the fireplace, Alice?
Of course she does, and if this one gets nice, I want her to come back downstairs and see it.
Gee, I wish you would, Mrs. McGee. Maybe we can pop some corn.
What she needs is some more corn, McGee.
Well, I think that'd be a swell idea. You break out the popcorner, Molly.
Oh, you mean the corn tipper, Mr. McGee.
No, he means the crop corner.
I mean the cream tipper.
No, the pip corner.
The crop corner.
Yeah, let's make fudge.
Oh, goody, I'll get the stuff.
Yeah, so we're going to have some fudge, eh?
No sugar.
Why not?
No sugar.
Oh. Hey, I wonder what makes that fire smoke like that. Mine shouldn't smoke. My gosh, many fires I built in my life.
Come in.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, Bud. If you're selling magazines or something to work your way through a walnut grove, that you poking me in the ribs, Molly?
McGee.
Huh?
It's Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor? I was just kidding, Eddie. Just kidding. I knew you the minute you laid eyes on me. I'm Fibber McGee. This is my wife, Molly.
Glad to know you, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Likewise.
Did I drop in at an inconvenient time? I mean, if you'd rather finish burning those old overshoes and rag rugs.
Oh, no, Mr. Cantor. He just started a fire in the fireplace and it's smoking a bit, that's all.
Everything's kind of damp this wet weather, Eddie. The reason I started it, I was reading the Western magazine and got a yen for a nice open fire. You familiar with the West, Eddie?
You mean the Wild West, where men and women both wear blue jeans, but the overall effect is quite different?
My very words, Mr. Cantor. Say, you seem to be familiar with the scenery out there.
Ah, great country, Eddie, great country. You'd love it. The atmosphere and the music. Ah, the old Western music.
Yes, and one of my favorites is the Grand Canyon Suite.
Take it easy there, stranger. You just met the gal.
Now, the Grand Canyon Singing Sweet, dearie, is a musical composition. It's got hoofbeats all through it.
Oh, a horse opera.
No. No, look, Fibber.
Uh-huh.
It's a symphonic arrangement, a musical description, you might say, of the grandeur and scenic magnificence of the Grand Canyon.
Oh.
The sweep and bigness of it, the sudden meteorological changes and puny insignificance of man against the awesome background of mighty nature. And did anybody write this down so I can see what I said? Well, thanks very much, folks, and good night. I hope we'll...
No, man, I'll be able to go. That's the house racket.
I've heard about it, but I never believed it.
The King's Men sing the Polka Dot Polka.
Listen, Gate, it was great back in 1880 when your old Aunt Katie did the polka. People say in the day it was too shocking when she showed her stocking in the polka. By and by, every guy wore a tie with polka dots when he died. Darling, what's your answer? In her polka dotted gown, she would hate to turn him down. So she'd say, Mr. Brown, you're quite a dancer. But before the dance was through, she would whisper, I love you, while the band played the polka dot polka. Yes, your old Aunt Katie was a fancy looking lassie back in 1880 when a blowout was a ball and her heart went wacky for a damper whispered snapper when he said, by cracky, you're the sweetest girl of all. Polka dot necktie, polka dot dress, polka dot question, she'll answer yes. Polka dot wedding gown, polka dot spout. Lots of little polka dotties running around the house. Don't you all recall when a blowout was a ball, when a joint was just a bone, and the chins were worked in stone, when a ham was served with eggs, and a wolf had 2 more legs. Listen, Kate, it was great back in 1880 when your old Aunt Katie did the polka. People say in that day it was too shocking when she showed her stocking in the polka. By and by, every guy wore a tie with polka dots when he died. Darling, what's your answer? In her polka dotted gown, she would hate to turn him down. So she'd say, Mr. Brown, you're quite a dancer. But before the dance was through, she would whisper, I love you, while the band plays away the polka dot polka.
You simply have to do something about that fireplace. You're going to ruin my curtains with that smoke. Open a window or something.
Okay. Some smoke, eh? Reminds me of the first open fire I ever built, when they first took me into the Boy Scouts, out of a pile of wet leaves.
Well, that's better than out from under a rock.
Never mind. I wish
never
you'd
mind.
either choke that fire into a blaze or put it out. This place is rapidly assuming some of the nastier aspects of chemical warfare. Well, my gosh, it's...
Come in.
Now, folks, is there anything I can do to help? Is there any trouble?
Why, no, Beulah.
What gave you that idea?
Well, sir, I was going past the house when I see all that smoke come billowing out the window. And I see to myself, Beulah, I said, something is definitely ungood in there, so I rushed upon the
Well, it was
porch.
nice of you to want to help, Beulah, but it's only a smoky fireplace.
Got to reading a Western story, Beulah, and got a yen for an old-fashioned wood fire.
Yeah, on the theory that there's no fuel like an old fuel, I guess.
There's no fuel like an old fuel. Oh, she's real music too, ain't she, Mr. McGee?
Ah, she's a panic, Beulah. Wood smoke. Get a load of that fragrance.
That what?
That fragrance. That aroma.
Oh,
what's the matter?
Well, I just thinking, that aroma wasn't built in a day.
Dear. Beautiful.
Yeah, sir.
By the way, Beulah, I'm having some ladies in for lunch Friday. Now, do you think you could help me with the refreshments?
Oh, I'd be delighted, ma'am. How does we handle the commissary? Is it a take or point affair?
What do you mean, take or point?
Oh, I mean, do the ladies sit down and I take it to them, or does I just stand by the buffet and point?
Well, it'll be a buffet lunch, Beulah. I thought we'd have cold bishy swan, a salad, and a dessert.
Oh, that bishy, So, that's a specialty, ma'am.
I never heard any food mentioned yet that wasn't your specialty, Beulah.
No, sir, that's on account of I specialize in food of any prescription. Yes, I do. I'll be here real excited to help you, ma'am.
Well, thank you, Beulah.
You know, she's one of the most...
Excuse me, ma'am. What's that vicious stuff again?
Potato soup.
Yeah, that's what I thought, I think.
Quite a gal.
You know, I met her at Jimmy Sales Market the other day, and she hinted very strongly that she'd like to come to work for us.
No.
Yes, I told her she'd better wait. Indeed, the smoke is getting terrible in here.
I don't know. I think maybe the wood is just beginning to... The wood is just beginning to catch fire from the... Boy, smell that pine wood. Ain't that fragrant?
It's wonderful. Wonderful, but hadn't we better...
Come in.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Doc. Come on in, sit by the fire.
What fire, and where are you?
Right over here, Doctor. Right straight ahead of you. Come on.
Stoop down and you can see our feet, Doc. Sorry, it's the smoke in here, but it ought to clear out in a few minutes.
If it doesn't, I will. What are you trying to do, you little arsonist? Is the ham in you so predominant that it's got to be smoked?
Why don't you lie down on the floor, Doctor? The air is better down here.
Oh, let him stand up, Molly. He's an old man, and as such, he's entitled to a short preview of the hereafter. Hey, is it getting any clearer in here?
No, it isn't. A minute ago, I could see the piano. Now I can't even see the wall. What was the idea, Magee? Is this a primitive form of fumigation?
Well, he just wanted a wood fire, Doctor, and he's a great outdoorsman, you know.
After this, I am, too.
Oh, don't be a sissy, you big hothouse petunia. Any guy that don't like the fragrance of a... the fragrance of a... the fragrance of a... His needle is stuck.
Come on, pour some water on that dump cart incense. Open a window.
The window is open. It is open, Doctor.
What's the matter, Doc? Don't you like a nice wood fire?
Certainly. I love a wood fire, but...
Have you got one at your house, Doctor?
You mean now?
Yeah, now.
No, I haven't.
Oh, fine.
Well, let's all go over to your house.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the karaoke.
After midnight, we better go home and let Dr. Gamble go to bed.
Yeah, I know. Well, this has been awful nice, Doc. You having us over here, feeding us root beer and cookies and stuff. Yeah, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't give it a thought, Magee. There's only one thing I'd like to hear you say.
Well, what's that, Doc?
Good night.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
The 1977 Thunderbird cleared for takeoff. For 1977, a completely new Thunderbird idea takes wing. A new Thunderbird look. A new Thunderbird price. A new Thunderbird size. This trimmer Thunderbird was born for flight with a refined suspension system and wide stance. You'll feel its quick agility and the quiet luxury of its ride. But most surprising, this luxurious Thunderbird, exactly as you see it here, comes with a down-to-earth price of $54.34. A price that includes power steering, power brakes, automatic transmission, V8 engine, vinyl roof, radio, and more. The 1977 Thunderbird. Fly one. When America needs a better idea, Ford puts it on wheels.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper. Our guest, Monty Proser, America's #1 press agent. Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Well, folks, summer is practically here, and most people are laying around the beaches enjoying themselves. Well, I'd be out at some beach enjoying myself, too, if I didn't have to hang around and say, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting awful, Jimmy. I must be slipping or something. It took 3 men to start my reception tonight. And, Jimmy, did I understand you... Did I understand you to say that you prefer the ocean waves to the ether waves?
And I wasn't kidding, Fred. I can enjoy myself at the beach.
Enjoy yourself?
You heard me.
Oh, Jimmy, have you ever been buried in the sand up to your neck and had a fat boy come along and plunge a beach umbrella into your Adam's apple?
I know, Fred.
Have you ever been asleep on a beach and suddenly awakened to find a mosquito with his nose under your skin, blowing little lumps in your arms?
No, Fred.
Have you ever worn white flannels within 5 feet of a dirty sheepdog shaking himself?
Why, no.
Well, do you know, James Wallington, that statisticians say that our leading beaches will be entirely gone within 30 years?
The beaches will be gone?
Yes, Jimmy, they're being eaten. Slowly but surely, the nation's popular beaches are being eaten up by the great American public.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jimmy. Tons of sand, grain by grain, are being consumed in salads, sandwiches, and on the ends of hot dogs eaten at the seashore. Why, I know a fat man out in Rockaway who is so full of sand right now that when he perspires, it's stucco.
Gosh, Fred, I didn't know that. You know, I was a sap to say I could enjoy myself at the beach. I ought to kick myself.
Well, if you're too busy, Jimmy, I'll be glad to take care of it for you.
Oh, no, Fred.
A short walk from here, the way you're putting on weight.
No, Fred, I can handle it all right. I'm pretty limber.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You certainly fooled me. I thought you were semi-rigor mortis there. And now, while Jimmy is trying to make a good impression on himself, we, the literati, turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Any campus in America. As college year officially ends, commencement exercises get underway at the leading universities throughout the country. Since the outstanding students at the larger colleges have been acclaimed and publicized, tonight the Texaco News highlights some of the small intellectual fry whose insignificant collegiate activities might otherwise go unnoticed in the hurly-burly of our times. Now, first this evening is Tyler Schultz. And what was it you did again, Tyler?
I excelled in athletics at Quince University.
Quince University, you
Yes,
excelled in which sport?
I won more letters than any student in college history.
Well, good for you.
Yes, sir. I won my Q in football.
Q for dear old Quince.
Yeah, I won my Q in baseball.
Fine.
My Q in basketball, Q in hockey, Q in track, Q in lacrosse.
Well, did you, tell me, did you wear your letters graduating?
Did I? Instead of a gown, I wore my sweater.
You wore your sweater?
Yes, sir.
Well, you must have been a sight.
I had Q sewed all over me sweater, front and back.
Well, could you get them all on?
Not all of them. The Q's I had left over, I carried in both hands.
You carried the others. Well, if your hands were full, how did you take your diploma?
I brought a friend with me. They handed it to him.
That was a man you could trust, I know. Well, what are you going to do now that you have won all these Q's?
I'm going to open a pool room.
I'll join you behind the 8-ball later, and thank you, Tyler Schultz. The only man to be honored by a college for an act of sabotage is T.J. Smith-Smythe. And what is your college, T.J.?
I have a crew haircut, I'm wearing a raincoat, and I have on dirty sports shoes.
Oh, a Harvard man.
Yes, and I've got a nasty letter from Ann Sheridan to prove it.
Well, fine. Well, now, what is this act of sabotage for which you were cited?
Well, last November, I went to New Haven in the dead of the night.
Yes?
I crept into the Yale Bowl.
Yeah?
I placed 2 termites in the Yale goalposts, one in each pose.
Uh-huh.
20 years from now, in the fall of 1961, during the Harvard-Yale game, the Yale goalposts will topple over and no one will know why.
Devilishly clever. No one will know why but you.
Exactly. I shall sit back in my advertising agency and roar.
Yes, you should. Now, wait a minute. How do you know that you will be in an advertising agency 20 years from now?
I'm a Harvard man.
Oh, my mistake.
No, my mistake.
Well, have it my way. Smith-Smythe. A senior who made is that a suit or your underwear that you... I like to make sure we have so many people coming to the microphone. A senior... It looks like a Balbriggan Union suit that had been pulled through a meerschaum pipe. I mean, I don't know. Well, a senior... Now, don't take off just your coat, because if you come to yourself, you will realize the horrible things you are doing on radio and give up. Now, a senior who made a name for himself at, what college was that again?
Strictly Subnormal.
Strictly Subnormal, I know.
Yeah.
And what is your name again?
Wazador Sheehan.
Wazador? That's an odd name.
Why, it's the past tense of Isidore. Isidore.
I see.
My parents lived in the past tense. I got a sister named Used to Beatrice.
Used to Fine.
I got a brother named Receipt.
Receipt, Sheehan?
Yeah, Receipt is Bill in the past tense.
Don't bother with the rest of the family, please. Now, you were honored in some way, you say, Wazador?
The graduating class at Strictly Subnormal voted me most likely to succeed.
Most likely to succeed. You were outstanding in your studies?
Nah.
Oh, you were a football hero?
Nah.
I know. You were the life of the class.
Nah.
Well, you must have excelled in something.
I was a dope.
Then why did the students at Strictly Subnormal vote you the most likely to succeed?
For 2 reasons.
1.
My father's worth $1 million.
2.
I got an uncle on the draft board.
Thank you. Retador Field. Another student who had a low IQ was Falcon Prawn. What college did you attend, Falcon?
They asked me not to mention no names.
Oh, that I can understand after looking at you. Well, what studies did you take up, Falcon?
I took a note to become a tree surgeon.
I see.
I once seen a tree die. That's when I took a note.
You took a note?
Yeah. I once seen a tree die.
We heard you the first time. Now, you say you spent 4 years studying tree surgery?
Mostly in the upper branches.
Well, just what was your course?
The first year I spent underground studying roots.
And the second year?
They dug me up.
And then?
The last year I studied trunks. This year I done emergency operations. Mostly oakectomies.
Oakectomies. You went all through the flunk for what?
The conduct on becoming a tree surgeon.
Well, what happened?
Well, sir, my final exam was to cure a sick tree.
Yeah.
A hickory.
A hickory?
Yeah.
You had to render first aid?
Yeah, you see, the tree was in a coma. I tried a sap transfusion.
You gave your own blood? Did it help?
No, the tree was failing fast.
Yes?
I tried an amputation, cutting the fungus off the fronds.
Yeah?
Well, I done a neat job.
And still no improvement?
No, I decided on a final diagnosis.
Yes?
I shinnied to the top of the tree, suspecting acute twigitis.
Acute twigitis?
Yeah.
And when you got to the top?
The professor yells up. He says, "What do you see up in the tree there, Hickory? The hickory prawn?" I says, "Nuts, Professor."
And?
He says, "Nuts to you, prawn, you flunk."
And you are giving up tree surgery?
No, I'm starting in next year again as a freshman.
You are determined to become a tree surgeon.
I got it. I took a note. I once seen a tree.
This is where we came in. Thank you. And now a young lady who was valedictorian of her class, Miss Jinx Feinschreiber. What was your school, Jinx?
Mrs. Rabinowitz's finishing but positively school.
And you read the valedictory address?
Yes, only I'm not reading, I'm reciting.
Oh, excuse me.
And it's not an address, it's a poem.
Oh, a class poem. Well, what was the title of the poem?
Was willst du, girls of 41?
And how does it go?
Was willst du, girls of 41? As out into the world you go. Some to Jersey, some to Sanford, some to Cleveland, Ohio. Girls, will you go into business? Will you travel, take a tour? Will you time to mind your business, thinking of l'amour toujours? Was willst du, girls of 41? Facing life, don't play the fool. Let our motto be Eureka! Girls of Rabinowitz's finishing but positively school.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker. Kenny's first song tonight is Time Was.
Graduation rings, one lovely yesterday. Time was when we wrote love letters in the sand, or lingered over our coffee and dreaming the time away. And hayrides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart. hikes in the country, and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was then. We have a world of memories, you and I, the kind you cherish more and more as the years go by. Picnics and hay rides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart. Hikes in the country, and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Time was when we had fun on the schoolyard swings, when darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was then.
That was very nice. You know, Larry, as Kenny was singing just now, a vagrant thought flitted through my mind.
Yeah?
I suddenly realized that something big has gone out of my life. Gone forever.
Really? What's that, Fred?
The World's Fair, Larry. I could go out to Flushing and while away an idle weekend standing in line at the Futurama or sniffing Grover's gardenia. Well, now the trial honor's down, and my life is like the fairgrounds. There's no point to it.
Oh, cheer up, Fred. Part of the fair is still going on. What's more, it's on the road.
Well, don't tell me they've crammed that whole thing into a trailer, Larry.
No, Fred, but you remember Jimmy Lynch and his troupe of Death Dodgers at the Goodrich exhibit?
Well, do I? Why, those daredevil drivers thrilled millions at the fair last year.
Well, then you'll be glad to know that Jimmy Lynch and his troupe are now giving exhibitions all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss this hair-raising, stunt-driving exhibition when it comes your way. You'll see cars sent screeching around hairpin turns at breakneck speed, taking off from a springboard into midair, deliberately crashing, rolling end over end. It's breathtaking. But make no mistake about it, when Jimmy Lynch and his men take their lives in their hands, nothing, absolutely nothing is left to chance. Says Jimmy Lynch, success of car stunts depends on perfect timing. To make sure of split-second action from our motors, we use Texaco Sky Chief gasoline exclusively. And to protect against high-speed engine heat, we use nothing but insulated Haviland motor oil. Thank you, Jimmy Lynch. And, Mr. Motorist, for matchless performance in your car, try Texaco Sky Chief and insulated Haviland, both premium products of your Texaco dealer.
Goodman has just played Intermezzo. This is National Flag Week, ladies and gentlemen, and the United States Flag Association asks that we honor Flag Week through displaying the flag at our homes or at our places of business during the coming week. And now, hello, Portland. I didn't see you well. Say, what is the big idea? What are you doing with all of those traveling bags?
Oh, I'm leaving for Hollywood.
You're leaving for Hollywood? Well, why Hollywood? Don't you know that another girl in Hollywood is like one more flea on a St. Bernard dog? Why go out there?
Well, I've been on your program a long time.
Oh, you mean you want more money?
No, I'm getting a living wage. It says here.
Someone has interpolated that, no doubt. Well, then, if you're getting a living wage, what are you kicking about?
Well, I'm not getting any place. Girls get ahead in Hollywood. Look at Lana Turner and Priscilla Lane.
Well, they've got something. Those girls have glamour.
Well, how can I get glamour?
The quickest way to get glamour, Portland, is to hire a press agent.
Oh, what does a press agent do?
Well, you'll find out in just a minute, because our guest tonight is one of the country's leading press agents. He's a master exploiter, a cafe owner, and only last week he turned Madison Square Garden into the biggest dance hall in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Broadway's dynamo, Monty Prosser. Well, good evening, Monty.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, it certainly is a pleasure to meet the man behind New York's most popular nightclubs, the Beachcomber, the Copacabana, the New Piping Rock Club at Saratoga, and the Dance Carnival at Madison Square Garden. You know, I don't even know what to call you, Monty. Are you an entrepreneur, a restaurateur, a dancer-tour, or what is your title?
I think you'll be safe in just calling me a salesman, Fred.
Well, you're rather soft-spoken for a super salesman, Monty.
Noise doesn't get results in my business, Fred. A good salesman has to have ideas.
Well, you say you're a salesman, Monty, and still you have no samples here. Now, what is it you sell?
Well, I sort of specialize in glamour.
Glamour. Glamour is a mystery quality suddenly acquired by a mediocre actress just before Hollywood releases her first picture. Is that right?
Whatever it is, I've been selling glamour for the past 15 years.
You mean you've been glamorizing restaurants, glorifying the great American cover charge?
Not quite, Fred. Until a short time ago, I was a press agent out in Hollywood.
Ah, Hollywood. Hollywood, the home of the verbal fanfare, where everything is glorified from a picture star to a cheeseburger, which isn't such a far cry in some cases. Well, for whom did you work out there in Adjective Land?
I was with Walter Wanger at the United Artists Studios.
And what stars did you publicize?
Joan Bennett, Charles Lawton, Hedy Lamarr, many others.
Well, tell me, how does a publicity man go about glamorizing a person, Monty? You just can't grab a girl from behind a steam table in a cafeteria and make her a star, or can you?
No, if a girl wants to get any place in the theater or in Hollywood, she has to have talent.
Well, all right. Now, let's take a mythical case. Let's say an obscure blues singer is working in a chili bistro on 52nd Street, the El Stencho. And her name is Maisie Mulligan. Now, you're called in as a publicity press agent to make Maisie a star. Now, what happens?
Well, in publicizing a person, Fred, the first thing I look for is a gadget.
Well, what is a gadget?
Well, a gadget is sort of a thing.
A thing? What's a thing?
Thing is what we call a gimmick.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Monty. Look, we're not getting any place. Just what is a gimmick?
A gimmick or a gadget is an angle, a slant.
Ah, slant. You finally came across a word I know. A slant. What you mean is that you have to find something unique about Maisie Mulligan, which you can build up.
Exactly. Every good press campaign is based on a gadget.
Well, Maisie has a voice range of 3 octaves. She's a Vassar graduate, and she has red hair. Now, do any of these suggest a gimmick?
The red hair is perfect, Fred.
What about Maisie's 3 octaves and her background?
Well, there's no glamour attached to a voice or a college education, but with red hair, you've got something.
And what is the first thing you do with Maisie Mulligan?
I'd get rid of that name.
No kidding.
I'd give her a name to match the red hair.
A name to match her red hair, for instance?
Well, I'd call her something like Cherry Dare.
Cherry Dare?
Yes, Cherry Dare, the Scarlet Songbird.
Well, you've got something there, Monty. Now, what happens to Cherry Dare, the Cherry Dare, the Scarlet Songbird now?
I tried to get her a job as a Powers model.
Why?
Well, today models are the glamour girls, Fred. They get all of the publicity.
Well, all right. Now, let's say Cherry becomes a Powers model. What is your next step in her climb to stardom?
I'd make sure she's seen at the right nightclubs and keeps her name in the gossip columns. Good romance with some glamour boys, helpful, too.
Monty, don't tell me that all those hot items in the columns, who's this and you know, are running a temperature, or what hat baron isn't tipping it to Broadway Rose. Now, don't tell me these items aren't on the level.
Most of them are, but quite often it's a gadget.
Well, all right. Now, let's say you cook up a column romance for Cherry with a well-known musical comedy star named Fumpet de Vere. Better known on the road than in town. Now, how is all of this, how is this romance and everything in the columns, how is this all helping your client get out to Hollywood?
We give her this publicity build-up for a few weeks, and sooner or later some talent scout gets interested and she gets a screen test.
And if the screen test is successful?
Then Cherry Dare is on her way to Hollywood.
And so Maisie Mulligan, the little blues singer, becomes Cherry Dare, the Scarlet Songbird, Hollywood's latest sensation. And then, of course, your work is over.
No, it's just beginning.
You mean even when she's a big star?
Yes, we've got to keep her before the public. That means new gadgets and new gimmicks.
Well, how do you mean?
You know, magazine and press stories. She could get lost in a storm or start wearing a new kind of sweater. Or we could make up a name for her, like the Whap Girl.
The Whap Girl? Say, whap is a better word than oomph, Monty. See Cherry Dare, the Whap Girl. Say, you ought to use whap sometime.
Yeah, I think I'll remember it.
Good. But tell me, Monty, how did you get into the nightclub business? What was the gimmick that made your beachcomber here in New York such a success?
It was a drink called the Zombie.
Ah, yes, the Zombie. The Zombie is supposed to be so powerful you can only serve two to a customer.
That was strictly a gimmick, Fred.
Well, it certainly took the city by storm. Somebody came out with a drink called the Hurricane that could only be served one to a customer. And finally, the topper, a drink called the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt was so powerful, nobody could drink it. The waiter just served it, and you fell down. The police were called as a chaser. The patroller wife was the chaser.
That sounds like a pretty good gimmick, Fred.
Well, tell me, what about this latest venture of yours in Madison Square Garden? Isn't that supposed to be the biggest nightclub in the world?
Yes, it is, Fred. We can accommodate about 15,000 people. We have 3 name bands playing every night, 5,000 jitterbugging, refreshments and sandwiches. It's really quite a sight.
It's really a rainbow room for John Doe.
Yes, it's the one place in New York where everybody can have a good time.
Say, you know, if you keep doing things in a big way, Monty, you'll soon be known as Billy Rose with the water drained off.
No, Fred, Billy's in a class all by himself.
Yes, I hear Billy Rose is thinking about putting a floor show in the Grand Canyon with Superman as the master of ceremony. Well, thanks a lot for this little peek into the fabulous land of press agentry, Monty.
It's been a pleasure, Fred, and I might add, a gimmick.
I get it. Thank you, and good night, Monty Prosa. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Win Murray, Texaco's girlfriend, to sing for us Calling All Hearts.
Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Cupid's mad as he can be. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. He swears he'll solve the mystery. Someone had the nerve to fall in love without asking Cupid's permission. Who can be the fool who broke the rule? Every heart is under suspicion. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Uncommitted, someone committed, love in the first degree. It was me. someone had the nerve to fall in love without asking Cupid's permission. Who can be the fool who broke the rule? Every heart is under suspicion. Calling all hearts, unpermitted, someone committed love in the first degree.
That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a brief word from Larry Elliott.
As you all know, our sponsor, the Texas Company, has donated this hour of time to the United States government from July 2nd to September 24th to be used in behalf of national defense. Mr. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, accepted the offer, stating, quote, "We will make good use of these radio facilities by bringing the audience a program of wholesome entertainment." End of quotation. And so on July 2nd, the Texaco Star Theater yields its place on this radio network to the Treasury Department's new show with the title Millions for Defense. Up to this moment, the Treasury Department has informed us that the following stars have volunteered to entertain you during the first few weeks of the broadcast series: Bing Crosby, Grace Moore, Judy Garland, Lily Pons, Eddie Cantor, Al Jolson, Bob Ripley, George Jessel, Mickey Rooney, Bob Hope, Dorothy L'Amour, Charles Lawton, Deanna Durbin, our own Fred Allen, Jack Benny, the entire cast of Information Please, and Abbott and Costello. These stars are contributing to a great national cause. You and I and every American can share in the same investment by putting our savings into defense stamps and bonds to make America safe as we save.
The Texaco Star Theater resumes immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York. That was Wise Old Owl, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. The orchestra appearing through the courtesy of Local 802, their instruments through the courtesy of Joe's Pawn Shop on a loan out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going on here? Mr. Goodman, stop that music. Stop that music. Quiet. What is this? Who started this portable pandemonium?
Mr. Goodman and I are helping Kenny.
Helping Kenny do what? Set a decibel record?
Kenny's giving...
For whom is Kenny auditioning? There's no one here but us.
The man is listening over the radio down in Coney Island.
He's listening to what?
Kenny's audition.
Yes, if I make good tonight, I'm going to be a barker at Coney Island.
A barker at Coney Island? Why should you go to Coney Island?
The last time we went to Coney Island, Mama had to get weighed 10 times.
Your mother had...
2 weeks, F.A. I've got to get a job for the summer.
Well, I can get you a job. The president of the Good Humor Company is a friend of mine.
I can't be a good humor man, F.A.
Why not?
A bicycle ruins my disposition. I'm not in a good humor.
You mean riding a bicycle makes you a sore head?
Oh, no, it's just the opposite. And besides, I'd rather work at Coney Island.
Who wouldn't? That's where you are seeing the hula dancers.
Maestro.
Boom, boom, boom.
Maestro, please. Stop with that sinus serenade there. Now, Kenny, what were you saying about Coney Island?
I went down there Sunday to look around.
Did you get any offers, Kenny?
I was swamped with propositions, Porty, but I wouldn't take them. Not me.
What propositions?
One man offered me a job as an orange runner.
An orange runner?
Yes. This guy has 2 orange juice stands and only 1 orange.
Oh.
And his customer's order, he wants a boy to run from one stand to the other with the orange.
Oh, to run back and forth with the...
This Goodman years ago was doing for a chain of delicatessens.
You ran with an orange, Mr. Goodman?
No, they are having a specialty noodle soup.
So?
So, Goodman is riding on a motorcycle between 20 delicatessens with the noodle.
Listen, please go away someplace. What? Remind me to give you one fare to a small town. Fare one way to a small town later. What other jobs were you offered, Kenny?
I could have been a living canopy.
Oh, what's a living canopy, Kenny?
I was supposed to hold a big umbrella over the tattooed man so his pictures wouldn't fade in the sun.
Oh, an awning for a walking mural, huh?
Yeah. I could have had another job as Eskimo Joe.
Eskimo Joe? What was that?
Eskimo Joe gets frozen in a cake of ice every morning. At night he comes out.
Well, how does Eskimo Joe get out of the ice?
At 6 o'clock they give him a hot foot.
Some jobs.
No wonder you're auditioning as a barker, Kenny.
Yes, Forty. I've practically got this job on a catapult, almost.
What do you mean, practically almost? What's holding the job up?
I gotta get a celebrity to go in the first bucket.
Bucket? What is this catapult?
It's one of those daredevil rides, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, Faye. Say, you're a celebrity. Gee, if you'll take the first ride, I'm sure
not I. I have no desire to be the one at the post-mortem who isn't moving.
Oh, the catapult isn't dangerous, F.A. It's a long steel spring with a big iron bucket on the end.
Yeah?
20 men bend the spring down to the ground.
Yeah.
They let it go, and zip, the bucket shoots up in the air.
I see. And where am I?
You're in the bucket, brother.
I am not only in the bucket, something tells me I am about to kick it.
Very entertaining. But personally, Goodman is preferring the hula-hula dancer.
Please, with that nasal nocturne, maestro. Now, let me get this thing straight, Kenny. You say the bucket shoots up into the air, and I am in it.
Yes, catapulting through space.
Well, where do I land?
What's the difference? They have big nets.
Big nets? Well, nets to the man who owns it and nets to his catapult. Now, suppose I don't reach the net. Suppose I land short an arm or a leg or something like that.
Oh, don't worry, F.A. You'll get plenty of distance. This year they have a new spring in the catapult. It's very powerful.
No, thanks.
Oh, but you'll be the first one to take a ride. You'll get all that publicity with it.
No. Look, Kenny, I was up in the air once. As a boy, I had a ride piggyback. That cured me.
But I got to get a celebrity.
Why don't you try Mr. Goodman? He's a celebrity, especially in Brooklyn.
Goodman is going in the bucket only with the hula-hula dancers.
Well, no musical accompaniment this time. Well, I guess Mr. Goodman isn't your man either, Kenny. He can't get his mind off the ground, only as far as those grass skirts.
Maybe I can help you out, Kenny.
No, Portland, you're not going up in that bucket. Now, it's no use, Kenny. Nobody around here is going to take a chance on that catapult.
But the man said if I could find a celebrity, he'd not only hire me as a barker.
What else?
He said he'd name the whole resort after me.
He'll change the name of Coney Island?
He'll call it Kenny Island.
No kidding.
Once when Goodman is playing there, conducting a jukebox, they are naming Coney Island after me.
What did they call it during your engagement?
Corny Island.
That I did. Well, Kenny, I'm sorry your job is off. Now, how about singing your number and just forgetting the catapult?
Oh, but I can't, F.A. I'm going to get that job if I have to take the first ride in a catapult myself.
Gee, there's the telephone.
I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, this is me. You have? Oh, shucks. Okay.
Who was that?
The man at the catapult. He says not to bother. He's got a man to take the first ride in a catapult. Mr. Prentice of Brooklyn.
Mr. Prentice is the test pilot,
Yeah.
huh?
And he said the new spring was a big success.
Fine. Did Mr. Prentice land in the net?
Man didn't say.
Well, it's just a minor detail. Come in.
Sorry to interrupt your program, Mr. Allen. I have a special announcement.
Well, go right ahead.
Calling all Trans-Pacific airliners. Avoid passing over Honolulu. Obstruction over Honolulu at 20,000 feet. And that is all. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Just a minute. That obstruction over Honolulu, is that a tropical storm?
No, it's some man in a bucket. He's treading air.
Guys, Mr. Prentice Yes, Brooklyn.
There you are, Kenny. If I had listened to you, I would precisely at this very minute be somewhere over Honolulu.
Yeah, Effie, and for only 10 cents.
Honolulu, the hula hula dancers. Boom, boom, boom.
Play, maestro. Sing, Kenny.
There dwelt on a time in a forest of sighs one Vilia, a nymph with mysterious eyes. One day a young hunter encountered her there. One look and his heart he gave into her care. My one precious dove, pity the heart that is dying of love. Vilia, oh Vilia, pray thee to rest here with thy head on my breast. Vilia, Vilia, my one precious dove, pity the heart that is dying of love. Vilia, oh Vilia,
Beg pardon, sir. Are you Professor Wallington?
Professor Wallington?
Yes, I was told that Professor Wallington, the eminent astronomer, was appearing on this radio program.
What is this, Jimmy? Is this gentleman looking for you?
I don't know. I'm Jimmy Wallington, sir, if there's anything that I can
No,
do.
No. I want Professor Wallington, the astronomer. I understand he has discovered a star that shines all night despite the weather.
Oh, well, I'm that Wallington, and I know what you mean now. Despite the hour, despite the weather, there's one star that shines all night. The familiar Texaco star.
Fascinating. Tell me more.
The highway may be dark and lonely. The windshield splashed with rain. The time may be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But soon, up ahead, a light comes into view. And under it, there'll be a man waiting to serve you. An alert, capable Texaco dealer. For Texaco dealers at certain convenient points on all national highways have gone on 24-hour duty for the entire touring season. Yes, at all hours, you'll find a Texaco dealer who'll gladly clean your windshield, add water to the radiator, set you straight on your route, offer you the convenience of a fully equipped registered restroom. So plan your trips with Texaco all-night service and Texaco quality products in mind. Remember, even after midnight, you're welcome at a Texaco dealer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a drama of big business called The Saga of the Great American Drugstore, or Over the Pill to the Poorhouse. Music, maestro.
One of the marvels of modern merchandising is that great American institution, the drugstore. The modern drugstore is a museum of miscellany, a rodeo of nostrums and notions that description. And the most confused of these nux vomica shrines is the great Allen Drugomat, we find the dynamic tincture tycoon entering his store to address his employees.
Attention all, attention everybody. Good morning, employees.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Now, today is the great Allen Drugomart's 10th anniversary.
Hooray!
And for 10 years, what has been our Drugomart slogan?
You name it, we've got it.
You name it, we've got it. Correct. Now, let's all get back to work. Let's Jarvis.
Yes, sir?
Put an extra salted peanut in the 10-cent bags today. This is our anniversary, you know.
Yes.
Bildad.
Yes, sir.
Number 7. Bildad, how are things going in the taxidermy department?
Fine, Mr. Allen. I'm stuffing an owl.
Good for you, my little man. Put an extra handful of Excelsior in the stomach. This is our anniversary, you know.
Yes, sir. Pardon me, sir. Where is the horse harness?
Horse harness, 2 aisles over.
Thank you.
You name it, we've got it.
Why can I get a pair of the jitterbugs that hang down in the back?
Way down in the back you want them, or medium down?
Way down.
Well, next, where is that? 2, let me see now, the jitterbug pants at the ready-to-wear department. Oh, yes, next to the jewelry counter. You didn't thank me, sir, but it's all right. You name it. You name it, and we've got it.
Thanks. Buddy, it's a floor show.
The floor show?
Yeah.
The only drugstore in the world with a floor show. Just follow that waitress. Order a 3-decker sandwich.
Yeah.
The chef will whip out his accordion, and the girls will do a number.
Oh, boy, what a drugstore.
Yes, sir. You name it, we've got it.
F.A.,
Stop trembling, Forsyth. What's wrong?
It's a customer, sir. He's asking for something I never heard of.
And you a drug clerk, Forsyth?
I know, sir, but it's...
It's what?
It's something we haven't got.
Haven't got? Ridiculous. Our slogan is, you name it, we've got it. If the customer has named it, we've got it. Where is this potential saboteur?
It's that little man over there.
With the piping on his vest, and the peach stone watch fob, and the frayed spats.
Yes, sir.
The heliotrope left spat, and the lavender right spat.
Sir, what shall I do?
I'll handle this, Forsyth. Will you step over here, sir?
Yes, sir. Look, all I...
What is your name?
Piddly. Aubrey Piddly, sir.
Well, I'm F.A. Allen, president of the Allen Drugomart. You name it, we've got it. Now, Mr. Piddly, just what is it you want?
I want an aspirin.
A what?
I want an aspirin.
I told you, F.A.
Steel yourself, Forsyth.
Look, sir, if you haven't got an
Haven't got. This is a drugstore, Piddly. We have everything. You name it, we've got it.
Yeah, but I gotta get back to work.
Where do you work?
Across the street in the factory. It's too noisy. That's what gives me the headache.
Headache?
Yeah, that's why I want the aspirin. I got a headache.
A headache? A headache is brought on by noise. Why didn't you say so? What you need, man, is something to shut out the noise. Here, now, slip on a pair of these no-din earlaps, Mr. Piddly. There you are.
I can't...
15 cents, please.
Hey, I can't hear you.
30 cents! Now, you get back to the factory, Mr. Piddly. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that was a close shave, Forsyth.
What was that he was asking for?
An aspirin. Obviously, he invented the word, made up a name, and has been repeating it and convinced himself. Why, he must be demented.
Probably no such thing.
But we'd better make sure, Forsyth. Have Miss Prendable check over our inventories and see if she can find anything that even remotely sounds like an aspirin.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's 1 minute to 12, sir.
Oh, 1 minute to 12? The lunch crowd will be here any second.
There goes the factory whistle. They're coming, sir.
Stand back! Here comes the noon rush!
Coming up. A nice orderly crowd today. Only 4 casualties. I'll just roll this little old lady under the counter here.
Excuse me.
You're too late for lunch, sir.
I ain't here for lunch.
Well, what is it you want?
I want an aspirin.
Piddly, are you back here?
Yeah, and my headache is back with me.
Now, let's face it, Piddly.
Yeah.
You came in here a short time ago with a headache.
Yeah.
You said it was caused by the noise.
Yeah.
I sold you a pair of earlaps.
I had to take them off.
Why?
They started my ears sweating.
What?
Now I not only get a headache, I'm wet behind the ear. Hey, look, can I get an aspirin?
Now, just a moment. Keep your toupee on, Mr. Piddly. Mr. Forsyth.
Coming, sir.
Mr. Piddly here still has his headache, probably vitamin D deficiency. Put him under one of our sun lamps.
Yes, sir. I forgot to tell you, sir. The Greyhound Bus Company just called up. They ordered another one.
That's the second Greyhound bus we've sold this week. Not bad, hey, Piddly?
Yeah, but look, could I get an aspirin?
Stop saying that word. Now, you just run along with Mr. Forsyth here. Just a mild canter. Don't run along. I doubt if Mr. Piddly could keep up. Just run along or canter along with Mr. Forsyth. A few minutes under that sun lamp, Piddly, and your headache will be gone like the good old days.
Come along, Mr. Piddly.
All I want is...
Well, Mr. Piddly, a service. I'll get about
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, you wish to see me, young man?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a job as a pharmacist.
Pharmacist, eh?
Yeah, I just graduated from the School of Pharmacy, sir, with high honors.
High honors, eh? Well, we'll soon see. I'll give you a quick pharmaceutical test. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, sir.
What is a PB?
Peanut butter sandwich.
Draw one.
Coffee.
Chinese boiled dinner.
Chop suey.
An actor and his radio script.
Ham and eggs.
Bad news in a nutshell.
Hamburger in a bun.
Bookends.
2 pieces of angel cake.
Chorus girl's breakfast.
Coke with cornflake float.
Do you know how to repair a Mickey Mouse watch?
Oh, yes, sir.
You're hired.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're going places in the pharmacy game, son. Now, slip a smock on over your raincoat there and go to work.
Oh, yes, sir.
And just a minute.
Yes, sir?
Do you know what an aspirin is?
Wait. An aspirin? No, sir, I never heard of an aspirin.
Good. Well, go to work.
Yes, sir.
And remember, small scoops in the ice cream cone.
Oh, yes.
Well, fine.
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Piddly.
Dad, who is this? Oh, it's Piddly. Look at your face, Piddly. What happened, Forsyth?
I'm afraid he stayed under the sun lamp too long, sir.
Your face is black, Piddly. What about your headache?
Could you all sell me an aspirin?
Dad, he's got a southern accent.
Yes, and I still got a headache.
Well, naturally, Piddly, I've just noticed your celluloid collar there. It's too tight. The blood is cut off from your head. A headache is often caused by poor circulation. Now, there's only one thing to do.
Could you all get me an aspirin?
No. The pain is in your head.
Yeah.
Now, we'll put a mustard plaster on your stomach. That will draw the pain from your head down into your stomach. We'll put 2 hot water bottles on your legs. That will draw the pain down into your feet. Are you following me, Forsyth?
Yes, sir. The headache is now on Mr. Piddly's feet.
Good. We'll take off his shoes and stockings, put him in a vibrating machine, and shake him well.
Is that going to cure my headache?
Your feet are bare. The vibrator will shake the ache out of your system, and also that dialect, I hope. Now get to work, Forsyth.
Come, Mr. Piddly.
Look, one little aspirin.
Gad, if this only works, Piddly will forget about that confounded aspirin, and our slogan will be saved.
Well, Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Miss Prendable. Have you looked through our inventories?
I looked through everything. There's no such thing.
No aspirin?
Here's our drug list.
Acids, adding machines, alarm clocks, angina pads, anchors, arch supporters.
See, there's no such thing as aspirin.
Well, that's good enough for me. Now, if I can only convince Piddly... here he comes with Mr. Forsyth. What news, Forsyth?
Mr. Piddly has had his vibrator treatment, sir. I put it in high.
He seems to be still shaking.
I shook the daylights out of him, sir.
Good. How do you feel, Mr. Piddly?
Hey, who am I?
Dad, he doesn't know who he is.
I must have shaken his brain all up, sir.
Hey, where am I?
He doesn't know where he is.
Who are you two guys?
Quick, Forsyth. Hand him his shoes and stockings. Put his hat back on.
You mean, sir?
He doesn't know who he is, where he is, or what he wanted.
The aspirin, sir.
Don't mention that word, Forsyth. We'll get Piddly out on the street. He won't know he was ever in here.
And our slogan?
You name it, we've got it, we'll be saved.
Eureka, sir.
Take his other arm, Forsyth.
Yes,
Come, Piddly.
Where am I going? Who am I, huh?
Your name is Piddly.
Yeah,
You're going
Piddly.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, all right.
You're all set, Mr. Piddly.
Yeah.
You've got your shoes and stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
Your hat.
Yeah.
Your swagger stick.
Yeah.
Good. You've got everything.
Yeah, all but one thing.
What?
I want an aspirin.
Thank you. And here's Jimmy Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds.
Fire chiefs and the men who drive fire engines, ambulances, and patrol cars always turn thumbs down on poor performance. That's why duds just never stand a chance in that company. And that goes for gasoline duds, too. Those sluggish, slow-action elements that are a drag on your engine. They're not wanted. And they're not present in Texaco Fire Chief, the gasoline designed for fire engines and other emergency duty vehicles. Yes, the duds are out. That explains those speedy Fire Chief starts, the lively pickup, and power in the pinches. When you fill up at the Fire Chief pump, you're getting only the elements that are rich in driving energy, the powerful ones that work to give you mileage, save money. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, Mr. Thomas Dewey will be here to have a word with you. Mr. Thomas Dewey, next Wednesday night. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday, the U.S.-USSR Heavyweight Boxing Championship featuring Olympian John Tate and the man who twice beat Teofilo Stevenson, Igor Besutsky, and the World Trophy Freestyle Skiing Championships, Saturday on ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Everything was all right until about a mile north of the Cimarron. That's when my horse got a hoof caught in a frozen dog hole and broke his leg. So I had to shoot him. It made me feel awful bad. I didn't feel any better thinking about the walk ahead of me. Close to 40 miles to Dodge and carrying my saddle all the way.
Guess I'd been on the trail about an hour. Near as I could figure, it was around 3 in the afternoon.
And I had to ease the saddle off my shoulders for a rest and a smoke. And that's when I saw the stranger riding up from the way I'd come. He was tall and thin. And his horse was taller and even thinner. And they made quite a pair.
Hi.
How are you?
You lost?
No. My horse busted his leg a way back. I'm on my way to Dodge.
Oh, it's your house, huh? I saw it.
Yeah.
On your way to Dodge, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
You got any more of that tobacco?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
That's okay.
And a big walk you've got ahead, ain't it?
Kinda.
It's going to be dark soon. You figure making camp?
That's the idea.
Uh-huh. Well, it's too bad.
Yeah.
Do you need any food?
No, thanks. I got enough.
Uh-huh. Well, I thank you for the tobacco.
Sure. Anytime.
Hey.
Yeah?
Not saying this beast won't drop dead from the shock, but do you want to climb on behind? Save you a piece of boot leather for a while, anyway.
Well, I'd be much obliged if you think that animal of yours can carry us.
Well, she won't mind. Should have been dead a long time ago, except she don't know it. She don't mind.
Well, okay. Thanks. Here, will you hold my saddle till I get up, huh?
Yeah, give it here.
Yeah.
Can you manage this saddle?
Yeah, give it. Yeah, I got it. Now, let's go. You heading for Dodge, too?
Not in particular. Just north.
Uh-huh.
This beast'll do about 10 knots with the wind behind her, but we ain't gonna get more than 5 with this load. You ain't in no hurry, are you?
Well, I was kind of hoping to get back tonight. It's Christmas Eve, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right, ain't it?
Yeah.
That backbone of hers sticking into you?
Oh, no, it's okay. Thanks.
Notice that tin do-jigger tied to you. You with the law?
Yeah, I'm a U.S. Marshal. My name's Matt Dillon.
That's so. I've never seen a marshal on foot.
Well, it happens sometimes.
How is it you're down this way? Isn't it a mite off your course?
Hmm?
So you marshal down here as well as Dodge?
No, I just took a prisoner across the Cimarron into Oklahoma territory. Turned him over to the Army there.
Did, huh?
And then he shut up tight. We must have ridden a couple of miles without a word. I got to thinking about Dodge and Chester, Doc, and Kitty, and the rest of them. You know, there's something pretty special about any place at Christmas time. The backbone on the stranger's nag was just about to split me in two when he talked up.
My name is Cowley.
Oh?
Cowley. Better heave to a spell. She's breathing mighty hard. All right, hold up. Yes.
Yeah, it's getting a little chilly, isn't it?
Yeah. Could I trouble you for another smoke?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
I thank you. Say, what's it like in Dodge?
What?
Dodge. What's it like?
Oh, it's like any other town, I guess.
Pretty big, huh?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Not so big as New York, though.
Oh, no, not as big as that.
You know, I haven't been in a big town now for more than 10 years.
Oh, is that so?
No. Been down the territories, drifting. Thought I'd move up north this time. Maybe go back east.
Now, you're from the east, huh?
Some time back. Say, what's it like?
What?
Well, Dodge, any town. At Christmas. Same as it used to be?
Well, I guess so.
What do you do?
Well, it's the same as most people, I guess. What most people do at Christmas.
Well, that ain't saying a lot. What are the folks like? And what does it look like? I just kind of like to know.
Well, I don't know. Well, there's Front Street. That's most of Dodge right now. Of course, it's getting bigger all the time.
Do you have any kids?
No, I'm not married.
Kids have fun
Christmas.
Yeah, they do. That's certain. In Dodge, they sometimes have a party for the kids a couple of days before Christmas. Kids like that. And then everybody gets feeling good, looking forward to Christmas Eve. Like last year. There was snow on the ground, but the sky was clear. You could even see the stars. I was going down the street to the Texas Trail to meet Doc and Chester. Chester, he's my deputy. Doc's a doctor in town. We had some work to do later on in the evening. You could see the light shining behind the curtained windows, and almost everybody had a sprig of holly berries hanging up. They got some from the east a couple of days earlier. I remember running into John Bumby. He's a kind of general handyman in Dodge. Never says much, but he sure had a lot to say that night.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Oh, hi, John.
A lovely night for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, John.
Yeah?
Pretty fine night.
Peace on earth, goodwill to men. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's the way it should be, John.
You know, Marshal, this is going to be quite a night for me. Yes, sir.
Oh, is that so?
Oh, yes, sir. Tonight, I'm asking Mrs. McNish to become Mrs. Bumby.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What, John? I didn't know that.
I know it's been a mighty fast secret, but I'm popping the question tonight.
Well, I wish you a lot of luck, John. Hey, I'll tell you what. Come by to the Texas Trail later, and we'll have a drink on it.
Oh, I will. I really will, Marshal. You're good and kind, Marshal. Good and kind. Merry Christmas, Marshal Dillon. Merry Christmas.
Well, the same to you, John. That may sound kind of funny to you, but John Bumby's a good man. A little peculiar sometimes, but good as they come. And they don't make enough like him. Of course, most everybody in Dodge suspected Doc and Ms. McNish were sweet on each other. But it just goes to show you. I'll tell you about John and Ms. McNish a little later. So I went on down the street. You know, it's a funny thing about those words, Merry Christmas. Men say it to each other, and, well, it makes them feel kind of good.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Used to be a seafaring man myself. When you're on the sea and it comes Christmas, things like that can count a lot.
Yeah.
Well, we might as well get underway again, huh?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, you want to take my saddle?
Give it here.
Okay. All right. Give it to me. Okay.
Come. I guess you'll miss it in Dodge tonight. Won't you?
Well, if you could get a little more out of this nag of yours, we might make it tonight.
No, there's not a chance. She'll be on her beam ends pretty quick. She's been on a long reach since sunup.
Oh.
Mighty bare country up this way.
All right, depends on what you're used to, I suppose.
Mighty bare where I've been, too. It's not like the sea. That's always different.
How come you left it? I always heard a sailor doesn't ever get it out of his blood.
The sea? I guess you can get it out of your blood, all right. You got the right reason you can.
Yeah, I guess so.
Say, you trying to get something out of me?
Well, no. Get what? I would just remark.
You want to ride with me? I don't want any talk about the sea.
Well, you brought it up.
Get it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Jack Benny and his whole fun-making gang make a personal appearance at a Long Beach, California Veterans Hospital. It's going to be a Christmas they'll never forget, as Benny and the bunch cut loose while they assist the folks at the hospital in trimming their Christmas tree. Be sure to join the fun tomorrow night on CBS Radio, when it's Jack Benny time all across America. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Amos Cowley sulked his way along the trail for the next while. And then it was almost like he couldn't stand the quiet. Or maybe he had things on his mind. He turned his head.
Go on.
What?
Go on. Tell me some more.
Oh, about Dodge?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you try some more, huh?
Well, they got a little pine tree in the Texas Trail.
Tree?
Yeah, come down a long way from the north. Kitty Russell, she's a hostess in the Texas Trail. Well, she got a lot of ribbon and gewgaws and made it look real nice. That was last Christmas.
A star at the top?
A star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. It looked like a star, I guess. It sure looked pretty. And there was a difference in the place that day. Everybody was celebrating and feeling real good. The doors would swing open and somebody would come in and, maybe somebody you just knew to nod at, but because it was Christmas Eve, he'd come right up and say, hello. Oh, maybe that's a good reason, maybe not. I don't know.
All right, I'll take it.
Anyhow, it was still kind of early.
Just wait your turn.
Kitty and Chester were standing off looking at the tree.
Hi, Matt.
Good evening, Mr. Dillon.
Hi, Kitty. Chester.
How do you like it, Matt? Christmas tree.
That's real pretty.
Only tree but one in the whole town.
Yeah, Kate's got one over the Alphaganza.
Oh, well, I'll have to see it later.
You're next.
Where's Sam?
I don't know. Maybe he started celebrating too soon.
Oh.
Doc's taking over the bar. Yeah, that's right.
You want a drink, Kitty?
Sure. Oh, right away. I'll get you a drink. I'll get you.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, Mr. Dillon?
Forgotten? What, Chester?
There. What did I tell you, Miss Kitty? I knew just as sure as my nose.
Oh, that. No. I hadn't forgotten.
Oh, well, I thought as soon as I get Sam sober enough to take care of the customers, we could go on over to Doc's like we planned.
Sure, we'll do that, Chester.
Here you are, Matt.
Thanks, Doc.
Yeah, well, it's still snowing out.
No, it's not. Where you going, Kitty?
All right. Just want to look outside. Real pretty.
Man thinks of a lot of funny things that don't mean much. Kitty standing at the door, sniffing the cold air, and the warmth inside, and the whiskey in me. It was a good feeling. And then Chester and I decided to take a bottle over to Mr. Hightower. He's the telegraph operator over at the depot. He runs a printing shop on the side.
Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Do you mind if I stop by the church for a minute?
No, I don't mind.
I just feel kind of right tonight, Mr. Dillon. Figure I ought to thank somebody for it.
Sure. So we stopped by the church. I've never been much of a man for church, I guess, but I went along with Chester. Wasn't anybody else there, just the two of us. Guess we sat for 10 minutes in that place. Chester a little way off with his head bowed. There's a lot of peace in the church. Maybe it's the quiet. Maybe it's the good that people find in there. Whatever it was, it made a man feel glad about pretty much everything.
I haven't been in a church since I don't know when.
Oh, is that so?
Heave to. Well, she's becalmed again, mister.
Okay.
She sure wasn't built for it, I'll tell you. You ever see anything like that?
She is kind of old, isn't she?
I've had her going on 8 years. She hasn't changed a mite. Eats like a pig and looks like a four-legged mizzenmast.
Smoke?
Don't mind. Hey, what about that
That fella Hightower, did you get that bottle to him? Oh, sure. Yeah, I guess it was lonely over in the depot all alone. He was glad for the company. There was a wood fire burning in the stove, but it didn't keep out the cold much.
You gents, Merry Christmas.
Well, how's it going, Mr. Hightower?
Oh, slow, Marshal, slow. Bit of excitement about an hour back, though.
That so?
Yeah, 9:15 got stuck between here and Hutchinson. Lots of snow back there.
They getting her out?
Oh, sure, they're trying, but I'm sure glad I'm not on it. It's going to be a cold night on that train.
Well, it's kind of chilly in here, isn't it, Mr. Hightower?
Any warmer, and I'm going to sleep.
Well, say, we brought you over a bottle of Irish for company.
Jameson's, well, I declare I was just thinking about a tot before you boys come in. Now, that's real friendly. Will you have a drink with me?
We sure will.
Let's open her up, huh? A couple of glasses up on the shelf there, Chester. Get them down, will you?
I don't know if you get an idea about the folks in Dodge or not. They're not any different than any other people, or the town either. I guess maybe it's a pretty small place at that. The depot, the hall, a few stores, the church, Doc's office, the Texas Trail, Alafraganza, my office. Not much, but it's where you live, you know?
Sounds all right. I lived in a town once back east. Small. I know what you mean.
Oh, maybe you'll be...
Real pretty.
I still believe in St. Nick.
Oh, sure. I
Mighty
suppose.
few kids down where I've been. Injun kids, they don't believe in St. Nick.
No reason they should, I guess.
I used to believe in it, you know that?
Well, I guess most people did one time or another. Hey, you figure we come maybe 10 miles?
Maybe.
It's getting dark.
Yeah. Well, come on. You want to ride the saddle for a bit?
Oh, no. That's okay.
Well, then okay.
We rode on, and I thought about last year, about Kitty, Doc, and Chester and me going over to Doc's place after Doc got tired at Tended Bar at the Texas Trail. It was about 1:45, and we stood around and sang Christmas carols. And I remember how it sounded that night, how it looked. The glow in the stove in the middle of the room, and the frosty windows. Yeah, it was Christmas Eve, all right.
Was so deep. Noel, 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 Noel. Born is the King of Israel.
Say, that was fine. That was just fine.
Yes, it was.
Oh, gee. Say, now, what do you say if we...
Listen.
Huh? Oh. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
You know, I feel sentimental. That's exactly what I feel. I feel sentimental.
I know what you mean, Doc. I surely know.
Okay, Doc. Bring him out.
And I remember how Doc scuttled over to the bureau and brought out some packages. The presents weren't much, but it didn't matter what they were. And when we'd finished opening them, it was Chester who said what we were all thinking.
I just want to say, Miss Kitty, Doc, you, Mr. Dillon, I just want to say that this is the best doggone Christmas I ever had. And that's what I want to say.
Hey, he was going to tell me about that fella John was courting that woman. What was her name?
Oh, yeah. Miss McNish.
That's right.
Well, she said yes. And you've never seen two happier people in your whole life. Yeah, she's Miss McNish Bumpy now.
Oh, that's good.
You know, you might settle for a bit in Dodge, or you could get work there.
Sure would be fine if you could get back tonight, wouldn't it?
Well, it can't be helped. I'd be a lot further away and a sight more tired if you hadn't come along.
Yeah. Now, listen. How far do you figure before there's a place you might pick up a horse?
Oh, I don't know, 15 miles or so, maybe.
Oh, we're not going to make any 15 miles in this nag tonight, that's for sure.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, I tell you what. You go on alone, you see.
Oh, no, forget it.
Now, you go on alone. She'd hold out with one man on her. And then you get a fresh horse and you ride into Dodge tonight.
Well, thanks. That's very
I'm
kind.
telling you, I want you to go. I'll be fine. I've walked before. Probably make it almost as quick as you.
Look, it's real nice of you, Mr. Colley, but no thanks.
Now, Christmas don't mean nothing to me. You got friends waiting for you.
Well, I'll see them tomorrow.
You're a fool.
Oh, that may be.
All of them nice folks, you're going to make them feel pretty bad.
Look, I'll stay. If you want to go on along, thanks for the ride.
Well, might as well make camp then.
I guess so.
And listen, you want to tell me some more about what you was telling me before we turn in?
Well, sure.
I take it kindly, mister. I'll get yourself settled. I got some stuff in my pack we can eat and maybe get a fire going. And after we eat, you can tell me some more.
We made a fire and then shared what we had for supper. He seemed to soften up after that, and we talked for a couple or 3 hours. It was like he was starved for news of people, everyday things, and just plain company. And that's how we spent Christmas Eve together out on the plain. And then when the fire was dying down and I was about ready for sleep, he said...
Marshal.
Yeah?
I want to tell you something. I've been needing to tell it for a long time. Do you mind?
Well, of course I don't mind.
Well, then I'll tell you. A few years ago, I was skipper of a little schooner. I used to sail up and down the East Coast, you know, Boston, New York.
Yeah.
Well, one night, we hit dirty weather off New Jersey. Real dirty. Blew us off course, and we piled up on the rocks and knocked the bottom out.
That's too bad.
There was 18 passengers aboard, Marshal. 4 of them was kids. We never saw them again.
No.
And my own wife and my kid went down, too.
I'm sorry.
Well, no. Something must have happened to me after that. I didn't want nothing to do with ships or the sea, and I started to drift out this way. I couldn't forget, though, do you know? And I didn't want to be near folks, especially kids, to remind me, do you know?
Yeah.
And that's how come I've been slewing around ever since.
Sure, I understand.
Just kind of wanted to get it off my chest.
Sure.
Marshal, I'd like to ride into Dodge with you tomorrow. You think I might meet some of them folks you was telling about?
Oh, I don't see why not.
That'd be all right. Maybe I wouldn't need to drift no more. Maybe I could, drop anchor, do you know?
Yeah, you might at that.
Yes. Well, good night.
Good night.
Merry Christmas, Marshal.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Cowley.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin with Harry Bartell and John Daner, Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Edgar Bergen's real-life daughter, Candy, pays him and you a visit on The Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. Candy and Charlie hit it off fine, but Edgar has cause to regret his hasty decision to invite his 6-year-old daughter into the show, especially when she starts throwing her voice. Sounds like fun tomorrow night on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents The Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Eve Arden, as our Miss Brooks, teaches you how to laugh every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
You know, it used to take 43 marked throne beer baseball cards to get one call for Rilla. So I was surprised when the light beer people called me to do this commercial. I mean, I do drink light beer, and it tastes great. It's got a third less calories than their regular beer, and it's less filling. But, you know, I'm kind of worried, because if I do for light beer what I did for baseball, I'm afraid their sales might go down.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Pinch Me. You know, one secret of planning a successful meal, ladies and gentlemen, is to finish with a flourish, with a really swell dessert. In fact, that's one reason so many people like Jell-O, because it always winds up the meal in a grand style with a burst of color and a touch of rich, lingering flavor. Take cherry Jell-O, for example. Nothing makes a prettier picture than a shimmering, bright red mold of cherry Jell-O with golden sliced peaches glowing in its depths. And what a tangy, refreshing flavor. As tempting as the real ripe fruit itself. A solid, satisfying goodness that you'll want to enjoy again and again. No doubt about it, a dessert like that certainly adds the final glowing glory to any meal. So when you plan dinner tomorrow, plan to finish with a flourish with Jell-O in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Only just be sure of getting genuine Jell-O when you buy. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Pinch Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Don, does Phil get here yet?
Not yet, Jack.
Oh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being our first program of the new year, we bring you that holdover from 1939, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I didn't mean to interrupt you before, but I'm a little anxious for Phil to get here. He isn't out in the hall, is he?
No, Jack. What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble, Don. That is, I hope not. You see, I made a wager with Phil on the Rose Bowl game last Monday, and he lost. He'll be so mad he'll go nuts.
Oh, so you bet a couple of bucks on Southern California, huh?
Couple of bucks nothing. I bet $50 on SC. 50 smackers.
Pardon me, I must be in the wrong studio.
Mary, come back here. There's nothing wrong with my risking $50. Of course, I was pretty sure that I'd win.
I'll bet you wrote a suicide note just in case.
I did nothing of the kind. Anyway, Don, just wait till Phil gets here. I doubt if he even shows up.
Oh, he'll show up, Jack.
Well, don't start ribbing him or anything, because I'll have enough time collecting as it is. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you enjoy the Rose Bowl game last Monday?
I certainly did. I didn't see you, Dennis. Where were you sitting?
Well, it was the darndest coincidence, Mr. Benny. You know, last Monday I was 20 years old.
Yeah?
I had seats right on the 20-yard line.
Well, that is a coincidence.
They weren't very good, though. I missed half the plays.
Oh, that's a shame.
Too bad you weren't Jack's age. You could have seen everything.
Mary, that may have been a brilliant remark, but it doesn't happen to fit. I was sitting behind the goalpost, way up in the 75th row.
75th row. Did you enjoy the game, Jack?
Oh, it was all right till the last quarter.
What happened then?
My radio broke and the clouds rolled in. What a seat I had.
Did you have any bets on the game, Mr. Benny?
Just one, but I anticipate a bit of trouble collecting. You know, Dennis, I bet $50 with Phil Harris, and wait till you see him when he has to pay up. Oh, what a bum sport. You know, he's the kind of a fella that...
Quiet, Jack. Here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Watch me needle him. Well, hello, gambler. How's the old Tennessee fan today?
Fine, Jackson, and here's your $50. You deserve it, kid. You sure can pick 'em.
Oh, boy, is he burned up.
You know, Jack, I looked for you right after the game. I wanted to pay you then.
Oh, sure. I bet you did. I can just see you.
Well, here you are, Jackson. Aren't you going to take the money? It's all yours, kid.
Oh, boy, what a sore loser. See what I told you, fellas?
What's going on here? If you don't want it, I'll put the dough back in my pocket.
You see? Backing out, eh? I thought so.
What are you talking about? I lost the bet and I want to pay off. Here's your $50.
I won't take it.
Why not?
Because you're a welcher and you can't fool me. That's why.
Jack, you mean to say that you're not going to take the money Phil's offering you?
No, I'm not.
That's liable to knock the war right off the front page.
Listen, Mary, I wouldn't accept a dime from a guy that takes the attitude he does.
Why, Jack, are you crazy? The man offered you the money 4 times.
But he could do it like a gentleman. He doesn't have to come in here and throw it on the floor.
Who threw it on the floor? It's right here in my hand.
You can't bluff me, Harris. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. I'll collect from that guy if I have to attach his salary. I've met small-timers before.
But, gee, Mr. Benny, I saw Mr. Harris offer you the money. He wants you to take it.
Sure he wants me to take it. You know why, don't you?
Why?
Because when I bend over to put it in my shoe, he'll kick me. I'm wise. I know all the tricks. Sing, Dennis. It's about time somebody exposed that guy.
Last night we met, and I dream of you yet, with the wind and the rain in your hair. There in the mist, how you sighed when we kissed, with the wind and the rain in your hair. The rain was a song, the wind was a voice, the night was dark and stormy, but how could my heart ever be cold with your 2 arms to warm me? Last night we met, and I dream of you yet, with the wind and the rain in your hair. I held you tight as you whispered good night, with the wind and the rain in your hair. Now it will be my favorite memory, that vision of you standing there. Darling,
was With the Wind and Rain in Her Hair, sung by Dennis Day, and accompanied by a deadbeat and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
What do you mean, deadbeat? Here's your $50. Take it.
Don't rush me. I'll get it my own way. And now, folks, if we can get back to the spirit of our program, tonight, the Benny slot machine players will hit the jackpot with their version of Frank Lloyd's great production, that maritime epic, Rulers of the Sea. Now, I will play the part...
But, Jack, last week you made a big announcement that we were going to do Golden Boy tonight.
Well, we were going to do Golden Boy, Dom, but I've decided to let it go for a while.
And I know why.
Mary, that's not the reason. Anyway, folks...
Why the sudden switch?
Don, please. Now, I will play the part...
Come on, Mary, tell us. Why doesn't Jack want to do Golden Boy?
Well...
Mary.
Here's what happened.
Oh.
A week ago Saturday night, Jack called me up and asked me if I'd like to go over to the Wilshire Bowl for dinner, as Gladys had to work.
She did not.
Anyway, we got to the bowl about 9 o'clock and had a table way in back where Phil couldn't see us. And just as we were finishing dinner,
Well, do you like the food, Mary?
Yeah. Gee, it's crowded in here, isn't it?
It sure is. Hey, waiter, bring me another cup of coffee, please.
I don't know about that, Mr. Benny.
Go get it.
Yes, sir.
Gee whiz, Jack. Just because the second cup of coffee is free, you don't have to have 5 of them.
Mary, it all averages up. How many people even take the second cup?
Cigars, cigarettes, and novelties. Cigarettes?
Oh, girlie, give me a cigar, will you, please?
Yes, sir. What kind?
A couple of those Santa Fe Biltmores. By the way, what's that you've got on your tray there, tied up in that pink ribbon?
That's a lock of Mr. Harris's hair. 50 cents.
Oh, well, I don't want it.
You better take it. This is the last one left, and we don't shear him again for a month.
No, thanks just the same. Imagine that, Mary. Is that Phil corny?
Cigars, cigarettes, corn. Get in the mood, folks.
Selling locks of his hair now. Isn't that awful? Say, I wonder what time the floor show goes on.
Oh, look, there's Mort Werner, Phil's announcers, getting ready to introduce Phil.
Oh, yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wilshire Bowl. And now, folks, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our master of ceremonies and comedian.
Oh, boy.
That maiden's dream on the beam, Phil Harris.
How does he rate a reception like that?
Well, Phil's very popular here.
Thank you. Jello again, this is smiling Phil Harris talking.
Jello again. He got that from me.
You remember me, folks, your favorite comedian and the star of that Paramount picture, Man About Town.
He got that from Rochester.
Quiet. I want to hear this great comedian.
Hey, Mort.
Yes, Phil?
Who was that lady I seen you walking down the street with last night?
That was my grandmother.
Not bad.
Oh, my goodness. And they're laughing yet.
Say, Phil, I heard you were in the hospital last week.
Yes, I was, Mort.
Pretty sick, eh?
No, pretty nerves.
Hey, waiter, bring me another cup of coffee. I'm going to get even somehow.
I'll have one with you.
Pull up a chair, kid. Mary, I can't understand why people laugh at Phil. His jokes aren't funny.
They're happy because there's no cover charge.
That must be it.
And now, folks, we'll be back in a little while with some sizzling dance music. See you later. Yeah.
Well, thank heaven. Say, Mary, let's pay the check and get out of here.
Okay, I'll match you this time.
No, tonight it's my treat. Come on, let's go.
All right. Oh, Jack, look. Isn't that Barbara Stanwyck sitting over there?
Where?
Right over there at the ringside table.
Oh, yeah, she's with another couple.
I wonder where Bob Taylor is.
I don't know. I'm going over and say hello to her.
Do you know Barbara Stanwyck?
Of course I know her. And say, Mary, I've got a great idea. As long as we're going to do Golden Boy next Sunday, wouldn't it be marvelous if I could get Barbara to play her original role?
It sure would.
I'm going right over and fix it. See you in a minute.
You know, Barbara, it's a shame Bob had to work at the studio tonight.
It certainly is, Barbara.
Well, he's finishing a picture, and they're working overtime. know, Lillian, I was telling Bob only this morning that...
Well, well. Hello, Barbara.
Hello. As I was saying, Lillian, I told Bob only this morning that it was...
Well, how are you, Barbara?
I'm fine, thank you.
Gee, it's sure a surprise running into you here at the Wilshire Bowl. Where's Bob?
He's busy at the studio. I expect him later.
Oh.
Are you working here?
No, I just dropped in for a cup of coffee. Are these folks relatives of yours?
Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Kendall, this is Ben Burney.
No, that's Jack Burney. I mean, Benny. How do you do?
How do you do?
You know, Mr. Benny, I always listen to your program. Is Miss Livingston with you this evening?
Yes, Mrs. Kendall. She's sitting right over there with the waiter. Well, Barbara, it's sure a surprise seeing you here. Where's Bob tonight?
I told you he was at the studio.
Oh, that's right. Busy, huh?
Yes, busy.
Well, it's sure a surprise. Yes, sir. Oh, look, the orchestra's about to start a number. Would you like to dance, Barbara?
Not that I know of.
Oh, come on.
All right, folks, grab your partners. We're going to play a little number entitled The Sun Shines Bright in My Old Kentucky Home Because There's a Big Hole in the Roof.
Oh, brother. Come on, Barbara, let's dance. Come on.
All right. Wait till I get my shoe on.
Oh, yes. Why, Barbara, you dance divinely.
Thank you.
But you're going a little fast, aren't you?
Just hang on, Pappy.
Oh, you're priceless. See, isn't this swell, Barbara? See, I just love dancing.
Do you always puff like this?
No, I'm just a little excited. You know, when I was a kid back in Waukegan, I used to... Oop, I tripped. Sorry, Barbara.
Oh, that's all right.
Somebody must have shoved me.
Yes.
So crowded. But you know, as I was saying, Barbara, when I was a kid in Waukegan, I used to... Oop! I tripped again.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the matter with me tonight. I'm generally very graceful. In fact, I got medals for dancing.
Well, take them off. They're tearing my dress.
Oh, you have a marvelous sense of humor. See, Barbara, look at the way that guy leads an orchestra, how he loves to show off.
I like his style very much. Hello, Phil.
Well, Barbara, how are you, Babs?
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, by the way, Phil, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
You work for me. How do you do yet? See you later, Corny. You know, I call him Corny.
What does he call you?
He wouldn't dare. Come on, Barbara. I've got something very important I want to ask you. Let's dance some more. 1, 2. So you see, Barbara, that would be a terrific novelty. What do you say?
Well, I'd love to help you out, Jack, but do you think it would go over?
Why, of course it would go over. Just imagine you playing your original role in Golden Boy on my program, with me playing opposite you. Doesn't that intrigue you? Doesn't that do something to you? Doesn't that thrill you?
Keep mentioning things.
Good. Then it's a deal. Now, let's see. When can we rehearse?
Now, wait a minute.
Now, how about rehearsing Tuesday afternoon at my house?
Oh, all right.
Then it's a date. My house, 3 o'clock Tuesday. I must tell Mary. Oh, there she is dancing with the waiter. Oh, Mary! Mary!
Anyway, Don, Jack made a date with Barbara for Tuesday afternoon at his house.
Did she show up?
Sure she did.
Then why isn't Jack doing Golden Boy tonight?
Well, wait till I tell you what happened.
Mary, forget it.
I got over to Jack's house about 2:45, and you should have seen him. He was so excited, all he kept saying was, Rochester, have you fixed the sandwiches? Rochester, have you done this? Have you done that?
Rochester, have you fixed the sandwiches?
Yes, boss, here they are.
What's in them?
This is some of that Thanksgiving turkey which we also serve for Christmas.
Oh.
That bird has made more farewell appearances than Harry Lauder.
Well, I don't want to serve that to Miss Stanwyck. My goodness, haven't we got any peanut butter or something?
Yes, sir.
Well, make some of those. And, Rochester, when Miss Stanwyck arrives, bring her right into the library here.
Okay, boss.
And, oh, yes, take that copy of Shakespeare down from the shelf, dust it off, open it to Hamlet, and put it on the table. It'll make an impression.
Uh-huh.
Gee, I hope I look all right. What do you think of my new suit, Rochester?
The coat's beautiful, boss, but don't you think you ought to put your pants on?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, get 'em quick.
Are you in there, Jack?
Yeah, but don't come in for a minute, Mary. I'm waiting for something.
Here's your pants, boss.
Thanks.
Say, that's a mighty good-looking outfit.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it.
You ought to buy more brown suits, Mr. Benny. They flatter both of us.
Rochester, don't you dare put this on until it starts to shine. Mary, you can come in now.
What was going on, Jack?
My pants. Now, Mary, just for today, I want you to do me a favor. Please lay off the wisecrack, will you?
Okay. But say, Jack, you ought to take that sign down from in front of your house. It looks awful.
What sign?
The one that says, Today in person, Barbara Stanwyck.
What? Rochester, did you put that sign up in front of the house?
Yeah, I'll teach the neighbors to hi-hat us.
Darn right. Leave it up. Now, Mary, when I'm rehearsing with Miss Stanwyck today, you can help me out by commenting on how good I am.
What should I do?
Well, when I finish a very dramatic line, you yell out, bravo. No, it'll impress Barbara.
Bravo? What does that mean?
Never mind what it means. Just say bravo.
Why can't I say pew?
Don't you dare. Now, I want everything to be... That must be her now. Answer the door, Rochester.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, control yourself.
I'm all right. Where's my cigar?
In your ear.
Oh, yes. Now, remember, Mary.
Good evening. May I take your coat?
Thank you.
Barbara, come right in. Well, this is a surprise.
Surprise?
Yes. That is, welcome home. Make yourself at home.
You mean hello.
That's it. Oh, by the way, Barbara, this is Mary Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
I knew Bob Taylor before you did.
Mary. Don't mind her, Barbara. She's always like that.
I know. She used to sell me hose at the May Company.
Well, that's a good one.
Shut up.
Serves you right. Well, let's go on with the rehearsal. Did you bring the script with you, Barbara?
Yes, and as the play is very long, I've selected one scene which I think would be ideal for both of us.
Oh, you mean it's equally important?
Yes. It's that scene where Lorna pleads with Joe to give up fighting and go back to his violin.
I see. And I'm Joe.
Unless you'd rather be Lorna.
Oh, no. No, Joe is all right. I'm Joe.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
I just got back. Mary, cut it out. Well, Barbara, I think we'd better get going with our rehearsal.
All right. Now, here's your part. It's on page 93.
Oh, yes.
Well, what a beautiful copy of Shakespeare you have here. Are you fond of his plays?
Oh, yes. I often while away an hour or so perusing Hamlet, Macbeth, As You Like It, The Tempest.
Bravo!
Not yet. Oh, yes, I'm quite fond of Shakespeare.
Well, that's that. Should I put it back on the shelf now,
Never mind, Rochester. Bring in some tea and sandwiches.
Yes, sir.
Now, all right, Barbara, I'm ready to rehearse.
Let's take it from the top of the page here. The scene where I'm trying to get you out of the fight racket. You have the first line.
Oh, yes. Joe, I'm going, Lorna.
Don't read Joe, just read the line.
Oh, yes, excuse me. I'm going, Lorna.
Don't go, Joe. You must listen to me. When I first saw you, I didn't care what you did. I thought you were just a fighter. I didn't love you then. I didn't care whether you lived or died or what happened to you. I didn't care if I ever saw you again.
I'm going, Lorna.
No, Joe, you must listen to me. I love you now. You're part of me. Watching you become a fighter taught me something. I've seen you get hard-shelled and tough. Oh, you shouldn't be in the ring, Joe. It's not for you. You belong in your home with your violin.
I'm going, Lorna.
Oh, please, Joe. Please, Joe, if you love me, you'll listen to me. I know why you're doing this. You're bitter and calloused and hard-boiled. But, Joe, don't you remember that night? You spoke of music and what it meant to you. How you loved your violin. You knew what was right then, how people should live. Oh, Joe, give up fighting, please, please.
I'm going, Lorna?
Jack, read that right. That's I'm going, Lorna.
Well, I'm tired of saying it the same way. See, it gets monotonous. A fine part.
Well, you've got a very dramatic speech coming up. It's the next line.
Oh, yes, I didn't see it. Go ahead, Barbara.
What do you say? Oh, Joe, will you give up fighting? Joe, you don't need the money.
It isn't the money. I got plenty.
Bravo, and how?
Mary! I'm sorry, Barbara. I'll take it again. It isn't the money. I got plenty.
Oh, Joe. Joe, you must give up fighting.
What's this, Mary? Give up fighting? Why, you were the girl that liked champions. You were
Please, Joe. Don't try to get even with me.
Well, I made up my mind to win the lightweight crown.
But your heart's in music, Joe. You know that.
I can't play anymore. I got the hands of a fighter. They've been soaked in brine for a year, and they're as hard as nails. They're good for only one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the title. I tell you, Lorna, if
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Oh, that's awful.
Why? What's the matter?
You're supposed to be a fighter, not little Eva.
Now, wait a minute, Barbara. I put a lot into that speech. I felt the part, and I was very emotional.
I wasn't carried away.
You keep out of this. And go get the tea.
He's right, Jack. Your performance wouldn't convince anybody.
Now, Barbara, aren't you getting a little bit hasty? Gee, I might not be as good as an actor as your husband. But gee whiz, we can't all be tailors.
Your father was.
Quiet. Now, give me a chance, Barbara. I've never read this before. Let's go back to my last line.
Oh, all right. I'll try it once more.
My hands are good for only one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the title.
No, Joe, you must give up fighting.
You can't talk me out of it, Lorna. I'm going.
Don't go. Oh, don't go. Joe, please don't go. Take me in your arms. Kiss me.
My darling. How was that, Lorna?
Oh, Joe. Joe, you must give up kissing.
That's not in the script! Anyhow, I can kiss better than that. I was a little nervous.
Oh, Jack, it's no use. You're a nice fellow, but you're a comedian. We'd only make fools of ourselves if we tried to do this on your program.
But, Barbara, it's only Tuesday. We got plenty of time to rehearse.
Oh, no. Believe me, Jack. Rehearsing won't help any.
But, Barbara, if you'd only...
Tea and sandwiches, folks. Tea and sandwiches. Tipping is un-American.
Rochester. Will you have a cup of tea, Barbara?
No, thanks, Jack. I'll just run along.
He's not that bad. You can at least walk.
Mary. No kidding, Barbara. Have a cup of tea and we'll rehearse some more.
No, thank you. Some other time, Jack.
Oh, Barbara, please. I already announced we were going to do Golden Boy, and I was going to spring you as a surprise.
Well, let's wait till spring. Things are brighter then.
Well, that's the way you feel about it. Thanks just the same.
You're welcome. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
So long, Jack.
So long.
Oh, by the way, Jack, you can take that sign down now.
Well, there she goes.
And I'm going too. Goodbye, slugger.
I can't understand why I didn't play that scene right. Yeah, I know I can do it. Rochester, read Miss Stanwyck's part, will you? Start right here.
Okay. No, Joe, you must listen to me. I made a mistake. I love you, Joe. You're a part of me.
I can't play my violin anymore, Lorna. I got the hands of a fighter. They've been soaked in brine for a year and they're hard as nails. They're good for only one thing now, slugging. Slugging my way to the title.
So there you are, Don. That's the reason we're not going to do Golden Boy tonight.
Well, that's a shame. It would have been a great show.
Don't worry, Don. I've been soaking my hands in brine all week. I'll get her yet. Play, Phil.
One thing Jell-O has always been famous for, ladies and gentlemen, is the wide variety of ways it can be served in desserts, salads, and many other grand gelatin treats. But did you know that you can also use Jell-O to make the finest fruit or vegetable relishes you ever tasted? For example, Jell-O Cranberry Relish. Bright crimson cranberries, gleaming in a golden mold of clear lemon Jell-O, and marvelously easy to make. All you do is first dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1/3 cup of sugar and 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and fold in 2 teaspoons of horseradish and 2 cups of raw cranberries, which have been put through the food chopper. Then mold, and you have a delicious relish, a sprightly combination of delicate lemon Jell-O and the spicy tartness of juicy, ripe red cranberries. Serve with roasts or cold meat. It lends a tasty tingle to their enjoyment. So tomorrow, order some lemon Jell-O from your grocer and add an appetizing accent to dinner with Jell-O Cranberry Relish.
Thank you, Barbara, and good night, everybody.
J-E-L-L-O. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Service for your car. Sometimes you want it, sometimes you need it, but sometimes you don't. You'd rather just fill up and go. And that's why many Exxon dealers also provide self-service islands, so you can save time and money and still get Exxon quality. Exxon, with self-service for when you don't need help, and full service for when you do.
Exxon products help make every mile count for you.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ann Sothern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Magee Was a Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once upon a time, there was a picture called Magee. Not $1 million production, just one of modest pretensions, hoping for a modest success. But Magee was played by a clever young actress named Ann Sothern. And so the modest success became a pot of gold, and everybody lived happily ever after, especially Magee, who became the heroine of 4 more pictures and is still going strong. All of which go to show that you can't keep a smart girl down. One of the most popular of all the Mazeys, that's the studio name for them over at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, is the comedy Magee Was a Lady. And that's the play we've selected to salute this remarkable young lady's debut in the Lux Radio Theater tonight. And our cast is the same group of stars who made the picture. Ann Sothern as Magee, of course, Lou Ayres, and Maureen O'Sullivan. And with them, we have Henry Stevenson. Magee herself is a chorus girl, but a bit more versatile than the average. In the beginning of tonight's play, for instance, she has a temporary connection with the circus, where she gives a sterling performance as the headless woman. It's an odd way to begin an adventure with the upper crust of society, but that's Magee for you. For about 2 years, letters have been piling up asking for one of these stories, until the stack finally reached the height where it said, "Get Magee or else." That many good customers for Lux Toilet Soap can't be wrong. For some reason or other, many of your letters begin, "I suppose this will go into somebody's wastebasket, but here's a suggestion anyway." I can assure you that every one of your letters is read, and any suggestion you make gets full consideration. One look at my letter files would convince you. In fact, it'd probably stagger you if you had to move one of them. We have a complete record of everything you've told me about this theater and our product since we went on the air. I couldn't begin to tell you all the good things you've said about Lux Toilet Soap, but I don't need to because it speaks for itself. And so does Magee. The curtain rises now on the first act of Magee Was a Lady, starring Ann Southern as Magee, Lou Ayres as Bob, Maureen O'Sullivan as Abby, and Henry Stevenson as Walpole. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, step right up. The line forms on the right as we present the greatest sideshow attraction in Hudkins' three-ring circus. Marva, the headless woman. Marva, she has no head, folks, but Marva lives and breathes like you and me. Yes, folks, on the inside is Marva. And on the inside is Dr. Willis, the famous scientist, who explains this strange phenomenon. Don't delay, folks, don't delay. See Marva, the wonder of the age. Marva, the headless.
I don't believe it. Just step right up, folks, step right up. Before your eyes is Marva herself.
Hey, Ted,
Marva is the first woman in history to lose a head and never know the difference. Notice that her hands can move, her feet can wiggle, and yet from the neck up she is pure thin air.
It's amazing. No head whatsoever.
Now, don't get too close, buddy. Just stand back a little, please.
Oh, the woman there got no head, see?
I'm explaining that phenomenon, buddy. Now,
It's
folks...
amazing. No head. How's she breathe?
Listen, buddy, if you're looking for a bar, there's a nice little place just off the Midway. Notice, folks, that Marva is a living, breathing human.
Well, I can't understand it. No head. Is she ticklish?
Will you shut up?
Is Marva ticklish? I just...
Here, put down that cane.
Scientific experiment. Does she laugh if she's tickled?
Marva cannot see or hear or laugh. Now, beat it.
Gotta find out. Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Tickle, 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 tickle. Cut it out!
Shut up, you dumb dame.
Some dope just poked me in the rib.
Hey, she's ticklish, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please listen.
Who did it? Are you the guy who poked
Good
me?
evening. My name?
I ought to poke you right in the nose.
Shut up.
Let me at him. I'll knock his ears off.
You're the headless woman. Will you please shut up? What a flop you turned out to be. Why'd you have to squawk anyway?
Well, I couldn't help it, Doc.
This was the best yap act in the outfit. 2 bits of take and turning them away.
Gee, Doc, I'm awful sorry, but it won't hurt business none in the next town. He was tickling me, and I guess I was kind of jumpy. You know, my first day's working so long. You can understand how it was.
Doc, where are you?
Here, boss, in here.
Well, what happened? Did this dame ball up the act?
I'll say she did.
Come here, you.
Ow, let go my arm.
Them ropes nearly took me apart out there until I give 'em back that 2 bits.
You're hurting my arm.
Yeah, get your stuff and get out before I break something over your conch.
Okay, I get the idea. Just don't try to back it up with any strong arm display, buddy. I got quite a technique in the clinches myself. Well, who settles up with me? I got $3.55 coming and the train fare back to New York.
On your way, sister. Beat it.
Oh, look, forget the train fare, but I gotta have my pay. See, this leaves me in an awful jam. Oh, come on, have a heart.
Go on, scram.
Have a heart, that's a laugh. There isn't enough heart between the two of you to decorate a valentine on the head of a pin. Go ahead, leave me flat, broken, stranded. Take my $3.55 and go out and buy yourselves a couple of drinks. But as long as I'm buying them, do me a favor. Be sure they're good and strong and poured out of a battle-marked rat poison.
I beg your pardon. Could you tell me where the parking lot is located?
Oh, so it's you again. What are you doing around
I
here?
am temporarily lost. Well, if it isn't the headless beauty.
It isn't anymore, thanks to you and your swell sense of humor. That little joke of yours cost me my job.
My child, those who scoff at science are destined to fail.
Oh, yeah? Well, how would you like a good swift kick in the pants?
Now, please, control yourself.
Let go, let me go.
Now. Let's let bygones be bygones. Look, come on, have a little drink with me, and we'll talk this thing over.
Thanks all the same. Maybe life's a jolly 4th of July picnic to you, but it certainly isn't to me. You canceled out my meal ticket. It's the middle of the night, and I got exactly 2 dimes and 45 miles between me and New York. Well, what are you going to do about it?
You want to get back to the city? Oh, that's easy. I'll take you.
How? Piggyback?
No, in my car. Come on, what do you say?
In a word, no. I don't have to see a newspaper picture of the accident to know how I'd look sprinkled all over the highway. Well, what's the next idea?
I know. You take my car. Sure, you take my car, and I go home in a cab. Then nobody gets sprinkled around.
Is that offer on the level?
Certainly. Now, here's the ticket. It's a convertible coupe.
Wait a minute. That's not your car over there, is it? That long thing?
That's it.
Boy, that's some buggy. Well, what do I do with it when I get back to the city?
Well, just drop it off at the Carlton.
The Carlton Hotel. Gee, you must be filthy rich, mister.
Let us just say I am rich.
Okay. So long.
Wait. Kiss me goodbye, my sweet, or we shall never see each other again.
Oh, yes, we will, honey. I got a bad habit of looking at the dummies in department store windows. Evening, officer.
Hiya, sister. Kind of new to this neighborhood, aren't you?
Brand new. This is my first visit, and I'm on my way out.
You're from Brooklyn, ain't you?
You pegged it. South Brooklyn.
Friend of Ralston's?
Ralston? Never heard of them, except maybe the Hut Sut. What street do they live on?
Don't get gay, lady. Let's see your license.
What license?
Your driver's license. Trot it out.
Hey, what's the idea? I was only doing 25.
Hand over your driver's license.
Well, I would if I had one.
Where'd you get this car?
I borrowed it. Is that a crime?
Oh, you borrowed it. Who from?
The fellow that owns it. Or at least he said it was his.
What's his name?
Well, I don't know. We weren't formally introduced.
And what's your name, sister?
I go by Magee Revere, but my right name's Mary Anastasia O'Connor.
Oh. Now lie yet. So, car thieves are getting better looking every day. You didn't pick yourself any cheap job either. One of the Ralston's cars. Every cop on the pike between here and Montauk knows the Ralston's cars. So come on with me.
Oh, look, now you got this all wrong.
You can tell it to the judge in the morning. Let's go.
Am I to understand that I'm under arrest?
Yeah, come on.
You know, there was a pinhead working the carnival with me. Funny he never mentioned having a son in the police force. Well, I guess he had his pride, same as anybody.
Order here. Now, young lady, according to the owner of the car, he has no recollection of lending said vehicle to you.
Well, according to me, I don't care what he says.
Remain silent until the court questions you.
Say, is this a free country where a girl's got a right to ask a few questions on her own hook? Or has everything taken a turn for the worse since last night?
Certainly this is a free country.
Then I'd like to know, between me standing here and telling you I never stole so much as a hairpin in all my life, and a guy so busy nursing a hangover he don't even know whether it's Thursday or raining, whose word you going to take, mine or his?
Mr. Ralston has already stated that he did not care to bring charges.
Well, I call that bigger, Mr. Ralston.
As to the other charges, driving without a license, resisting an officer, using abusive language, and vagrancy...
Who's using abusive language now? There's limits to what a girl can take. That's not fair.
But isn't it true that you're without funds, an address, or present employment?
Listen, Judge. I had a job with the Hutkins Brothers Carnival. It was to last for 2 months at $25 a week. I lost that job through no fault of mine. But if you make me pay more on top of what I already paid for what was this Ralston guy's fault, every bit of it, you won't be handing out justice.
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Ralston.
Your Honor, when they first questioned me about my car, things were a little hazy in my mind. In fact, I remembered almost nothing last night. But since listening to Miss...
Revere.
Thank you. To Miss Revere and all the evidence, I can remember enough now to feel sure that what she says is probably true. I'm terribly sorry if I was responsible, and I hope Miss Revere will accept my apologies.
Apologies? It's high time you realize that your adolescent behavior is a source of annoyance to every self-respecting citizen in this community. This last escapade has had very serious consequences, and I hold you directly responsible for this young woman's predicament. Therefore, this court orders you to attempt to make amends by reimbursing her immediately with the sum she would have earned in gainful employment.
No, not me. Thanks all the same, but I don't take money from anybody, not unless I earn it.
Very well. Mr. Ralston, you will employ Miss Revere for 2 months at $25 per week in a job that is congenial to her.
But, Your Honor, you know I haven't any employment to offer. I haven't any business.
You will make it your business to give her employment according to the orders of this court. All charges dismissed. Case closed.
Gee, Judge, you turned out to be a human after all. Thanks, Judgy. Would you mind telling me where we're going?
Not at all. I'm taking you home.
Who's home?
My home?
Uh-oh. Maybe this whole thing wasn't such a hot idea. He said you had to give me a job.
That's what I'm going to do. But I'm not in any business, so all I can do is find something for you out at the house.
What, for instance?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know. But I lost you your job, and I'm sincerely sorry about it. So it's up to me to find something. What about fixing flowers?
For $25 a week? Listen, they're in that dough. I ought to grow them for you and bring my own bees. Look, you and your folks eat at home, don't you?
Sure, sometime.
Well, then couldn't you use someone extra to put it on the table and wash up? I'd be okay at that. I'm cleaning them quick.
Well, of course, if you don't mind doing some kind of housework. I just didn't like to suggest it.
What's the matter with housework?
Not a thing. I only thought, well, being in theatrical work most of your life...
Listen, you do my kind of theatrical work because you're hungry, and I mean for meat and potatoes, not for glory. Okay, mister, you got a new maid.
Swell.
Say, you know something?
What?
It's hard to believe.
What is?
The change in you since yesterday. Are you really this nice, or are you afraid of the judge?
Well, I'm not afraid of the judge.
What were you celebrating last night?
Christmas Eve.
Uh-oh. When you begin playing Santa Claus at the end of June, you're in a bad way, mister.
Yeah, I guess you are at that.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Morning, Walpole. Sorry, I forgot my key.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Miss...
Hello.
This is Miss Revere, Walpole.
How are you, Walpole? I'm glad to meet you.
Thank you. How do you do, Miss...
Revere. But you can just call me Magee. I'd feel at more home if you both would. What do you call yourself, Mr. Ralston, Bob?
That's right. Walpole, that is Magee, is stopping with us for 2 months.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
At the salary of $25 a week.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Look, maybe you better tell him I'm the new maid. He's getting funny ideas.
Yeah, of course. Maisie's our new maid, Walpole. Find something good for her, will you?
Oh, anything you got open will do fine. I did a walk-on as a maid in a show once, so I'll know how to act, even if the routine will be kind of new at first.
You are a theatrical personage, Miss?
Well, I've been in show business most of my life.
Maisie, Walpole will take care of everything, so if you'll excuse me...
Oh, certainly, Bob. Go right ahead. I'll be seeing you around later.
Sure, of course.
Follow me, Miss.
You bet. Boy, some joint you got here.
Joint, Miss?
Yeah. Yeah, the lobby of Radio City's got nothing on this. Say, does Bob live here all alone?
Miss Maisie, you mustn't...
Oh, you mean he's married?
Oh, mercy me, no.
Oh. Well, go on.
Mr. Robert lives here with his father and with Miss Abigail, his sister.
Only 3 people in all this space. How do they find their way around? Drop pebbles? Oh, Walpole.
Yes?
Reporting for duty, Mr. Walpole. How do I look in a maid's outfit?
Good heavens.
Say, you're kind of pale. Is anything wrong?
Oh, dear me. The earrings, of all the jewelry, it just is not worn when one is in uniform.
Oh. Well, I'll peel it off if that's the case, but I must say I'm going to look kind of undressed.
And your shoes, your toes are protruding. Haven't you got a more conservative pair?
Well, if you mean have I got any ground grippers, no. It's these are my wedgies, and they got the toes in but the heels out.
Wedges? No. Oh, well, those you are wearing, by all means. Please don't misinterpret my criticism. It's only that we must be most discreet, now of all times.
Why now? Anything going on?
A great deal. We have a house full of guests.
Oh, I didn't see any company.
No, they're being served breakfast at the swimming pool, and more guests are arriving tomorrow for the engagement dinner.
Oh. So Bob's engaged?
Mr. Robert? Oh, no. It's not Mr. Robert. It's Miss Abigail whose engagement will be announced.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's Miss Abigail. I must go at once. Excuse me.
Hey, what about me? I'm supposed to be working here.
Oh, yes. Take that bowl of flowers upstairs to the console table in the west corridor of the south wing.
You got a map?
Oh. And use the back stairs, of course. Are you sure you'll be all right?
No, don't you worry your cute little head about me. I'll see you around, Wally. Come in.
Morning, Miss Abby.
Good morning, Walpole. Oh, isn't this the most beautiful day?
Indeed it is, Miss Abby.
I rang for you because I was wondering, I haven't heard from Father yet, and I thought perhaps a telegram might have come that was overlooked in all the excitement.
No, Miss Abby, no telegram has come.
Oh, I see.
But I feel certain your father will be coming. After all, a dinner party announcing the engagement of his daughter, that is indeed a most important occasion, Miss Abby.
Oh, of course. It's silly of me to worry, isn't it, Walpole? Have you seen Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips had breakfast in his room. I believe he wished to wait until you were ready before going down to the pool.
Oh, I didn't know he was waiting. I'll go and find him. Thank you, Walpole.
Not at all, Miss Abby.
Well, good morning.
Oh, mister, could you please tell me which is the camisole table?
The camisole table? Well, now, I'll tell you. The console table is that one over there.
Oh. Thanks, Bud.
You don't know your way around very well, do you, Peggy?
I know my way all around, and the name is not Peggy, Charlie.
The name isn't Charlie either. It's Phillips, Link Phillips. I'm a guest here.
That's nice. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. What are you made up for? You're no maid. What is this, a rib of some kind?
Yeah, a county judge down at Bell Harbor. He's very comical. Keep you in stitches.
A judge? I don't get it.
Well, pardon my frankness, but I don't care if you get it or not. Out of my way, brother.
Don't go. Just as fresh as you're cute, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. We used to have a saying on our block. I'd rather be fresh than stale.
Oh.
We girls used to say that to nasty little boys. It's a corny old crack, but it's still good enough.
Coming, darling. We'll spar a couple of more rounds later. Goodbye.
So long. Hello, Link. It was sweet of you to wait for me.
Why, never mind waiting, Abby, if it's for you. What? No kiss this morning?
Of course, darling. How's that?
Wonderful. Come on.
Well, everybody to his own taste, said the old lady as she kissed the cow.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ann Southern, Lew Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson, will return in Act Two of Magee Was a Lady. And now, here's a young couple leaving a football game on a windy November day. It's so blustery, in fact.
Oh, Jim, something just blew into my eye. Oh, it hurts.
Let me get my handkerchief, Jane. Now, hold still a minute. Yep, there it is, a big black speck. There, I've got it. Not bad on first aid, huh? Gosh, but your skin's smooth. Say, don't you think the doctor rates a kiss, maybe?
Who could blame Jim? It's true. There's something completely irresistible about a smooth, really lovely complexion. And Jane's one of those girls whose skin can pass the close-up test. Skin so appealing and flower-fresh that when another's eyes come close, why, they just can't help but admire. You want skin that's lovely to look at, soft to touch? Why not let Hollywood's famous beauty soap help you to have it? Fine white Lux toilet soap has active lather that removes every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Rich, creamy lather that leaves skin feeling petal smooth. Here in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap as a complexion care. They know they can depend on its mildness, its purity. Here's what lovely Rita Hayworth says.
A screen star has to have soft, smooth skin. I always use Lux toilet soap because the right complexion care is important.
Yes, and it's mighty important what soap you use for your own precious complexion. You want a soap that's really gentle and mild, a soap whose creamy lather leaves skin feeling soft, looking lovely enough to pass the close-up test. That's why every woman ought to try Lux toilet soap. Why not get 3 cakes of this smooth white soap tomorrow? Use it regularly for 30 days. It's a safe bet you'll make the beauty soap of the stars your daily complexion care, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Magee Was a Lady, starring Ann Southern as Maisie, Lew Ayres as Bob, Maureen O'Sullivan as Abby, and Henry Stevenson as Walpole. Maisie, the former headless woman, is really losing her head as a housemaid. For the guests at the swimming pool have caught sight of her in her earrings and open-toed shoes, and they're impolite enough to laugh. With murder in her eye, Maisie curls her lip in scorn and then storms back into the house.
hanging nitwits. Who do they think they are?
Maisie, you should have removed those things.
What things?
The jewelry. You must take it off.
Listen, for 2 cents, I take off the whole outfit and sit out the summer in Central Park. How long you been serving time here, Walpole?
I have been the Ralston butler for 30 years.
30 years. Boy, have you taken your beating like a man. Say, who are those assorted nuts out of the pool anyway?
Maisie, those young people are Miss Abby's guests. They're her friends. You mustn't speak disrespectfully of them.
Listen, Walpole, I've spent my last 20 years learning how to spot phonies, so when the label reads imitation, why not say so out loud? You don't like 'em, do you?
Shh, please. Oh, Miss Abby.
Your name is Magee, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am.
This is Miss Ralston, Miss Abigail.
Oh, you're his sister, ma'am.
Yes. My brother told me how you happened to be here.
Yes, ma'am?
Bob was to see that you had employment for 2 months at $25 a week. Wasn't that the arrangement?
And I had it coming to me after what he put me through, and that was the judge's idea, too.
Oh, I think Judge Thatcher was perfectly right. But really, I can't expect you to do this sort of work. It isn't fair to you or to my guests. So perhaps we can solve everything by paying you now in advance, and that will leave you free to find something more suitable.
Why don't you come right out in plain English and say you want me out of here?
Oh, but that wasn't...
I told your brother it was a job or no dice. That happens to be the way I operate, lady, strange as it sounds. And when I put on this outfit, all I expected was $25 a week and halfway decent treatment in return for doing my best. But if that isn't good enough for you, just say so. I'll go with exactly what I brought here. 2 dimes, a suitcase, and a talent for picking the jinxes.
Oh, please. I only suggested the money because I thought you'd be happier having it that way.
I bet. You came hot-footing it up here from the pool, all worked up about making me happy. You came up here to pay off nature's mistakes so your guests wouldn't be embarrassed looking at her.
Oh, no, please. Oh, don't feel that way.
Yeah, well, maybe I don't know the ins and outs of being a maid. But that crowd of yours wouldn't be held over for a second week in some spots I've played.
Or if they were rude to you. If we were rude to you. I'm sorry.
Oh, skip it. Looking back on it, I didn't behave so hot myself down there, or just now with you. But your brother lost me a job yesterday. Today he's very swell and very sorry, and I thought this job would be okay. Now it's curdled on me. You can't blame me for being burned up.
No, I don't blame you a bit, Maisie. I'd be burnt up myself. Only please don't go. I know just how you feel about not wanting to take the money without working for it. Really, I do.
Yeah. Well, maybe you do with that. But in 8 weeks, I'd tangle with one of those goldfish down by the pool just as sure as fate. They'd give me that, well, darling, she's too laughable. I mean, really, and I'd give them a right cross.
Oh, Maisie, I'm sure that won't happen again. Look, here's an idea. Nora's been taking care of me. She's my personal maid, but she's very busy with the house so full. Wouldn't you try that job?
Well, being your personal dresser, you mean?
Huh? Oh, yes. I'm sure you'd find it pleasant.
Well, I might give it a trial. Okay, Miss Abigail, it's a deal.
Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Link. Sleep well.
Good night, darling.
Link, do you really think Father will come?
Abby, I'm beginning to feel a bit jealous of Cap. After all, he is your father, but I don't want anyone on your mind but me.
Oh, there won't be, ever. Good night.
Night, sweet.
Hello, Miss Abigail.
Why, Maisie, I didn't expect you to wait up for me.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. It's part of the job, and I made up my mind not to miss a cue, Miss Abigail.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Maisie. Only please, just call me Miss Abby, will you?
Sure, Miss Abby.
You know, I've always hated the sound of my name ever since my first boarding school.
Yeah?
The girls used to have a rhyme they teased me with. Pigtail, Abigail, funny face, but lots of kale. Can you imagine a silly little rhyme like that making me hate my name? Well, I guess I've still got that funny face.
Oh, go on. I remember one of the South Brooklyn punks used to try out on me when I was a kid. Bed slat, brickbat, Mary O'Connor's a polecat. That's my real name, Mary Anastasia O'Connor, after my mother's favorite sister.
Oh, I see. And did the rhyme hurt your feelings?
Oh, not mine. I was a pretty good amateur rock thrower in those days. I had to be. You see, Hey, speaking of rock. Now, don't tell me this stuff is all the real thing.
What stuff?
Well, those jewels in your vanity. Are they the McCoy?
Well, they're diamonds, if that's what you mean. Presents from my father.
Oh. All of them?
Yes. You see, he's had to be away a lot, and he's always so sorry when he can't be here for special occasions.
You mean every time it's your birthday or something like that and he can't make it, he sends you one of those?
That's right.
Gee. I'd certainly have a lot of special occasions, and from the looks of it, he must have missed a lot of them. What does he do? He can't be a traveling salesman.
Oh, no. Father's very popular. He plays a wonderful game of golf, and he loves to hunt and sail. Cap leads a very exciting, busy life.
Yeah, sounds busy. Would you like to take another bath tonight?
No, I won't, Father. Good night, Maisie, and thank you for waiting up for me.
Good night, Miss Abby. See you in the AM.
Three o'clock and all's well. 3 o'clock and all's well.
Hey, Bob. Bob, take it easy. It's late.
Who's that? Maisie? Well, of all the people I could have met, the only one I wanted to meet, I met. Hiya.
Hiya. Well, what are you celebrating tonight? Groundhog Day?
No. Christmas Eve. I'm loyal to Christmas Eve.
Say, it isn't always Christmas Eve with you, is it?
No, just almost always. Maisie, will you forgive my presuming on a brief acquaintance?
Well, I don't know. That depends on what counts as presuming around here.
Well, I would like to venture the remark that you strike me as an ideal companion for Christmas Eve. Mm-hmm. That is my reasoned conclusion, and I stand by it. Yes, sir. Good company. Fun.
Thanks. I wish you'd said that sober, pal, but thanks all the same.
Now, let me take it a step further. You would also be a charming companion at a roller derby, a midget auto race, a Michaelmas. And though it would cause no end of consternation, though limousines would rear and lorgnettes would crash to the floor, you would grace my arm in the diamond horseshoe at the opening of the opera. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, would we have fun.
Oh, I get it. That little green man is here again.
In the words of George Noel Gordon, Lord Byron, there be none of beauty's daughters with a magic like thee.
In the words of Maisie, Lady Revere, get yourself a new stooge. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no. The night is young. And though we might stinko, I'm young, too. Come on, Maisie. Sit down and chat with me. There. Now, I've listed your fine qualities. Tell me what you like about me.
Well, there was a guy who spoke up in court when he didn't have to. I liked him fine.
Go on.
And when that guy made a mistake and hurt somebody, he was man enough to own up to it. I liked that, too.
Sally?
And he was so polite, treated me like a lady.
A simple case of noblesse oblige.
Yep. Looking back on him, he was a great guy. But, brother, that wasn't you.
Lady Vere de Vere, I am one and the same. Your stratosphere prince, Flash Gordon.
Get out of my way, funny man. I'm going.
Oh, then take my advice and travel by air. It's the modern way. Safe, quick, and quick. Wait, I'll show you.
Hey, where you going?
Up the stairs. Got to get altitude, don't I? I'm going to take a power dive.
Listen, come back here.
Look out below.
Get off that banister.
Look out.
Don't slide down that banister. You'll break your silly
Here
neck.
I come.
Look out.
Excuse me. Did I knock you down?
You dope.
Must have forgot to retract the landing gear. I'm dreadfully sorry. Allow me to assist you.
Oh, get away from me, you. I can get up by myself.
Bob, what's the matter down
Now,
there?
go away, Abby. Wrestling matches are no place for a woman. It's too brutal.
Oh, Bob. Maisie, I'm so sorry.
Well, it's not your fault.
Bob, haven't you caused Maisie enough trouble and unhappiness already?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Make her happy. You're happy, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Why not her? That's the democratic way.
Oh, Bob, stop it.
Who's that? Santa Claus?
Why, it might be Cap.
Cap. It's not Santa Claus. It's Cap. Was that the bell, Miss Abby?
I'll get it, Walpole.
Hey, Cap, is that you?
Abby, darling.
Diana. Of all people, I thought of it. Oh, Bob, it's Diana.
Diana, the plot thickens.
Isn't it foul, my barging in like this?
Oh, Di, it's a wonderful surprise.
Quite a surprise.
Bobby, dear.
Fine on my claws. How are yours?
Same old adorable Bobby.
I thought you were in San Francisco.
Darling, I was until I read about your engagement.
Oh, is it in the newspapers already?
Angel, of course. And isn't it the most amazing piece of news?
How'd you take it? Standing up or sitting down?
Silly. I was thrilled, speechless. Oh, Walpole, how nice to see you.
Thank you, Miss Diana. The Venetian room, Miss Abby?
Bob will carry Miss Diana's bag, Walpole. And now you and Maisie must go to bed, please.
Very good, Miss Abby.
What's good about it? Night, Maisie, my sweetie pie.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Come on, Di. There's so much I want to tell you.
Darling, I should think there would be.
Well, that's the end of the day, I hope.
Yes, I believe it's safe to retire now.
What a place. Boarders dropping in any old time. And if you ask me, that one seemed kind of anxious to get here.
Hmm?
Yeah, and I noticed that Bob kind of gave her the old brush off, too.
Yes, I'm afraid Mr. Robert was not quite himself this evening.
Oh, yes, he was. It was this morning he wasn't quite himself. For him being sober and nice and making sense is a character part. That's the real Ralston, that speech-making drunk.
Oh, Magee, no.
Oh, Walpole, yes.
Mr. Robert has a fine scientific mind.
Preserved in alcohol.
I assure you you're quite wrong.
Shall I show you my scars?
I've known him since birth.
Yeah, I know. But then again, all babies are cute.
I realize it's late, but won't you step into my sitting room for a moment?
Oh, Walpole. Not you, too.
I beg your pardon?
No. I beg yours. A day here has done things to me. Come on, I'll go in with you.
I've kept a scrapbook of Mr. Robert's activities. He showed great promise once. Believe me, you're misjudging him. The easy chair is comfortable.
Thanks.
Now, here's the book. All his old photographs. Now, look at this one. Mr. Robert in 1920. He was 6 then.
So he was on the wagon only 20 years ago. Well.
Here he is with his first cup.
He sure bought a man-sized stein to begin on.
Oh, that's a trophy. He won it in competition with 5,000 boys of his age.
Doing what? Cutting out paper dolls?
Building the best model airplane in the country. Maisie, he won that trophy for 5 straight years.
No.
In 1930, he went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. His record was brilliant. He would be one of the leading airplane designers in America today if he'd remained to graduate.
Well, I guess he didn't have time. Too busy leaping from jag to jag.
In his junior year, he won the McBride Scholarship, a signal honor, I assure you. It was then that he left. He came home that Christmas and never returned to college.
Christmas?
Yes. I was opening the Florida house. Mr. Ralston was visiting friends in Rio. Miss Abby was in school in Switzerland.
And Master Robert was all alone. He got lit up like a Christmas tree, and he stayed that way ever since.
I could hardly be fonder of him if he were my own son.
If you ask me, Wally, it's too bad he isn't.
He's going through a phase, that's all. This is just a phase.
Yeah. The phase on the barroom floor. Good night, Wally.
Good night.
Oh, Miss Abby, this package just came for you.
Oh, thank you, Maisie. Oh, it's from Cartier.
Here, let me help you. I never opened a package from Cartier's before. There's a card, Miss Abby.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, holy smokes, will you look at that, a necklace. And look at those diamonds. Gee, there must be 1 million of them. Hey, what's the matter?
The card. It's from Cap.
Your dad? Oh, does that mean he isn't going to be here for tomorrow?
He can't make it. He wishes me happiness.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Miss Abby. I'm awful sorry.
Come in, Maisie, quick.
Gee, what's happened? An hour ago you were all in tears.
I know, and now I'm the happiest girl alive.
What's the grip for? You going away someplace?
Yes, to be married. We're eloping.
Oh, you and Mr. Phillips, you're going to get married today?
Oh, yes, I can hardly believe it myself.
Oh, but Miss Abby, don't you think
Oh,
that's
it was romantic, and it was all Link's idea. Everyone will be here tonight to celebrate our engagement. And then we're going to send them a wire telling them to celebrate our marriage.
Well, do you think you should? I mean, isn't it awful sudden?
Oh, that's what's so romantic about it. Now, listen carefully. Here's the key to my car. Go to the garage and get it out. Park it at the side door and leave the motor running. Link and I will be ready in just a few minutes. If I'm not here, I'll be in his room. He's packing. Will you do that?
Yes, Miss Abby. I only wish I could do more.
Oh, thank you, Maisie. Now, hurry.
And I wish I wasn't always getting hunches.
Hunches, Maisie? About what?
Oh, nothing. Just hunches.
Come in.
Hello, Link. Packing?
What do you want, Diana?
I want to talk to you.
Oh?
And I think you know about what.
All right, Diana, let's get down to cases.
Yes, let's.
I had every intention of seeing you and explaining things. You know how I feel about you.
Go on. You're doing fine.
Look, Di, be sensible. Why should my marriage to Abby spoil anything between you and me? I know I've hurt you, darling, but... Why, you...
Hurt me? If it were only that, it would be easy. Why, you couldn't hurt me. You've made me so sick with shame and disgust for the fool I've been, I can't even look in the mirror without getting nauseated.
Well, I guess that's it. I'm sorry it had to end this way.
This isn't the end.
What do you think you're going to do?
Oh, several things. One in particular. Tell Abby a few of the sordid details.
Careful, Di. Don't get too brave. Your bombshell may explode in your face.
Let go of me.
Now listen.
Let me go.
Di, Link, what's the matter?
Nothing, Abby. Let's get out.
Oh, but you and Di were arguing. What's the trouble?
I'll tell you about it in the car. Where's your grip?
So that's it. You're eloping. What a poor excuse for a human being you are, Link Phillips.
Diana!
Come on, Link, answer that one. Protect yourself. And don't fail to mention the trip I made to the coast. 5 horrible weeks trying to get Uncle Alec to consent to my marrying you without cutting off my allowance.
Marrying Link?
Abby, are you going to stand here and listen to this rot?
No, I'm not.
The car's ready, Miss Abby.
Thank you, Maisie. Will you bring the grip from my room?
Well, I got it already. Here it is.
Goodbye, Diana.
Oh, Abby, for the love of heaven, wake up. Stop being deaf and blind while every one of your so-called friends laugh at you. You're buying something that will make you hate yourself. Take it from me, Abby, I know. Mr. Link Phillips just jilted me for the Ralston million.
Stop it. I don't want to hear any more. That's a lie.
I did tell one small lie when I said I read about your engagement in the papers. Well, I didn't. I read about it in a letter from Link. Let me share it with you. My darling, I'm engaged to marry Abby Ralston. I know you will understand the reason. Money was the only thing that stood between us and complete happiness. And we are both realists. Perhaps instead of the end, this is only the beginning. Your Link.
Link, how could you do such a... I'm so ashamed.
Oh, Abby, listen. Wait.
Oh, too bad, Link. Worse luck next time. Au revoir, darling.
What are you looking at?
Nothing. I'm nearsighted. I can't see that far down. Oh, look, Miss Abby, you got to pull yourself together.
Everyone knew. Everyone's been laughing.
Oh, Miss Abby.
They've always laughed. All my life.
Well, maybe we better shoot a wire to your father, huh?
I've been deaf and blind. But I can see now. I can see myself. There's never been anyone. I always thought there was something wrong with me because no one ever liked me. At school, any place. And then when Link... It all began with Link. All of a sudden it was so wonderful. Link loved me and I had all the friends in the world. Everything was different. But it wasn't. Link didn't love me. Those people, they were pretending because of the money. Just like him. And I haven't changed one bit. Pigtail, Abigail. Funny face, but lots of...
Don't, honey. Please. Oh, Miss Abby. Miss Abby, you just sit tight. I'll be right back. Listen, Bob.
Hiya, Maisie. Look, I'm flying.
I'll say you are. Look, Drip, your sister's in trouble.
Double, toil and trouble.
Oh, keep quiet. Listen, she found out about Phillips. He was only after her money, and he doesn't love her, and he never did.
Sure.
Sure? You know what I'm trying to tell you. She's awful...
I know. I knew it all the time.
You knew it all the... Well, for crying out loud, you're her brother.
That's right, sister and brother, kinfolk.
Oh, if I could only shake some sense into you. She's gone all to pieces, Bob, and she looks bad, and well, she looks funny. I wish you'd... Oh, never mind. You wouldn't be any help.
Call the doctor. Call the doctor. Get him here right away. You hear?
Wally, what's the matter?
It's Miss Abby. I went into her room. She was lying there on the floor. She's taken poison.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ann Southern, Lew Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson in Act 3 of Magee Was a Lady. Why, here's our young friend Sally. Oh, tell me, Sally, did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Ruick. You know, I think there's something to this two Thanksgivings idea. It gives you one day to be grateful for the big, important things, and another for the little things that make life pleasant and easier.
I see what you mean, Sally. Like having all the cream you want for your morning coffee.
That's right, Mr. Ruick. But I was thinking of seeing a good movie, or maybe tuning in the radio for some catchy music to get you up in the morning. Or just having modern bathrooms with plenty of hot water in them. And that leads me...
Sally, I can hardly guess. Could it be straight to Lux toilet soap?
Right again, Mr. Ruick. Because Lux soap is something that any girl can be grateful for. Why, every time I unwrap a smooth, fragrant white cake, I think, isn't it nice to be able to get all that luxury so easily?
Easily and inexpensively, Sally. But even though Lux toilet soap costs just a few cents a cake, it's as fine a soap as money can buy.
Yes, and just think how many active lather facials there are in a single cake.
Well, that's an interesting thought, Sally. I'm sure it's something the ladies in our audience will want to hear more about. Won't you tell them how to take a Lux soap facial?
Why, you just pat that wonderful Lux soap lather lightly in. It's so creamy and smooth. Why, it really seems to caress your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then pat to dry with a soft towel. Now, when you touch your skin, it feels beautifully smooth and soft. Looks so fresh, too.
There you are. Thank you, Sally. Here's an important thing about Lux toilet soap. It has creamy, active lather that does a wonderful job. It removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly. Yes, this fine soap gives your complexion gentle, cherishing care it needs. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days. They'll help you keep skin soft, smooth, appealing, the way you want it to be. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Magee Was a Lady. It's late the same night, and Abby lies lingering between life and death. Her father has been summoned home, and now he paces the floor outside her room, nervously lighting one cigarette from another. At last he stops and faces Bob.
Bob, why did she do a thing like this?
I told you on the phone. She and Link broke up.
Oh, I know, but to try to... And young Phillips, I can't understand it. He seemed all right. Very likable boy. Well, Josh Phillips was a classmate of mine.
Yeah, that ought to be good enough.
Look, Bob, you were here right along. Didn't you see how things were going?
Yes, I suppose I did. Frankly, I never thought much of Phillips.
Well, why didn't you call me up or write me or talk to Abby?
Oh, I couldn't do that. I had nothing definite to go on. And Abby thought he was great. But I couldn't very well just go barging in and say, I don't like this guy, could I? She thought the world and all of him. And besides, I might have been wrong. Well, you can't go around telling people what they should do. They have to work things out for themselves.
Yes, of course. I can see that. You're quite right.
Well, I swear to heaven I never heard anything to beat this.
What? Who is this girl?
Oh, this is Maisie, Kath.
What kind of people are you, anyway? That girl is lying in there with her throat burned out with acid. They keep saying she doesn't respond to treatment. Doesn't respond my foot. She doesn't want to live.
Just a moment.
She got mixed up with a heel, see? Oh, Bob knew he was a heel, but Bob couldn't knock his block off. No. Bob couldn't even go barging into his sister and say, I don't like this guy. He didn't know her well enough. She was only his sister. And you, Mr. Ralston, you didn't know what Phillips was like. For all of you, he might have been Dracula. But his father was in your class, so that makes him okay.
Now, look here,
You shut up. I've only started. Sure, girls have been crossed up by men before. It's happened to me, but I always bounce back. But why couldn't Abby roll with it? Cry her eyes out for a while and then say, well, that's that? Because he was everything to her. The sun, the moon, and stars. The friend she never had, the family, everything. She's been starving and freezing in this Grand Central Station of a house for 18 years.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a little kid who never had any love. Her mother's dead. She hasn't got a father to speak of. Oh, there's a guy named Cap who she sees every couple of years when every place else is closed. She knows he isn't dead because he sends her jewelry. But when you're in a jam, you got to have a shoulder to cry on and a hand to grab onto. $1 million hasn't got a shoulder. Sure. Sure, her brother was here. He was here right along. He's drunk, mostly.
Bob, have you been...
Yeah, he has, and how? I guess maybe he was lonesome, the same as her. It was Link Phillips for her and the bottle for him. Something hit him when he came home on Christmas Eve about 6 years back with a big prize under his arm and no one to show it to. Not even Walpole.
What is this, Bob?
Oh, McBride Scholarship, I guess. I won it junior year.
Oh, yes, I remember something.
You remember something? Huh. Yeah. Him and the second man got stiff that night. The second man sobered up. Master Robert stayed that way. Honest, I thought I'd seen my share of bad fathers and families that had nothing but grief, but compared to this outfit, they were sitting pretty. In my neighborhood, when a man beat his kids, he knew he was beating them, and the next day, like as not, he was sorry. Well, for my money, giving them the flat of your hand stacks up pretty good against giving them nothing. And that's what you've given Abby. Nothing. And there she is, upstairs wanting to die. But she's got nothing.
Mr. Ralston?
Doctor, may I see Abby now?
Oh, I'm not sure it's the best thing, Mr.
Well, I am. I've got to see her. There's things I want to tell her, and... Well, I'm her father, Doctor. Please.
Very well. Go up.
Thank you.
Who is it?
Morning, Miss Abby.
Hello, Maisie.
Oh, you're all right now, huh?
Maisie, I'm marvelous. You met Cap?
Good morning, Magee.
Oh, hello. Gee, honey, you sure gave us a scare.
Cap told me something about last night.
Oh, last night's forgotten. All but the swell part of it. Everything's going to break right for you from now on in.
All I want for it is to keep on being just like this.
It's going to get better even. There's some grand guy walking around right now only waiting to find you. And when he does, he'll follow you to the North Pole if he has to.
Oh, he won't have to.
That a girl. Say, Mr. Ralston, now I look back on it, I laid it on pretty thick last night. That's me. I get sore and I let fly. If an apology's in order, I'm making it right now.
Oh, come on now, Maisie. You'd say the same things and call me the same names tomorrow if you thought I had them coming to me.
Yeah, I guess I would.
Maisie, we're going to go to Honolulu in a week or so.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. You wouldn't be needing a maid, would you?
No, I won't be needing a maid.
Oh, listen, I was only kidding.
I need a companion, though.
I don't get you.
Not a personal dresser. A personal friend.
What we're trying to say, Maisie, is that we want you to come with us to Honolulu, then live with us here.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, please say yes.
Well, don't worry. I will as soon as I get my breath.
And no more uniform, Maisie. You're to be up on this floor, near me.
Okay, Miss Abby.
And no more Miss Abby.
Okay, Abby. Gee, from the Hudkins Carnival to Honolulu inside of a month. The land of opportunity is right. Well, I think I'll go now, if you'll excuse me. I want to pinch myself a few times. And if I wake up, will I be mad?
Maisie, sit down. I don't know how to say this except to just say it.
Well, say it.
Well, I can pretty well guess what kind of an impression I must have made on you. I know what I think of myself. But, Maisie, there are going to be some changes made. And when they are made, I'll have a whole lot more to say to you.
Oh, Bob. Well, couldn't you kind of say it and block it out and fill in the details later on?
No, that's all, Maisie, for now. But I'll be around with plenty to say when you come back from Honolulu with Abby and Cap.
Oh, you're not going?
Not on your life. I'm starting that repair job now. Well, will you go now, Maisie? Will you, for Pete's sake, take that silly, adorable face of yours out of my sight quick before you knock a set of good resolutions for her?
Oh, honey. Hurry up with those alterations, will you?
Mr. Robert, Miss Abby's asking for you.
Thanks, Walpole. On my way.
Gee. Hiya, Wally.
May I congratulate you, Miss Maisie?
Hey, not so fast. That's up for a while yet.
Miss Abby told me you were to be her companion starting today.
Oh, that? Oh, yeah. Isn't that swell? Gee, so much good luck all at once has got me winging.
Yes, things are changing rapidly. I think there will be other clippings to add to my scrapbook now.
Yeah. Maybe even pictures of a wedding someday.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course Mr. Robert will marry someday.
What kind of a girl do you think he'll pick, Wally?
I really don't know. I don't know at all. She'll be beautiful. Of that I'm quite sure. Charming, intelligent, well-bred.
What?
Someone who will fit perfectly into this house, whose fine background and education and good taste will help her to make it a home for him. And it is permissible to hope for their children. She will be a lady in the finest sense of the word.
Oh, sure. Well, I got a couple of things to do, so I...
Oh, yes, of course. You'll be moving upstairs. Would you wish someone to help you?
No, thanks, Walpole. I'm used to being on my own. Thanks, though. Thanks for everything.
You're quite welcome, Magee.
Well, Lady Maisie, you can never say it wasn't wonderful while it lasted.
Maisie! Maisie!
What's wrong, Walpole?
Miss Maisie, sir. She's gone.
And 1 and 2 and kick and turn, and 1 and 2 and kick and turn, and 1 and 2 and kick and turn. All right, girls, all right. That'll do. Break it up. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Nice work there, Macy. You're doing swell.
Thanks, Mac.
Keep it up. I'm going to ask the boss to raise you to $20 next week.
Oh, boy.
Go make your change, and I'll buy you a hamburger.
No, thanks. I'm just going to sit here and rest my dogs a minute.
Okay, be snooty. I won't be lonesome.
Hello?
Bob.
What's the idea of making me comb this city for 6 solid weeks trying to find you? What made you think you could get away from me?
Oh, Bob, what did you have to do this for? Just when I was getting so I didn't think of you even, sometimes for as long as an hour. Oh, just go away, will you, and leave me alone?
Come on, Maisie. Get your other clothes on. I'll tell the manager you're through.
No.
Yes.
I say no, and I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, you just think you know. Oh, I can guess what went through that squirrely little head of yours, but it's all bunk, Maisie, bunk. And get it out of your mind for good.
No. I was dreaming along there for a while, and then I came to and got that pink cloud out of my eyes. No, honey, the old crack still goes east is east.
Oh, now will you stop quoting Kipling? Look, hurry up. Chasing you has lost me plenty of sleep. And the factory opens at 8 in the morning.
The factory?
That's right. We make airplanes. Well, you've heard of airplanes. Come on, come
Bob,
on.
I've been over all this. There's only one answer for the both of us.
That's right, and I've got it.
No.
Then add it all up again because you've made a mistake.
You've got no right to come in here and get me all upset so I don't know whether I'm sitting or standing or what. And just when I was getting myself straightened out so good, now I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing what I tell you.
And you can't give me orders.
Yes, I can from now on. What are you going to do about it?
Oh, honey. What do you think?
Stars like Ann Southern, Lou Ayres, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Henry Stevenson make producing the Lux Radio Theater a joy instead of a job. The stage is yours, mate.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And Maisie thanks you, too.
It's people like Magee who make the world go round a little faster.
In fact, she leaves even a veteran of Tarzan pictures like me a little bit breathless.
I guess these youngsters have no stamina, CB.
It's a coincidence, Henry, that we have 3 of Hollywood's most popular series represented here tonight. Besides Maisie, there's Maureen, who has been Mrs. Tarzan for several years, and Lou Ayres, of course, is that brilliant young medico, Dr. Kildare.
Well, you might have retitled the play Tarzan's Mate Calling Dr. Kildare to see if Maisie was a lady.
Oh, Ann and I discovered another coincidence during rehearsals. We went to high school together back in Minneapolis.
An orchid to Minneapolis for sending us both Maisie and Dr. Kildare.
And here's one more coincidence for you, Mr. DeMille. I'll bet Ann Southern and I use the same soap.
And what soap would that be, Maureen?
I mean Lux soap, naturally. What about it, Ann?
You're right, but it's no accident. Millions of women have picked Lux soap as a help in keeping their skin soft and smooth. That's just good judgment.
2 such lovely ladies can't be wrong, especially about Lux soap.
And now I know the audience is anxious to hear about next week, CB.
There's a lot to talk about, Henry, because our play next week is A Man's Castle. And starring in the same part he played in the Columbia picture, we present Spencer Tracy. Co-starring with Spence, we'll have Ingrid Bergman in one of the finest love stories the screen has ever given us. A Man's Castle is a play that's worthy of the talents of Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman, and I think that's enough to recommend it to you for next Monday night.
It's enough for me, CB.
Yes, we'll all be in your audience next week. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Hear that, Maisie? Sounds like another date. Some of our audience have already celebrated the great festival of Thanksgiving. Others will observe it this coming Thursday. The day matters less than the spirit, because we have many reasons to rejoice this year. We're grateful as always for the right to worship as we choose, for the boundless harvest of field and factory, and for a freedom that grows more precious with each passing hour. All this we as Americans have enjoyed. For all this, we humbly give our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman in A Man's Castle. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ann Sothern, Lew Ayres, and Maureen O'Sullivan appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Miss Sothern will soon be seen in Panama Hattie, Miss O'Sullivan in Tarzan's Secret Treasure, and Mr. Ayres in Dr. Kildare's Victory. Heard in tonight's play were Gene O'Donnell as Link, Tori Carlton as Diana, Boyd Davis as Cap, Griff Barnett as Judge, and Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Warren Ash, and Dick Ryan. Tune in next Monday night to hear Spencer Tracy and Ingrid Bergman in A Man's Castle. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bank AmeriCard, today's way to pay, presents
Yuletide presents, roasted pheasants, electric choo-choo trains, fur-lined mittens, fluffy kittens, sweet candy canes, ski lessons, toboggans, bright lighting for the yard, cocktail glasses, airline passes with Bank AmeriCard. Quick healers, three-wheelers, vacations in the sun, sledding, skating, party making, having fun. Bank AmeriCard. Bank AmeriCard.
today's way to pay.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Ranger Bill Jefferson speaking. May I help you?
Yes, you may, Ranger Bill.
Oh, hello, Central. What's up, Amy?
There's a long-distance collect call for Henry, if he's anywhere nearby. It seems it's from his cousin, Richard.
Well, tell Richard we'll accept the call, Amy. Meantime, I'll get Henry to the phone. Henry! Your cousin Richard's on the phone.
Richard? Hey, boy, good. Hello, Richard? Richard, hello? Hello?
Don't get so excited, Henry. I've got to connect you first.
Oh.
There, now, go ahead and talk.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Henry.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, fine, fine.
Yeah, that's swell.
I got your letter, but I thought I'd better call before I left for Knotty Pine.
Well, yeah, what time will you get here?
I should be in tomorrow morning. Can someone meet me?
Oh, sure. Bill and Stumpy, Mary Lou and I. We'll all be waiting for you at the station, Rich.
Great. I'm real excited, man. I just can't wait to begin those flying lessons.
Yeah, I'm excited, too. So don't miss your train.
Okay, Henry. Hey, I gotta go now. They're letting the passengers through the gates. So long. I'll see you in Knotty Pine, okay?
Okay, Rich. See you in the morning at the station.
You know, boys and girls, today is an age of space flight. Navigating planes at high speed through the skies, exploring the heavens, flying miles up into the unknown stratosphere. And I suppose the dream of almost every youngster is to one day take a trip in a rocket ship. Of course, some old-timers like Stumpy are happy to leave the adventurous exploring of the moon to you young people. Stumpy says the moon is only made of cheese anyway, and he doesn't like cheese. However, I must admit that I like it, flying, that is. I've been doing it for many years. One of the many thrills that I always get when flying is to observe the wonders of the heavens which God created. I'm amazed when I see the unlimited power of God, how he's everywhere at once. Of course, many people don't understand this. In fact, Richard, one of Henry's cousins, couldn't realize how God is able to be everywhere at once. Oh, he learned, but it was through disobedience. Richard, like many other boys of 16, wanted to learn how to fly an airplane. I accepted the job and offered to give him, Henry, and Mary Lou lessons. But little did I realize that some exciting, dangerous adventures were going to take place. It all began when Richard got off the train in Naughty County. I see some people getting off the train, Henry, but I don't see Rich.
He's on it, Stumpy. I know he is.
Don't be impatient, old-timer. The train just pulled in. Well, I don't know, Bill. If I were that train conductor, I'd have had all those suitcases unloaded, the people inside the train station, the engine turned around and headed back up the track.
Do you see him yet, Henry?
No, not yet anyway. But he'll be getting off soon. I know he wouldn't have missed this train.
I'm sure he wouldn't have, Henry. Let's step aside now so that those who are coming through the gates here can find walking space.
Oh, there, isn't that Rich? Walking toward us? The one with the brown suit.
You're right, Mary Lou. Hey, Richard, Rich, over Henry, here. Henry, hi, Bill, Mary Lou, Stumpy. And what a delegation.
Hi, Sonny. Say, what's that dragging behind you?
Dragging behind me? Probably my tie. I guess I didn't... I don't see anything.
Stumpy! Don't pay any attention to him, Richard. He's always doing that.
That's right, Richard. Stumpy is our clown and a very good ranger, too, Stumpy? That's right, Bill. Don't know of anyone else that can swing as dull an axe as I can and get more chips at the same time. Here, Richard. Let Henry and I help you with your luggage.
Thanks, Bill. That suitcase over there is the one with my flying gear in it. Boy, I sure am anxious to get started on those lessons.
Well, you're no more anxious about it than I am, or Henry or Mary Lou. So, what are we standing here for? Let's go. Everyone inside?
Okay,
yeah,
Bill.
Good. We'll be on our way. When are you going to learn to drive, Stumpy? Now that Richard, Henry, and Mary Lou are going to learn how to fly an airplane. Not me, young feller. Why, a horse and buggy is fast enough for me to drive. I was only joking with you, old-timer. Although I don't know what makes you think you're so good with a horse and buggy, especially since that runaway yesterday. I think you'd better limber up on the kiddie car in the playground. Well, good morning, Richard. Henry, have a good sleep.
Oh, morning, Bill. Oh, boy, did I sleep last night. Must be this country air.
Yeah, I slept pretty good, too. Except when Richard pulled all the blankets on his side of the bed. Say, what do I smell? Bacon and eggs?
I'm not telling. It's just something that goes with biscuits.
Mary Lou is a swell cook, young man. Bet you when you leave for home at the end of this summer, you'll have broadened out like a tree. Right, Mary Lou?
Oh, Stumpy, I'm not that good. There, the table's all set now. Breakfast is ready.
Okay, let's sit down. Richard, you sit there next to Henry. Stumpy, you'll sit in your usual spot, and Mary Lou, you sit opposite Henry and Richard.
Okay.
All right. Now let's give thanks to God. Our Heavenly Father, as always, we thank Thee for our many blessings. Bless this, our first meal of a new day. Help us to realize how grateful to Thee we should be for Thy many wise and good gifts. Amen. Well, anything exciting happen on the train trip, Richard?
Yeah, it was an exciting trip. Several things happened. Not real unusual, I guess, but they were kind of exciting to me.
Like what, Rich?
I'm anxious to know how much money Jesse James stole from the passengers.
He tried, but Richard told him he knew a ranger named Stumpy, and Mr. James got right off the train.
Well, across the aisle from me, there were 3 Air Force pilots. There was a chaplain seated there with them, too. They were talking about some of the latest missiles, planes, and satellites. I thought that was real interesting.
Yeah, sounds interesting. What did they say about their planes?
They said they have planes that can fly almost 1,000 miles an hour and climb miles up into the stratosphere.
Boy, that sure sounds exciting.
Yeah, but get this. They think it'll be possible to put a human being into orbit or even go to the moon before too many months.
Yeah, ordinarily, I don't like to admit that I'm getting on in years, but in this case, I'm kind of glad I am. I sure wouldn't want to be the first human being to take a trip like that.
I don't know, Stumpy. Sounds adventurous to me.
Yeah, me too.
Can I have some more bacon, please?
Sure.
You know, they sure got into quite a discussion about the planets, science, and that stuff.
Who's they, Rich?
The pilots and the chaplain.
What'd they say?
Well, it seems that this one pilot believed that the answer to the world's problems was in planes and missiles and rockets and like that.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other flyers seemed to think that the world ought to live and let live. He said that it wasn't anyone's business what the other fellow did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other man, he felt that maybe there was an answer to everything, but he didn't know just what it was.
What did the chaplain have to say for himself?
Well, he said something like, if the people in the world are to ever live in peace, they'd have to give themselves to God through Jesus Christ.
Think he's right, Rich?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I believe in God, all right, but with all that talk about God being in the heavens and on earth, and even here in Knotty Pine, at the same time, well, I don't know. It seems hard to explain. I've read all the facts and listened to a lot of sermons, gone to Sunday school classes. Maybe time will help me understand.
What you must realize, Richard, is that God is a spirit. But more of that another time. Right now, a plane is at the airport waiting for a pilot. What do you say we go and begin the flying lessons now that everyone has finished eating?
I'm set, Bill.
I'll leave the dishes till we get back.
Am I going to be the first one to try my hand at flying, Bill?
Since you're our guest, I don't see why not.
Great.
I just happened to remember a little work that needs my personal attention, young feller. Yeah, that is, if you'll excuse me from your flying party. Besides, I believe birds were the only ones meant to fly. The flying lessons were going along smoothly with all 3 students learning the basic fundamentals very quickly. But I was being confronted with a problem. I felt that God was depending on me to show Richard that God was able to be everywhere at once. I had the answer, but how was I to get it across to Richard? This young man had to realize a need of God, a cause to turn to God. But how could this be brought about? Well, we continued on with the flying lessons while I tried to think of a situation that would cause Richard to understand and trust in the spiritual being of God. I got her started. Climb in, Rich. Henry, you and Mary Lou wait here by the hangar.
Okay, Bill.
Good luck, Rich.
I'll need it, Henry. See you when we land again.
All set, Richard?
Roger.
Okay, here we go.
headphones working? Can you hear me?
Roger, Bill. I hear you.
Well, how do you feel after a month of flying behind you, huh?
Great. Just great, Bill. There's nothing like it.
Well, what do you say we do a barrel roll?
Roger. I'm with you.
Hold on, then. Here we go. You okay, Rich?
Roger. But, I feel rather weak.
Want to go home?
No, sir. I'll be okay now, Bill. Let's do some more stunts.
No, not now. Maybe our next trip up. I'll cruise around for another few minutes, and we'll take her in.
Okay.
You take over the controls now. That's it. Steady. Okay, just relax. Easy. Now you've got it. You're all yours. You're doing great, Rich. Keep up the good work.
Roger, Bill.
Richard, look out there at those clouds. The beautiful colors around them. Doesn't this give you a feeling of closeness to God? It always does me. When I'm way up here, without the earth under my feet, I always feel the presence of God. Just look above us. Up there. Miles and miles of stratosphere. It's like looking at a masked face. Yet it's not really masked, since God is up there too. How does it affect you, Richard?
It doesn't really do too much to me, sir. I don't know. I know that we have the airplane and that any minute we'll be back with Henry and Mary Lou. I hope. I believe there's a God, but somehow I can't seem to understand or realize that God is everywhere. I know that's what all the books and the Sunday school teachers tell me, but it just isn't getting through to me.
We'll keep on praying, Richard. And God will make himself clear to you before very much longer. Meantime, what do you say about taking the plane back home?
Roger. Let's go.
Once again, Richard couldn't understand my testimony of God being in all places at all times. He just wasn't thinking clearly. God had given me quite a job of leading Richard to him. Meantime, he was developing into quite a pilot. I wanted to make sure, though, that he didn't get too anxious to fly by himself. He'd been asking me for a chance to solo right after his third or fourth lesson. This was good. And yet it was also bad. I knew that an inexperienced pilot might do many things wrong. It would be very easy for him to misjudge his altitude and his direction. These are two danger points when piloting a plane. Nevertheless, Richard was aggressive, and this was a good sign. My job was to hold him somewhat in check.
Morning, boys. What'll it be today? Soda or malt?
Morning, Mr. Weaver. Boy, drugstore always has such a good smell. Guess I'll have a soda for myself. Rich, what do you want?
I'll take a malt, Henry. Strawberry, please.
One soda and one malt. Coming right up.
Well, Rich, guess the summer's almost over.
Yeah, and so are our flying lessons, too. But in a way, I'm glad. I'm anxious to fly on my own.
That solo flight will really be something.
Well, I'll say. I can hardly wait. You know, I actually believe I could solo right now, without any difficulties.
Oh, I don't know, Rich. I still feel a little shaky and nervous when I think of myself being up in that plane alone. With Bill along, I feel better, though.
Come on, Henry. There's nothing to it. You just gotta keep a level head, that's all.
I don't know, Rich. Flying, real flying, I mean, comes only with lots of experience, like Bill has.
Come on, Henry. Well, I'll bet you that I could pilot that single-engine plane much, much higher than Ranger Bill has ever had.
I wouldn't even try anything like that, Rich. Never. Leastwise, I wouldn't until I had logged a lot more hours of flying time behind my name. Hey, here comes our soda and malt.
Here you are, boys. Dig in on that.
Looks delicious. Well, tastes good, too.
Thanks, Henry. But don't try to flatter me into giving you a free soda. 25 cents, please.
Okay.
Thanks. Of course, I was only teasing you, Henry. You're my very best customer here at Knotty Pine. Say, I hear the two of you are becoming expert pilots, is that right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Weaver. Ranger Bill's teaching Henry and me. Mary Lou, too.
What do you think about when you're up there zooming along with the birds in the clouds? Sort of scary, ain't it?
To me it is. I guess Rich feels differently about it.
Yeah? How about it, Rich?
Doesn't bother me. No siree. Just give me a plane, and that's all I need. Nothing else.
You fellas ever stop to think about all the wonders of the heavens, the sun, the stars, gravity itself? In fact, the whole universe, the miraculous way in which this old world of ours is held together, makes you sort of think, don't it?
Yeah. Bill said that the scientists and astronomers tell us that our solar system is only one of many such systems in the great galaxy called the Milky Way.
Oh, he's right, Henry. I done considerable reading about this very subject, especially lately, what with the satellites being put into orbit and the like.
What have you read, Mr. Weaver?
Well, like Bill told you, our galaxy is only one of the many galaxies which form just a part of the vast, limitless expanse of the universe.
I never thought that you knew so much about science.
Just a secret until now, Henry. Guess I always wanted to be a pilot or something. But the drug business, well, it's been pretty good down through the years. Met some mighty nice people here at this soda fountain. Some nasty ones, too.
Well, tell us some more about the universe, Mr. Weaver. Sure is interesting.
Well, like I was saying, our planet, astronomers tell us, is merely a third-rate planet in a second-rate solar system, lost in the expanse of what seems to be limitless space.
Mr. Weaver, how do some scientists say our world began?
Well, a star, because of gravity, detached from the sun great masses of flaming gas. These orphan masses from the sun gradually cooled and crystallized to become, well, nuclei of planets. Well, these continued to revolve around the parent sun, held in their orbits by the gravitational pull of the sun.
Oh, hey, here's Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, gentlemen. Having a big conference over your drinks?
You said it. And you're just the fellow we want to join in our discussion. Have a seat.
Okay. Now, what's the topic for today? Airplanes? Being that we've got more flight instructions coming up in a couple of hours?
Well, airplanes started the conversation, but that's not what we're talking about now. Mr. Weaver was explaining how our universe came into existence.
Yeah, Bill, Mr. Weaver sure knows a lot about science.
Yeah, I'll say. Do you know our Earth could be millions and millions of years old?
I had to give away my little secret, Bill. I had to tell that I'd always wanted to be a pilot and had studied science for several years.
Man, science is really a mystery, isn't it?
To a certain extent. But with God being the creator of the world, that makes it much less of a mystery.
Well, that's just not clear to me, Bill. If I could only understand it.
There it was again. If I could only understand. Richard wanted to understand, but in reading and hearing about all the scientific matters and developments, he wasn't clear on how God could be everywhere at once. He wanted to know, but the puzzle was still incomplete.
Henry and Bill are ready to go up on their flight, Rich.
You're next, Mary Lou.
I know, we solo tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm glad. But I'll bet you I could do it right now. Real high, too.
Oh, Richard, only an experienced pilot goes up to high altitudes. Oh, there they go.
At last, the flying lessons were completed. The following day, Henry, Mary Lou, and Richard were to take their solo flights. That was to be the big day for them. They had worked very hard to qualify for this event. I was somewhat concerned with Richard, as he seemed a bit overconfident. This trait will sometimes get a person into serious trouble of one sort or another. I was hoping that something like this wouldn't develop. But this seemed to be a characteristic with him. This attitude seemed to be the barrier that was keeping him away from a closeness and trust of God. Well, I must admit that I hadn't yet discovered a way to show Richard how God could be everywhere at once. But I surely prayed that God would reveal himself to my special guest and student.
You set to go to the airport, Mary Lou?
Yes, I'm ready, Henry. Are you?
Just say the word.
I see you two are all ready for your solo flight. Hey, where's Rich?
Well, isn't Rich with you, Bill?
Why, no, I thought he'd be in here for the final briefing.
Boy, that's fine. Wonder where he is.
Yeah, seems I heard him say something about going down to Weaver's drugstore. Don't know for what.
Weaver's drugstore? Now, what would he be doing down there at a time like this? Oh, well, let's go down and see.
Hi, Bill. What can I do for you?
Have you seen Richard, Mr. Weaver?
Why, yeah, he was in here not too long ago. Don't recollect the exact time.
Did he say where he was going?
Why, yeah, he did. Said something about going out to the airport. Why, is something wrong?
I don't know for sure, but I have an idea there might be.
We're almost there, Bill.
Yeah. Just beyond this next curve. I only hope we're not too late to stop Richard from doing something crazy.
Ah, here we are.
And there goes the plane, with Richard at the controls. Henry, help me with this radio.
Okay.
I'll get it tuned in. Gotta hurry up. Richard. Richard, come in. Can you hear me, Richard?
Hello, Bill. Yes, I can hear you. How am I doing?
You're doing fine. Keep those wings level now. Better come down just a little on your altitude.
Come down on my altitude? I like it up here. Scenery's fine. Watch this bit of flying, Bill, and see how well I've learned.
That crazy kid!
Look, he's doing loop-the-loops and barrel rolls. I can't look anymore.
Why doesn't he stop it?
Richard! Richard! Do you hear me, Richard? Richard, answer me! He won't answer. Richard! Richard, answer me! Do you hear me?
Look, he's climbing to a higher altitude, Bill.
Oh. Now the radio has gone dead.
He's going to be hurt, I know it.
Great Scott! The plane's out of control.
Nosedive!
Come on, help
crash
me.
if he doesn't stop it. Oh, no! Look. He's pulling out of it. He's coming out of it.
Goodness.
Atta boy, Richard. Keep up the good work.
Look, What happened, Richard?
Well, I think I panicked or blacked out. Anyway, what's important is I lost control. Next thing I knew, I was in a nosedive. Boy, was I ever scared. I admit it.
I think we all were, Richard.
Richard, What were you thinking about while all this is going on up there?
Believe it or not, Mary Lou, for the first time in my life, I realized God was there with me. And as strange as it may seem, I thought to myself, God is here with me. And he's also down there on the ground with them.
Is that right?
Yeah, and you know what else? I realized that I'd been looking at God as a person, like you and me. But he's more than that. He's a spirit with love and concern for every human being. At least he must have been concerned for me. Because I said, God, please help me. And he did. You know, he's more than God of the universe. He's a personal God, too. As for flying, well, I still love it. But I'm never going up that high. Leastwise, not till I get a little more experience.
Well, there it was. It finally happened. A need had to be realized for God. That need was help, self-preservation of life. As for flying at high altitudes, well, I believe Richard learned his lesson very thoroughly. Stumpy, however, is even more firmly convinced that the horse and buggy is still the best way to travel. Well, see you next week, boys and girls, for more adventure with
United Airlines makes me feel like the boss. They know I'm a busy woman. So now they've given me more carry-on space than any other airline, which I prefer to think of as carry-off space. I grab my case, an hat from above, completely unsquashed. I get my clothes, free of wrinkles, from the closet. I whisk my suitcase from United's brand new luggage racks, and the boss is on her way.
By those friendly skies of United.
Where you are the boss.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, Paul Whiteman and his music, and the Swan Ted, who open our show with I Dug a Ditch.
I dug a ditch, and struck it rich in Wichita. Yippee-yi-yay, yippee-yi-yay. I made it pay in Wichita. Oh, I could keep on digging like I've been digging before. But now I'm feeling so hot diggity, I want something more. I've got an itch to leave that ditch. I want to go back to Marie, who stuck to me before. I dug a ditch and struck it rich in Wichita. I've got an itch to leave that ditch. I want to go back to Marie, who stuck to me before. I dug a ditch and struck it rich in Wichita.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Here they are. Well, it's early afternoon in the library of the Burns home, where George and Gracie are quietly reading. Gracie finishes the last page of her book and puts it aside.
Oh, George, that was beautiful.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said it was beautiful.
Well, you can't buy it. You've got enough hats.
Well, I'm not talking about hats. It's this book I just finished reading. I think it's the best thing ever written by Mary Roberts Rumpelmeyer.
Mary Roberts Rumpelmeyer?
That's right.
Well, I never read any of her stuff. What she got on the ball?
Everything. There just aren't any better books than Love in Latvia. That's about a pure young American girl who wins a haughty Latvian nobleman. Or Desire in Denmark. That's about a pure young American girl who wins a haughty Danish nobleman. Or Rapture in Russia. That's about a pure young American girl
Who wins a haughty Russian nobleman.
I thought you'd never read any of her books.
Well, I just had a hunch about that one. Now, I'm reading too, and if you don't mind, Gracie,
Oh,
I
but
would...
great as those books were, they can't equal a new one. Passion in Pundagaba.
Passion and where?
Pundagaba, a country in India.
Pundagaba.
It's about a haughty Indian prince whose father leaves him a harem of 250 wives, but the prince is a woman hater.
He is,
Yeah, so he gives away 50 of the wives.
That only leaves him 200 to hate.
Yes.
Mm.
Then along comes this pure young American girl, and in spite of the prince's gold and money and jewels, she wants to marry him.
Greater love has no babe.
Yes, but the prince doesn't love her, so she drops a secret love potion in his coffee, and he proposes, she accepts, and they spend their honeymoon on top of an elephant.
That's the worst piece of tripe I ever heard.
Why, George, it's beautiful.
It's awful. Why don't you read something that's intelligent and might improve your mind?
What are you reading?
Cowboy love tales.
I don't care. I still think Mary Roberts Rumpelmeyer is... Say, if I could find a love potion for Tootsie Sagwell, she could get a husband.
Gracie, that dame couldn't get a husband with a Mickey Finn.
Oh, George, that's not nice.
Why do you waste your time on her, Gracie? She's homely and skinny and...
You just refuse to see her good points. I'll admit she only weighs 76 pounds, but she's 6 feet 3 inches tall.
Take my advice and forget Tootsie and forget the love potion.
Hi, people.
Oh, hello, Bill. You're just in time for Gracie's latest brainstorm.
It's not a brainstorm, Bill. It's a problem. I want to get a love potion that Tootsie could drop in a man's coffee.
Oh, well, gee, that is a problem. Where could you find coffee?
Bill, I've been trying to tell Gracie that love potions are a lot of hooey.
Oh, and he's right, Gracie. Love potions can't help you unless you've got that certain something. Call it oomph, call it it. Some people have got it, some people haven't got it.
Have I got it, Bill?
Oh, sure, Gracie.
Oh, thank you. You've got it too, Bill.
Oh, thanks.
Ain't misbehaving now.
Yes, as I said, Gracie, some people just haven't got it.
Thanks, kid.
Yeah, look what happened to me last Sunday down at the beach. I started for the locker to take my shower, and the women mobbed me.
Oh, brother.
Well, Bill, the women saw you had it.
Oh, sure, I had 2 cakes of it. And they wanted one.
2 cakes of it?
Yeah, Swan, the new white floating soap. You see, Swan's not only swell for a shower or for your hands and face, but it's great for bathing the baby. And just the soap for your dishes and your light laundry. 4 grand soaps in one.
Well, what happened, Bill? Did the women take the Swan soap away from you?
After a delightful struggle. But there wasn't enough to go around even after I broke it in 2. One cute little redhead had to go home empty-handed.
Aw.
Well, not exactly empty-handed. She took me. Yes, and we would have had a lot of fun if her mother hadn't been home.
Oh, her mother spoiled the fun, huh?
Yeah, she washed the dishes. That's what I wanted to do. You know how wonderful Swan is for washing the dishes and for laundering fine things, Gracie. You know how fast all-purpose Swan gives you scads of suds. Suds that are so mild and baby gentle, they actually help keep your hands beautiful. Help keep them soft and lovely.
Oh, my goodness, Bill. I'm going right out to the kitchen and see if I have plenty of Swan soap. I don't want to miss the fun of doing the dishes tonight.
Enjoy yourself, dear. People can't say I don't show my wife a good time. Come in.
Well, greetings, friend Burns, and you too, friend Goodwin.
Well, the pool hall Hamlet.
What's up, cue ball? I suppose you want to put the bite on me for a 5-spot, huh?
Sir, do you take me for a common beggar? Do you dream that I would humble me pride to borrow $5 from you?
And what do you want?
$10.
I thought so. Nothing doing, cue ball.
Oh, gad, but you're a beast, sir. A beast. Friend Goodwin.
No use, cue ball. I'm a beast, too.
Mr. Goodwin, Would you let a mere $10 ruin our friendship?
Well, not necessarily. I'd let almost anything ruin it.
Oh, it isn't for myself that I need this paltry sum. Mr. Burns, it's for a little old lady that I know. It may be only $10 to you, but without it, I fear that this poor little old lady will do something desperate.
You mean?
Yes. She will eject me from her boarding house.
You're not getting the money out of me, cue ball, and that's final.
Well, look who's here. Mr. Bolingbroke.
Why, my dear, dear Mrs. Burns, never have I seen you look so ravishing, so completely...
Don't waste your time, cue ball. She's a beast, too.
Why, George, that's not nice.
But it saves you money. Come on, Bill, let's go down to the corner. I want to pick up a few cigars.
Oh, so that's how you get them. So long, Gracie.
Oh, goodbye, boys. Mr. Bolingbroke, you might be able to help me with a problem I've got. Do you know where I can get a love potion?
A love potion? Gad, don't tell me your husband has forgotten upon which side his bread is buttered.
Oh, no, it's not for me. Naturally, I've never had to use a love potion to attract men. You see, when I was a very small girl, I learned to wink with either eye.
Valuable social grace.
Yeah, and it was fun, too. But this love potion is for my girlfriend. Do you know where I could get one?
Oh, my dear, love potions are merely a myth, created by the greedy to profit from the gullible. They are all utterly worthless.
Oh, really? And I was going to pay as much as $10 for one.
As I say, they are all utterly worthless, except the one I've got.
Oh, have you got one?
Oh, indeed I have, you fortunate creature. Given me by an oriental potentate. 1 ounce will transform cold indifference into flaming desire.
Oh, wonderful. My girlfriend could use about 5 pounds of it.
Splendid, splendid. You shall have it within the hour. I wonder if I might trouble you for the $10 now.
Well, of course. Here you are.
Thank you. Lovely bit of engraving, isn't it?
Well, I really can't thank you enough, Mr. Bolingbroke. You may not know it, but you saved a girl's life.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. Burns. You may not know it, but you've saved a man's home. Good day.
Good day.
This is Paul Whiteman. Here's a really charming tune that looks like it's going places. It's called Poinciana.
rushed right over as soon as I hung up the phone. Is it here? Is the love potion here?
Oh, yes, it came a few minutes ago, Tootsie.
Oh, marvelous. Let's see it.
Oh, Tootsie, for goodness sake, get a grip on yourself.
I'm tired of getting a grip on myself. I want to get a grip on a man. Where's the love potion?
Well, this is it right in this can. It's just a powder. But I hear only 1 ounce will make a man want to kiss you and kiss you.
You say Mr. Bolingbroke got it from an Oriental potentate?
Well, I guess he was even bigger than a potentate.
Really?
Oh, sure. Look what it says on the can. He was a bicarbonate.
Oh, I just can't wait to try it out. What time does the next bus leave for the Navy Yard?
Oh, that isn't the way to use it. No. Pick out one man you'd like to marry, and we'll give it to him.
Well, let's see. How about Alan Ladd?
Oh, Alan Ladd. Tootsie, you don't want to rob the cradle.
I do if Alan Ladd's in it.
Well, I think you'd better take someone more mature. How about Victor?
Oh, I love Victor Mature.
Oh, I know just the husband for you. How do you like Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, I'm mad about the boy. Oh, how I loved him in action in the North Atlantic.
Yeah. Hey, if he puts his arms around you, there'll be action in Beverly Hills.
Oh, yes. But he's so tough, I don't think we could get him to swallow the potion.
Oh, that is a problem. Say, I know how we could get Charles Boyer to swallow some.
How?
Put it on Irene Dunn's neck.
But then he'd fall for her.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. What about Walter Pigeon?
Don't even ask. Just give it to him.
You know, Tootsie, your husband doesn't necessarily have to be an actor. I'm very happy with George.
Well, I kind of like actors. Oh, my, it's so hard to decide. Alan Ladd, Humphrey Bogart, Charles Boyer, Walter Pigeon.
Would you rather have a nice butcher?
No, I think one of those will do.
Say, we're not even absolutely certain this love potion will work. Maybe we ought to try it out first, huh?
That's a wonderful idea, Gracie. Who can we try it on?
Well, Oh, it's my precious little ducky.
Gracie, why don't we try a dose of the you-know-what potion on Herman?
Oh, well, that's silly. He's too young to know anything about you-know-what. Oh, I'm sure he's never you-know-whatted.
Maybe he's smarter than you think.
Well, I'll find out. Herman, let's have a little game. Now, suppose you were out in the yard playing with your rubber fish.
Uh-huh.
And a little girl duck came in and sat down beside you.
Uh-huh.
You'd just keep on playing with your rubber fish, wouldn't you? Herman. Oh, I was wrong, Tootsie. He's old enough. Herman, here, eat some of this. It's very nice. That's a good boy. Well, how do you feel, baby? My goodness, that's a funny effect.
Yes, love has made me hysterical, but it never gave me the hiccups.
Now we can find out how strong the potion is. I'll call George. Oh, George, would you come in here a minute?
What is it, sweetheart?
Well, I want you to stand there and say, do you love me, Herman?
Are you kidding? That silly duck is...
Please, George, say it for me.
Oh, all right. Do you love me, Herman?
Well, that's that. Run along, Herman.
Yeah, run along before I kick you in the giblets. Go on, beat it. Go on.
Well, dear, you can run along, too.
Would you mind telling me what this was all about?
Yes, I would. Goodbye, dear.
This is the silliest house I've ever...
Oh, well, the potion didn't work on Herman. It's lucky you don't want to marry a duck.
Well, we just got to try it out on a man. Who in the world could we get?
I'll go.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, Tootsie, look! A man!
Gee whiz, what's all the excitement? I realize Miss Sagwell isn't used to having a man around, but you, Mrs. Burns, you... Well, I guess you're not either.
I'm fixing it for him, Gracie.
Oh, good. Mr. Postman, we're going to give you a little drink.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I never touch the stuff. A stimulant is superfluous for a man with my pep and energy.
Here it is, Gracie.
Well, it's only a soft drink, Mr. Postman.
Oh, well, in that case, happy days.
Well, did you like it?
Quite refreshing, Mrs. Burns. As a matter of fact, it tasted like... Pardon me. Soda.
Well, it wasn't. That was a love potion. We're testing it on you to see if it works.
On me? That's very amusing.
What's so funny, Mr. Postman?
A love potion won't work on me.
Why?
Because I'm already the world's most rapturous lover.
Oh, Tootsie, we picked the wrong man.
Yes.
Well, thanks anyway, Mr. Postman.
Oh, that's all right. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Jimmy Cash comes up with a mighty pretty contender for the all-time long title. You rhyme with everything that's beautiful.
Sunsets that glow. I'm not a great poet, but this much I know. You rhyme with everything that's beautiful, with summer, with springtime, with sunsets that glow.
Maybe it's a fake.
Oh, nonsense, Tootsie. It didn't work on the postman because he's already a great lover.
Well, maybe we should try it on somebody who's just the opposite.
That's it. I wonder if George is still home.
But how will you get George to swallow it?
Oh, well, I'll get him to take a drink of something and slip it into the drink when he isn't looking.
Oh, Gracie, you're wonderful. You're even going to give your own husband a love potion for me.
Well, to tell the truth, Tootsie, it isn't altogether for you.
Oh, I see. Well, while you're trying it on George, I'll phone Bill Goodwin to come over.
Bill Goodwin?
Yes. If the love potion works and you and George start snuggling, I want to have somebody to fall back on.
Well, if you want someone to fall back, I'll call Paul Whiteman. He's softier and roomier.
No, I'll call Bill.
All right. And I'll get George to take a drink and then slip the love potion in it. Sweetheart.
Yeah?
Oh, you look hot. How about a nice glass of ice-cold water?
No, thanks.
Well, it would taste wonderful on a hot day like this.
Cold drinks aren't good for you on a hot day.
Oh. Well, how about a nice glass of hot water?
Don't be silly.
Would you like a glass of ginger ale?
No.
Root beer?
No.
7-Up?
Gracie, what are you up to?
Coca-Cola. Have some?
No, now don't bother me.
A glass of milk, maybe.
Look, I don't want to drink a glass of anything.
Well, I could put it in a saucer and let you lap it up.
Gracie, are you trying to talk me into something?
No, I'm trying to talk something into you.
Gracie, try to understand. I'm not thirsty.
You're not?
No, I'm not.
Oh, George, picture yourself out on the desert. You've been walking for miles. The sun is blistering. There's sand in your mouth. And on you walk in that terrible heat. Now, how do you feel?
My feet hurt.
Dear, I guess I didn't get enough sand in your mouth.
Gracie, will you please explain what this is all about?
Well, of course, dear. Let's discuss it over a bottle of celery tart.
Oh, stop. Why all this talk about something to drink? You'd think I was out in a dust bowl without a drop of water. Dust filling my lungs, choking me. Half crazed from thirst. Wandering around in the... Wait a minute, I think I will have a drink.
Oh, that's fine, dear. I'll be back in a second.
Hurry up, will you? This thirst is killing me.
Coming, dear.
Oh, water. I must have water.
Here, dear. Nice cold glass of sauerkraut juice.
Let's have it. Say, what's this white powder in the bottom?
That's sauerkraut.
Well, here goes.
Now, don't drink too much of it, George. You're not as young as you used to be.
Gee, that was good.
Well, do you feel any different, dear?
Different? No.
Well, do you love me more than you ever did?
You know I do.
Well, I can't tell if that came from the heart or a little further down.
Huh?
Oh, excuse me, dear.
Well, did it work, Gracie?
Oh, gee, I don't know, Tootsie.
Hello, girls. Why'd you send for me?
Oh, here, Bill, drink this.
Huh?
Drink it. Tootsie fixed it for you.
Tootsie? Well, okay. Tootsie, here's how.
She just wants to know when.
Ooh, that tasted like soda.
Oh, that was a love potion.
Love potion?
Yeah. Oh, Tootsie, he drank it. Now he'll fall in love with you.
Swan, the new white floating soap. That's 4 swell soaps in one. The soap for dishes or for light laundry.
Tootsie, what are you doing?
This time I'm helping the potion along. Swan, the wonderful baby soap, the perfect complexion soap. 4 soaps in one.
Look, Tootsie. Bill's getting a wild look on his face.
Tootsie, it's happened. I didn't think it was possible, but it's happened.
What, Bill? What?
I love Swan even more than I used to.
Oh, I had to open my big mouth.
Oh, Swan, it's so wonderful for bathing the baby. Swan is so mild and sudsy. Swan is purer than finest Castiles. Swan is so kind to a baby's tender skin. And because it's so mild and gentle, Swan's not only great for baby, it's great for anybody's hands and face, tub or shower.
Bill, if you love Swan soap, you ought to love me. I can do anything Swan can do. Wash the dishes, bathe the baby.
Say, I believe you're right, Tootsie. And I know you'd break in two with a twist of the wrist.
Yeah. And she's long enough so you could put half of her in the bathroom and half in the kitchen.
Yeah. So I'll slip into a cool green wrapper and let's get married.
Gee, I believe the love potion really is working. Yeah, Tootsie, let's get married.
You mean it, Bill?
Sure, right away. Get the preacher, get the license. Hurry up. Stop.
What happened?
It wore off. Goodbye.
That love potion's no good. Now I'll never get married.
Well, don't be upset, Tootsie. So far, we've only tried it on ducks and men.
What's Tootsie bawling about?
Well, Mr. Bolingbroke sold us a love potion.
Bolingbroke, Gracie, that potion is a phony.
It is not. Mr. Bolingbroke said that whenever Betty Grable works at the canteen, she slips it into the soldiers' coffee.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah? Then why do all the soldiers look at her that way?
Look, get on the phone and get that Bolingbroke over here. I'll fix that pool room chiseler and take care of Tootsie at the same time.
wish to see me, friend Burns?
Yes, I do, cue ball. I mixed you a drink of that phony love potion you sold my wife. And if it doesn't work, you go to jail.
Jail?
Yes. Drink it.
Why, of course, certainly. Well, bottoms up.
Oh, look, George, he has a secret method. Before he drinks it, he blows the foam off the top.
Yes, it's an old Oriental trick.
Well, that was delicious. Yes, and it's working. It's working. I love you, Burns. Well, goodbye.
Come back here. Come back here. Look, cue ball. It's not me. There's a girl in the next room I want you to be in love with. And remember, no love, and you go to jail.
Sir, the potion never fails. Come forth, girl of my dreams. Come forth and nestle within my eager arms.
Here I am.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
You may summon the cops.
Well, folks, I'm just going to take a second to tell you why Swan is such a great wartime buy. Swan is purer than finest Castiles and a suds and whiz even in the hardest water. That's why it's really 4 great soaps in one. Grand soap for your bath and complexion, for baby's bath, for light laundry, and to help protect your hands when you do the dishes. Yes, ma'am, no need to buy expensive toilet soaps, special baby soaps, or easily wasted packaged soaps when you use Swan, the soap that's really 4 great soaps in one. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, next Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A center has to get off the line of scrimmage in order to build a reputation. That block was a great moment for me. But let me tell you about some other great moments. The Campfire Girls are in the building business, people building. They help young ladies build their minds, their bodies, and their hearts. You enable this development of youth to continue when you support the United Way. Thanks to you, it works for all of us, the United Way. Right, girls?
Right.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, What Price Glamour? The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. Michael Axford walked importantly across the city room. He knew that the city editor was in a bad mood when Gunnigan slammed down his phone.
Hung up on me. Well, what do you want, Axford? Gunnigan, Reed wants to know about the Nancy Todd. Nancy Todd? She's the dame that went out on a special assignment. You're telling me? Tell Reed that I'm still waiting for that special article. Tell him the dame hung up on me when I asked him about it. Tell him the private office went to a head. Oh, never mind. Come with me.
I'll tell Nancy Todd a few things. Hang up on me, will she?
Oh, it's you, Mr. Gunnigan. Hello, Axford.
Hiya, Miss Todd. Well, Miss Todd, it was very nice of you to take the trouble to come back and report to the office at all.
Oh, save it, Mr. Gunnigan. Go on and pan me, but I saw things.
You saw things. Now, isn't that just peachy? Where'd you go? You keep on it.
But you said...
Shut up. So you saw things, did you? Well, the Sentinel can't print impressions from your mind if you have one. We've got to have words. Maybe you didn't understand, Miss Todd. This is a newspaper. We print words. And we pay good cash for people to write those words.
Well, why didn't you tell me the sort of thing to look for when I went to that Lundquist place?
What are you talking about?
Why didn't you let me get set for what I was going to see?
Huh?
No, you wouldn't tell me. Just let me go there thinking it was a routine assignment and get shocked so dizzy that I haven't been able to see straight since.
Hold everything. What went on?
You mean that you saw something?
Oh, you'll get your story, Gunnigan. But it's not one that I can whip off the cuff.
Girlie, you must have seen something. You got something at the Lundquist joint.
Ha, ha, ha. Mister, I hit the jackpot.
Give me that phone.
You're going to get all you ask for.
Hold it, Nancy, wait a minute. Give me Reed's office. I'll tell Britt Reed. Maybe he'll want to hear what you've got to say. Maybe he'll want it covered from a special angle. Hello, Casey. Let me have the boss.
What do you mean, special angle?
You've heard of the Leveson bill?
No.
Wait. Hello, Reed. Say, Todd's got stuff. Okay to bring her in? Thanks. Come on.
Mr. Reed's office?
You ought to tell him what you saw happen.
I'll get the door.
What's this Leveson bill you mentioned?
It's a bill that's up before the state legislature. Calls for stricter regulations of beauty parlors.
They call them cosmeticians.
Oh.
The boss has put the Sentinel behind the bill.
Here we are.
Oh, Miss Case, Reed's expecting her.
I know. Go right in, Gunnigan.
You wait here a minute, Miss Todd.
Very well. Hold it, Axford.
I'm just going into Reed's office with Gunnigan.
Yeah, I know.
There's something in the wind.
There's a stack of newspapers on your desk. Now go through them and clip everything pertaining to beauty parlors.
But I was just...
Orders, Michael.
Now, see here, Casey. I'm a reporter. What's more, you ain't want to give me orders.
Mr. Reed's instructions, Michael.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so?
How are you, Nancy? Oh, I guess I'll survive. I hear you struck pay dirt. I went to one of those Lundquist places. I know you did. Lundquist is a ringleader in the fight to defeat the Leveson bill. Uh-huh. If that bill goes through, Lundquist will be washed up. He should be, the termite. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Please send Miss Todd in.
Oh, that's me. I'm on my way. You'd better get at these papers, Axford, and stop gaping.
Take a chair, Miss Todd. Which one of the Lundquist places did you visit?
The big one, where they had the store in front.
That's the place at Orchard in Maine.
A store in front?
Yes, they sell Lundquist beauty creams and lotions, hair dyes, tonics, and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yes. Go on, Miss Todd.
Well, the girls around the place look like showgirls or something.
Probably were.
Lundquist pays stiff salaries for the girls. They're his best advertising.
Go on.
Well, when I went in, one of them started to put the pressure on me right off the bat. Tried to sell me a complete course of beauty treatments, exercises, and everything else. I told her I was interested only in a shampoo and finger wave.
Even that was taking a risk.
You should have been warned.
I told her to be careful.
Well, I had to have some reason for staying around to look the place over. I figured that I'd rather have them damage my hair than my face. My hair would grow out again.
Well, what happened?
Well, I went into one of the booths and just got settled in the chair when I heard a girl talking to the receptionist. The girl sounded a little panicky and kind of hysterical. I could hear everything. Where's the manager of this place?
Well, he's out right now. Is there anything I can do?
No, don't tell me he's out. I must see him.
In what connection?
It's none of your business.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Monroe's not in.
Then I'll wait. I'll wait right here until he comes in. When'll he be here?
Well, I'm not sure. In fact, I think he's out of the city.
You're lying to me. I know you are.
Don't call me a liar, dearie.
I'm sorry. Please tell me when I can see Mr. Monroe.
Well, leave your name and I'll have him call you.
Oh, he won't call me.
Bessie, if that girl and...
You are here. You lied to me. You said Monroe was out.
Uh-huh.
I'm here to see you, Mr. Monroe.
Miss Bessie, who is this girl?
I don't know. She's kept that veil over her face.
You're the one that recommended the course of treatments. You're the one that guaranteed to take the freckles off my face.
Now, wait a minute, young
You
lady.
sold me that lotion. You guaranteed
Now,
it.
calm down.
Calm down. With my whole career ruined. I was a model. A professional model. And now look at me. You'll see why I wear this veil. Look what's beneath it. Good. All of you. Take a look.
Now, just a moment. We'll take care of you.
You'll take care of me.
Calm yourself.
You've already taken care of me. For keeps. I've been to a specialist. My skin is covered with scar tissue. That's how you took care of me. I'm ruined. Now I'm here to take care of you.
A gun. Look out. Look out with that gun.
I'll show you, Monroe. I'm just one of hundreds of people you've hurt. I'm one that's going to get even. You may beat a lawsuit. Try and beat a bullet.
Help!
Let me go.
I've got her. Get some help. Call the police.
I'll kill you. I will.
Try to shoot me. You'll go where you belong.
I got the girl's name and address before the police came and took her away. Then I got out. I was ill. Oh, that poor girl's face. I suppose she'll be fined or jailed for packing a gun, too.
She could be a witness against that Lundquist outfit.
Get hold of her, Gunnigan. What's her name, Miss Todd?
Here it is. I got it from one of the girls there. Kitty Smith. She's living in a rooming house on 10th Avenue.
Gunnigan, this will give us some real ammunition to fight in favor of the Levinson bill.
Yeah.
Just what will this Levinson bill accomplish?
It will call for a rigid state inspection and examination of everything sold as beauty aids. People will be told frankly what some creams and lotions may do to their skins. There are a lot of other points. So-called beauticians will have to be qualified.
And it's about time.
After seeing that poor girl's face...
Get hold of Kitty Smith, Gunnigan. Get her down here. I want her own story.
Yeah.
But is there any question about this Levinson bill being passed?
There certainly is. Lundquist is leading a fight against it, and he has a lot of this kind with him. The bill would put them out of business. Their lobbyists are at work right now in the state capitol.
Come on, Todd. We'll find Kitty Smith.
Haven't they located Kitty Smith yet?
No, sir.
Why not? They've been hunting 24 hours.
I checked with the cops.
Find Kitty Smith. What about Lundquist?
He's not talking.
What's the matter with everyone? Where's Kitty Smith? Two days and still no sign of her.
We've been every place.
No one knows a thing.
Find Kitty Smith. A week.
No sign of Kitty Smith.
She's the keynote of our story. Get private detectives on the job.
Reed, if it's detectives you want...
I said detectives.
Article in the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Lundquist.
Yes, Monroe, I saw it.
The paper seems to be making an intensive search for that Smith girl.
You're the store manager. Took care of things, didn't you?
Yes,
And don't bother me with details.
I came here to tell you that we'll have to raise Bess Laverne's pay.
And why?
She was in the shop when the Smith girl started all the trouble.
Well, what of it?
She followed the thing right through. She knows your lawyer got to the judge, paid a fine, and had Kitty Smith released. And she knows you took the girl to Doc Ravenel's private sanatorium.
How did she know that?
Bess gets around. She's no fool.
I'd like to...
I know. I'd like to get rid of her, too.
It's too sharp.
She also knows that you got Kitty Smith to sign a release, under the impression that the treatment she was going to get at Ravenel's place would give her a new skin. Now, I can keep Bess satisfied for a while. With a little raise.
All right. That's all that's necessary, then. As soon as this bill is turned down by the Senate, we needn't worry anymore. Right now, though, we've got to see that the girl's kept out of circulation.
The Sentinel would give a lot to get her story.
Don't I know it?
Her story might be all that's needed to put the Levinson bill through.
Doc Ravenel has plenty of stock in our chain. You better call on him. Tell him to be sure no one knows Kitty Smith's at his place. Keep her there as a mental case, and if necessary, use a straitjacket and a padded cell. You won't have any trouble. Girl has no family.
I'll tell him.
The Levinson bill will ruin us. We can't let it pass. Defeat it, no matter what it costs.
No matter what it costs, they'll do anything and everything to block the Levinson bill. If we could find Kitty Smith, we'd get a story that would jam that bill through in spite of what all the lobbyists could do.
But, Reed, as I've been saying for the past 10 days, we've been
I
trying...
know, Axford. We can't find Kitty Smith.
So what next? Should I go ahead and write my story?
No, it won't mean a thing without the girl to back it.
I've pooled all available information, Mr. Reed. After the attempted shooting, Miss Smith was taken into custody. Someone unknown paid a fine, and she was released. She left police headquarters, heavily veiled, got into a cab, and that's the last anyone has seen of her.
Axford, did you check the cab drivers?
Reed, have you got any idea of how many of them there are in this town?
Did you check with them?
Holy crow, I'm still checking, but so far I got nothing.
Who paid the girl's fine?
An attorney named Rodney Ridge. Gunnigan talked to him. He refuses to name the client who provided the money to pay the fine.
Rodney Ridge, eh?
His record ain't bad.
Well, we'll have to cross our fingers, Axford, and hope that you find that cab driver before it's too late. This is the last day. The Levinson bill comes up tomorrow.
Oh, golly. To find one cab driver in the whole city. I'd be lucky if the guy remembers her at all, to say nothing of remembering where he took her.
I'm counting on you, Axford.
And so am I. Here I sit with the story of the year, and I can't do a darn thing about it until you find the cab driver. Oh, gosh.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now, back to the Green Hornet. In his apartment, Britt Reed told his faithful valet Cato about the girl who disappeared after attempting to shoot the manager of a Lundquist beauty salon. Cato was the only living person who knew that Britt Reed and the Green Hornet were the same individual.
The only way, Cato, is to make use of the role of the Green Hornet.
But how you do that, Mr. Britt?
One of 3 people is going to give me the information I want.
Yes?
I'm sure Monroe knows where to find the girl. Lundquist probably knows. There's also a lawyer named Rodney Ridge, and I think he's our best bet.
Well, you think he might talk?
I'm not sure that we can make him tell who paid Kitty Smith's fine or where she went. But we can check up on one point by going to his office.
What is that?
I want to go through his files and find out whether or not Lundquist or Monroe are listed among his clients.
Well, you need Hornet disguise for that?
I'm going as the Green Hornet because if we find the name of Lundquist or Monroe, we're going other places after we leave the office. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. The car was left in the dark alley near the lawyer's office. A few moments later, Britt and Cato were in the office, examining the files. This took some time.
Well, the last one, Cato. If we don't find something in this file, we're through.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Here's another group of L's. These may be special clients. Let's see now. Luke, Lumley, Lundell, Lundquist. Here we are.
Is it the right one?
Yes. Lundquist retained Rodney Ridge to get the Smith girl out of jail. That means we're on the right track. Come on, Cato. We're calling on Rodney Ridge.
While Cato guided the Black Beauty through dark side streets toward the home of the attorney, Britt Reed replaced his mask with dark glasses and a false mustache. From a compartment, he drew out an old cap and a cheap topcoat. With his identity effectively concealed, he was ready to meet Rodney Ridge.
You'll have to see me at my office. I don't receive clients at home.
Didn't I tell you to call me Smith? Doesn't that name mean anything to you, Ridge? You paid a fine for a girl named Smith.
Oh.
She's disappeared. It looks to me like an abduction. And if you don't want to be involved in a mess, you'd better tell me where to find her. Maybe you can hold out on police and reporters, but
professional ethics.
You're not talking to cops. You're talking to a guy named Smith. Remember?
Is the girl a relative or a sister?
What do you think? Where is she?
She left town.
Okay. That's the best you'll do.
What are you going to do?
Call the police. What do you suppose?
But you have no
Stand
reason.
back.
A gun.
You were the last one to see her, Ridge. I'm not going to waste time questioning you. Let the law do that. That's what the law's for.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait for what?
Put that phone down. I can't talk while you're calling the police.
I won't phone. It'll be far better to lodge my complaint in person. Just who was your client when you paid Kitty's fine?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Very well, Ridge. Have it your way. From now on, you can talk to the police. Just a minute now, Cato. 2 to 1, he makes a phone call.
I opened door a bit.
He's calling someone, just as we thought.
Is that you, Lindquist? This is Ridge. The brother of Kitty Smith is on his way to the police.
Brother? Where did he come from?
I don't know, but he might make trouble for me. You've got to do something.
Now, stop worrying. Everything is under control.
But it isn't. I don't know what you've done with the girl. I can't tell the police a thing, but they won't believe that. They think I'm shooting you.
Now, wait a minute, Ridge. I'll tell you where the girl is. You can stall the police for a couple of days. The Levinson bill comes up tomorrow afternoon. As long as we can keep the girl until the day after tomorrow, there's not a thing to worry about.
Where is she?
She's simply being held in Dr. Ravenel's sanatorium for treatment.
In the asylum for the insane.
I have her signed release, you see. She thinks she's going to be treated for her scars. She can't make any charges. Now stop worrying about it, Ridge.
Well, I'm glad she's alive and in comparatively safe hands. Goodbye.
Indeed.
What? You?
Back again.
Well, you said you were going.
I waited around.
What? Then you heard.
I heard you calling Lundquist.
Eavesdropping. Well, Mr. Smith, let me tell you that anything overheard in that way cannot be used as evidence.
I'm not interested in legal evidence, Ridge.
But
This gun's the answer to a lot of things. And what's more, my name's not Smith.
Not Smith.
Lundquist told you where that girl was held.
But that is...
Come on, where is she?
I don't...
Speak up or you'll never get the chance to speak again. I'm not
can't.
fooling, Ridge. If you think I am, take a look at this emblem and see who called himself Mr. Smith.
What's that?
Take a look.
Hornet?
Right.
Green Hornet without a mask.
But effectively disguised. Now talk.
No. Now, Lundquist will
Lundquist won't do a thing. He's going to have more trouble than he can handle. Where is Kitty Smith?
Why do you want to know?
Where is she?
Where is she? Stop that. Talk. Let go. I'll talk. You're breaking my arm.
Name the place.
Ravenel's. Dr. Ravenel's.
That's better.
What's it to you?
I need some cash to send her. $5,000, Mr. Ridge. Just enough to pay for her treatments at a famous clinic in the Midwest.
$5,000?
Just twice what Lundquist paid you.
How do you know what he paid me?
Come on, I'm in a hurry. Get the money.
No,
Must we start arguing all over again?
$5,000.
You keep cash on hand in case you need it for bail after your office is closed. Now dig it out.
This is robbery. Armed robbery.
Tell it to the police. Come on now, give out. Can't take much, can you?
I'll get the cash. It's in my desk.
Hurry up. I've a lot to do. How much more have you there?
None of your business.
You keep quite a sum here, don't you?
Now get away from me.
I think the girl should be given something for her suffering. I'll take all that's there. You can make Lundquist repay you.
No,
I've heard enough from you, Ridge.
Stop, don't get...
Take it. That gas will hold you for a while. Only thing I regretted that this isn't Lundquist instead of Ridge. Come on in, Cato. You have the hypodermic?
Yes. Here it is.
Give him a shot, so he'll be sure to get 8 hours of sleep.
Yes, sir. There.
Now let's get out of here. We're not through. Kitty Smith is still in that sanatorium. I'll take the wheel. Get in, Cato.
I'm licked. Casey, I'm all in. And I flopped on me job.
Oh, Michael, you do look worn out.
All right. All night I've been speaking to cab drivers. And by God, there ain't a one in town that's seen this dame with the veil.
Well, where's Nancy Todd?
Oh, she's home sleeping, I guess. She gave up some time ago.
Hey, Axford!
Oh, golly, are you still around, Miss Todd?
If you want another fun, come on.
Huh? You got something?
Have I got something? Listen to this.
What is it?
It's a letter. It came by special messenger and addressed to me.
Well, from whom?
Well, listen, will you? Is Mr. Reed here?
No, he isn't in yet.
Well, here's what the letter says. I regret what we have done to Miss Smith. Will you please see that the enclosed is delivered to her at Dr. Ravenel's sanatorium?
Suffering snake.
Dr. Ravenel?
Holy crow, that means that's where she is.
You're telling me?
And what's it that's to be delivered to her?
There was an envelope enclosed and 10,000 smackers in cold cash.
Good gravy.
10,000? And who do you think signed the letter?
Who?
The Green Hornet.
What are we waiting for? Come on, we got to get out to Doc Ravenel's.
What's all the commotion in here?
Mr. Reed, the break has come. A letter.
The Green Hornet signed it.
And we found Kitty Smith.
Kitty Smith?
The dame you wanted for a special story.
Story I've been saving.
Where is she?
Dr. Ravenel.
It's the sanatorium outside the city.
Get to her right away. Get that story and get back here in time for the next edition.
That's what I was saying.
There's still time to get the story in the papers before the legislature votes on that Levinson bill. Now, if we can flood the Capitol with that story, splattered all over page 1 with pictures of the girls, sworn statements. Well, get on, get going. Take a photographer.
Come on, Nancy.
And Axford.
Huh?
If you get the runaround, get tough. The Sentinel will back you.
Bingo! Come on, sister. You're going to see Mike Axford in action.
Give me that phone. Give me the desk. Miss Case, get the composing room on the other phone.
Yes, sir.
Jenks, stand ready for a big story. We've located Kitty Smith. Axford and Nancy Todd are on their way out there now.
Who's composing?
Now, take this phone. Get the district attorney's office. Axford may need help when he gets out there.
Very well.
Hello? Stand ready for a replay on page 1 in about half an hour. Axford and Todd are bringing in the story of the year. I want to devote the whole page to it. We'll hit the Senate with an atomic bomb. Hello? Give me Lowry. How about the district attorney, Miss Case?
I'm getting him.
Hello, Lowry. Get going on the Levinson bill. Full front page next edition. We'll build around Kitty Smith's own story.
The district attorney's on the phone, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Martin. You've been wanting to get something on Dr. Ravenel's place for some time. Well, here's your chance. Get men out there in a hurry. Axford is already on his way there. You'll find a woman by the name of Kitty Smith held there against her will, so her case couldn't be used as publicity for the Levinson bill. Do you need any further information? I didn't think so. Good luck. Bye. Now, Miss Case, we'll wait for the blow-off.
Now, you better let me do the talking, Miss Todd.
Yes?
We came for Kitty Smith.
No one here by that name.
Oh, golly, the runaround. Now, listen. You're getting one more chance. We want to see Miss Smith.
I said there's no one here by that
Axford,
name.
you promised not to waste time.
I'm going in and see for myself.
We are, Well, now listen here, big boy.
Don't get in me way. Stand aside.
You can't go in.
Who said so?
Oh, brother!
Come on, Nancy. We'll find that dame. There's the cops. By golly, now you'll see things.
The cops? They'll get you for stalking that guy.
Like fun. Them guys are my pals. Hey, Martin, Burke, come on in. We're getting Kitty Smith.
Help! Help! Let me go! Axford, there she is.
Come on, boys. The Spalpees are holding that dame against the will.
No, get out. Hey, get out of here.
Let him get the dame. We got orders. Do as Mike says. Faster him. Use your club.
Back him, Axford.
This way, miss. Come on, Nancy. We'll take her out. The boys can handle things.
Don't you worry, Kitty. Everything's going to be all right.
You bet it is. Lundquist will get the works and so will Ravenel. You're going to be all right, and here's cash on the line to prove it.
Bill unanimous. Senate probe underway. Green Hornet found. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Set the Lux Street pipe
Introducing the 1977 Ford Granada.
I'm back, sweetheart.
Who are you?
Why?
Get out of my Cadillac.
Where's my Granada? Oh, my sweet, my pet. Oh, sorry. I thought this was my Cadillac.
Well, it's my Mercedes, you animal.
Now, where were we?
What are you, some kind of weirdo?
No, wrong car.
Get out of here.
One way to tell Granada from Cadillac and Mercedes is its sticker price. When America needs a better idea, Ford puts it on wheels.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, 'Ranger, 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 '
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver. The Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States were faced with so many hardships that they had very little time for the business of government. In many cases, unscrupulous men obtained government positions and used them for their own personal gain. They were safe from the law, but not from the masked rider of the plains, who placed justice above the law. It was his strength and courage, his resourcefulness and daring, which made the new country safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble at the border. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A double row of cells faced the squalid corridor of a southwestern prison. There were few of the cells that did not hold their full quota of desperate and embittered men. The men were silent. The rasp of a bolt on the far side of a sturdy oak door could be heard plainly. The door swung open. A heavily armed guard entered the corridor, and the inmates raised their voices in a chorus of boos and jeers.
Shut up, blast you! Shut your faces or I'll get Hogan down here! Shut up!
How would you like a knife in your back, Paul?
Who said that? Who said that? If I find out who it was, I'll fix him so he won't be able to talk. Hey, you.
Ah, my friend, the guard.
I ain't no friend of yours, and I ain't taking none of your smart-aleck lip. The keeper wants to see you. Come on.
Most inconsiderate of you, my friend. You should have realized that I'd be taking my siesta.
You ain't funny. And in here, you ain't the Black Caballero no more. You're just another crook serving time. Now get moving. Through that door and walk ahead of me. All right, you fellas ask for it. The whole pack of you can go without grub for the rest of the day.
Why does Senor Hogan wish to see me?
You'll find out.
If he'd like advice upon the management of this elegant hacienda...
He don't.
Why, then it would be my duty to tell him that, first of all, he should take pigs like you and rub your snoots in the slops he mistakenly calls food.
Shut up before I bust your face in.
What, you're unreasonable, my friend. Why should you be angry with me because you're a pig?
Why, you dirty...
But now you are angry, amigo. Your pardon. Such friends as we should never quarrel.
Hear that?
Senor Hogan must be entertaining again. He's a most pleasant fellow.
That's Perry he's got in there. You'll be hollering the same way before Hogan gets through with you.
Please, no, don't. Please don't make me go back. I ain't got no cash. Honest, I ain't. Don't send me back there, please. I'd pay if I could.
Take him away.
I'll pay you.
And if he keeps on yelling, lay the whip to him.
Amigo.
Huh?
Don't make me go back.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Please.
Get in here.
With pleasure.
Yeah? Well, maybe you'll be changing your tune. You come in too, Bull. You might be needed.
Sure, Mr. Hogan.
All right, chair.
Get away from that.
But what?
Crooks don't sit down in my office.
No.
No.
Well, there is one who does.
Huh?
Yourself, senor.
Ah.
You struck me, senor. It is the second time. I shall not forget.
Ain't that too bad?
One day you will be very sorry, I think.
Hit me back, why don't you? You ain't tied.
Because you're a fool, senor. It does not follow that I am. It you? Oh, no. That is what you would like. I know the penalty when a prisoner strikes another within these walls. I've seen it applied to others.
Cagey, ain't you? Well, Mr. Black Caballero, or whatever you call yourself, you and me are going to settle things right here now.
See?
I've been too easy with you.
You've been most amiable, my friend.
That'll be enough palaver. I mean what I say. I ain't one to fool.
No?
I reckon you've been here long enough to savvy how I run things.
I have, senor.
And I reckon you know you ain't putting nothing over on me by claiming you ain't got cash hid away somewhere.
And if I have?
You could make things a heap easier for yourself in here.
If I had money but did not pay.
See that fellow the guard just took out of my office?
But of course.
You know where the guard was taking him?
You call it the black hole, no?
Yeah, the black hole. It's been called other things, too. You got any idea what it's like to be thrown into a hole in the ground where there ain't no light at all? Where there ain't room to stand up straight and to stretch out when you lay down? Or to walk more than a couple of steps without bumping into a wall? You can holler your head off in there. Only nobody can hear you. And you get grub while you're in there, too. Only it ain't but once every 3 days. That's a mighty long spell of waiting when it's so black you can't tell day from night.
That is where you sent Senor Perry?
He's got cash, but he won't pay up. Well, he'll wish he had.
One day, amigo, you will be a very rich man.
I'm doing all right.
Or a very dead one.
Huh? Oh, more of your smart talk, huh? Well, it's up to you. Which is it going to be?
Which?
Good grub, a good comfortable cell, maybe liquor once in a while. Or the black hole and maybe a good whipping besides.
My friend, you leave me little choice.
Thought you'd see it that way.
Man of sense could make but one answer.
And you got sense, huh?
But you're mistaken, Senor Hogan.
Huh?
I have no sense at all. I'm only a fool. I'm such a fool that if my pockets were loaded with money, I'd spend not one peso on you unless you could be bribed to cut your own throat.
Bull!
I'll fix him, boss.
Take him back. He's got till tomorrow to change his mind. If he don't, beat him till he can't stand up. Then throw him in the hole.
Right.
Amigo, a moment ago I made a prophecy. I said the day would come when you would be either very rich or very dead. I can now speak more surely.
Yeah?
You will be dead, senor. Most dead. Adios.
In here, Captain. I'll show you something.
See, Major Winthrop.
This map on the wall.
Oh, is of the border, yes?
It is. Now, here's the Rio, and here's...
One moment. Would not be well if we were overheard.
The men have turned in, Captain. There's nothing to be feared.
Yeah, that is good.
Now then, as I say, here's the Rio. You'll notice those crosses I've penciled along the boundary. Captain, each cross represents the scene of a raid. 15 crosses, 15 raids. Over a score of men killed, cattle and money stolen. And a situation built up that's ready to explode. When it does, it'll be an explosion that neither your government nor mine can control.
That is so.
In the first place, 2 groups are working together to make trouble. One group includes fellow countrymen of mine. The other, men of your nationality.
That also I know.
Good. J.B. Bronson heads the one. Miguel Chavez leads the other.
Chavez, he's traitor.
They're both traitors. Our governments are not only friendly, but wish to remain that way. Bronson and Chavez, however, are doing everything in their power to disturb those relations. Bronson is staging these raids, hoping that our governments will be forced into a quarrel.
See.
Such a quarrel, if it developed into armed fighting, would not be popular with your people, Captain. It might even lead to the election of a new government. That's where Chavez would step in. He leads the opposition. He'd like to assume power, and if he did...
Senor Bronson would also profit.
But in the meantime, the raids are continuing. Bad feeling is growing along the border, and we can't explain the true state of affairs because we have no proof. But our hands may be forced before proof is gotten.
You and I, Major Winthrop, we are of the Army. We cannot act as we would like to. But there is one man of whom I've heard.
Yes?
A man who always wears the mask. Who is called, how you say, the Lone Ranger?
The Lone Ranger. Why didn't I think of him before? Captain Lopez, if we had him on our side...
You have.
Sucker.
How in the world
I didn't want to startle you. I opened the door quietly.
But
Wait. I knew you and Captain Lopez were meeting. I know the problem you face. That's why I'm here.
You're the Lone Ranger.
I am.
But how you know these things?
I hear things also, Captain Lopez, and I'm as anxious as you to keep peace along the border.
Then you will help?
I will. First, however, I want the help of a man of your country.
See?
I believe you've heard of him. Perhaps you've met him. He's called the Black Caballero.
The Black Caballero? But who have not heard of him?
He knows the country beyond the Rio as well as I know the country to the north. Acting together, I believe we could trap both Bronson and Chavez.
But the Black Caballero is in jail.
He is.
And if I remember correctly...
Yes?
It was you who sent him there.
I did. He broke the law, Major Winthrop, but he was never a criminal at heart. He loved adventure. He broke the law not for gain, but for the excitement it gave him. And even though I was responsible for his capture, I can honestly say he's one of the few men whom I thoroughly respect.
But if the Black Caballero is in the jail...
The district penitentiary is not far from here.
I have no authority to have the man released.
How badly do you want Bronson and Chavez convicted, sir?
If we're to prevent war, those men must be convicted.
Exactly. And you shouldn't be too particular about the methods used.
I don't understand.
A fellow named Hogan is in charge of the jail.
I've met him.
He's a bigger thief and murderer than any of his prisoners.
I've heard nothing against him.
Prisoners aren't in a position to complain, Major.
But I still
One
don't
moment.
see.
I can tell you this. Men have died in that prison because they wouldn't pay Hogan.
That's a serious charge.
Which I can prove.
What have you in mind?
I told you I'd like the Black Caballero's aid.
Yes?
First, however, I want Hogan brought to justice.
If what you say about him is true and you can prove it, it still wouldn't free the Black Caballero.
Leave that to me.
But I...
Don't ask too many questions, Major. I have certain plans. But the less you know about those plans, the less chance there'll be that your duty will force you to interfere.
I see.
You can do one thing to help, however.
Yes?
Call on Hogan.
On Hogan?
Right. Call on him the first thing in the morning. I'm leaving. I still have more to do before the night's over. But follow my instructions and you'll get proof. The charges I've made are true.
If they are, I'll see that Hogan is punished.
And you can take my word for it, he will be.
Diablo, the man with the mask is man of action.
But, Captain, between you and me, I believe he'll get results.
Early the next morning, the Black Caballero was taken from his cell and led to the dungeon. Bull drew back the stone slab that sealed its entrance and called down to the convict, who was already in prison there.
Hi there.
Let me out, please. You got to. I'll die.
Shut up. You ain't getting out. You're just getting company. All right, mister.
I feel, my friend, that the day will come when you will die as surely as Senor Hogan.
It ain't worrying me. Of course, if you change your mind, you won't have to get down there.
You try to frighten me?
Well, it's your funeral. Don't matter to me what happens to you.
You're a fool.
Huh? Now, look here.
Yesterday, you should have been warned.
What in blazes are you talking about?
When we were in Senor Hogan's office.
Well, what about it?
A man was outside. He called to his horse. A horse he called Silver.
Thinking of the Lone Ranger, huh?
See.
You ain't loco enough to figure that after sending you here, he tried to help you out, are you?
Perhaps.
Hey, you're as crazy as a locoed steer. That fella don't help crooks, he jails them.
And you, amigo, are a crook.
Blast you. What's left to me, you won't never get out of here. Now shut up and climb down there. You're lucky Hogan changed his mind about giving you the beating you got coming. Go ahead, get moving.
I think not, amigo.
Why, you...
Do not be hasty.
Well...
You'd better look behind you, my friend.
What? The masked man.
Don't slap, brother.
You!
The black hole is waiting, Bull. Waiting for you. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bull, the threat of the Lone Ranger's guns commanding obedience, climbed into the black hole in place of the Black Caballero. At a further command from the masked man, he helped the prisoner already there to the surface and...
All right, your hand. Up with you.
Thank you, stranger.
Take it easy for a moment until you get your strength back. You won't be seen. Bull.
Well,
Your keys.
you...
Quickly.
Take them. But you fellas don't hang for this. You won't get away with it.
We'll see.
Amigo, what has brought you here? How did you enter this place?
I'll explain in a moment. Help me close the entrance with this slab first.
Well, of course.
That'll do.
This is a great day, my friend. Already I am once more a happy man. To think of my good friend the guard in the same pit where he would have put me. That is a pleasure indeed.
I've come here for a purpose, Black Caballero.
See?
We were once enemies.
But never were there enemies like us, amigo. We did not hate. It was only for sport that we opposed each other.
I'm going to free you.
Free me?
Yes.
But, amigo, that I do not understand. Is it that you are no longer on the side of the law?
No. I'm going to free you because you're needed.
Needed?
There's danger along the border, Black Caballero. Danger brought about by traitors to your country and mine.
Ah.
These traitors hope to involve our countries in war. The army cannot act. I've promised our aid.
Whatever you say, that I will do.
I think that together we can bring those traitors to justice.
That will be good.
I entered the walls of the prison last night under cover of darkness. I waited in this corner of the yard until I saw Bull bringing you here.
It is what I would have expected of you.
Tonto's waiting outside. He's waiting with Silver and with El Diablo.
El Diablo?
He was in the corrals just outside.
El Diablo. Never did I think to see him again.
He's ready to serve you again, Black Caballero.
Then quick, let us be on our way.
Wait.
But I do
There's
not...
something we must do before we leave.
And that, amigo?
Hogan is in charge of this prison. He's abused his position to graft and to torture the men in his power.
Ah. Thank you. You have reminded me. I owe Senor Hogan much. I would not be happy if I were to depart without repaying him.
We don't leave until he's exposed.
Bueno. But how...
Take these keys, see? Now, just a minute. How are you, stranger? Better?
Kind of shaky on my pins, mister, but getting out of that blasted hole is enough to make anybody feel right good.
Then come along. We're going inside. And it shouldn't take us long to finish our work here.
A few minutes later, as Hogan made his way down the corridor that led to his office, he sighted a guard approaching from the opposite direction and called to him.
Slim! Hi, Slim.
Yeah?
Seen Bull around?
Not for an hour or so, why?
I gave him a job to do.
Yeah?
And he was supposed to report back to me just as soon as it's finished.
Well, shucks, he's likely been waiting for you in your office while you was looking around. There's somebody in there right now.
That ain't Bull. That's Major Winthrop from over at the fort.
Huh? What's he doing here?
I don't know. Snooping around, maybe.
A lot of good will do him. You got things covered up, ain't you?
There ain't nobody gonna talk.
Then let the soldier do all the snooping he hankers to.
I ain't worrying. Only thing was, I wanted to tip Bull off.
Talk to Magee yet?
Nope, I'm gonna see him now. Come along. Maybe there'll be something for you to do.
Uh-huh.
Of course, I ain't sure Winthrop's looking for anything. He might have just been riding by.
He couldn't have suspicioned anything unless he talked to some of the prisoners. And it's a cinch he ain't done that.
Not so long. Well, Major, now we... What the...
He ain't here.
Where in blazes did he get to? You pass anybody in the hall, Slim?
I never seen nobody.
He couldn't have gone the other way. I come from there.
Then where do you think...
I don't know where he could have got to. But we sure as sin can't take a chance on him getting down where the cells are, unless one of us is along. Come on, we'll have a look.
We can look at...
Wait.
Huh?
You in here before I met you?
No.
That door there leading to the closet. It's part way open. I never left it like that.
But what...
I'll find out who's been meddling around here. If anybody was looking for my record...
Stand where you are.
What? A masked crook.
Don't move.
Who are you?
Never mind that.
What do you want?
A confession.
What?
You've tortured the men in here. You forced money from them, taken advantage of your job to graft.
You're loco.
Mr. Hogan, you know who this feller is?
I know he'd better clear out.
He's the Lone Ranger.
I said never mind that. I'm after your confession, Hogan. I don't leave until I get it.
You're clean off your head.
There isn't a man in this prison who wouldn't like to get his hands on you.
I won't.
You may be wrong.
Just what do you mean by that?
You have a clock in here.
You?
It says 5 minutes to 10.
What if it does?
You're making a full confession before that clock strikes 10. Or I won't be responsible for the consequences.
I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got nothing to confess. And if you value your hide, mister, you'd better start thinking of how you're going to get out of here.
Sit down. Sit down.
You've got the whip hand for now, stranger. But I'll square accounts with you before we're done.
You there.
Huh? Me? Now, look, mister.
You take that chair beside Hogan.
Sure, mister.
What do you got up your sleeve?
The time is getting shorter. It won't be long until the clock strikes.
You can't scare me.
We'll see if we can or not. Sit there, Hogan. Sit there and think of what would happen to you. The men you've tortured could get revenge. Sit there and remember when 10 o'clock arrives, those men are likely to get the revenge they want.
How can they?
They're locked up.
Cells can be unlocked.
Not without keys.
Confess.
You can go plumb to blazes.
Listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Listen to that clock ticking off the seconds, Hogan. I've set the deadline. With every second that goes by, you're closer to your death.
I said you can't scare me, and I meant just that.
The clock, Hogan. You have until 10.
In the meantime, the Black Caballero was going swiftly from cell to cell.
Do not forget, amigo. When I give the word, we act. Adios.
You bet we'll act.
Senor, come here to me quickly. Hear what I have to say.
Bull, confined to the black hole, was shouting vainly and frantically for release.
Let me out of here. Hogan, Slim, let me out. Let me out, Captain. Nobody hear me. Let me out of here. Hogan! Hogan!
30 seconds, Hogan.
Go to blazes.
25.
Boss, maybe he ain't bluffing.
Shut up.
20.
I tell you, I don't scare.
The time's passing. After 10, it may be too late. Only 15 seconds. Hear the seconds go by, Hogan. Listen to them. There. 10 seconds.
Cut it out.
You haven't much time.
I'll have time to see you hang for this.
Perhaps.
Wait and see if I don't.
Less than 5 seconds. The clock will strike.
Wait! Slim, you shut up like I told you.
Now.
It was a bluff. Nothing happened, I told you.
The prisoners!
Who let them loose?
They aren't trying to escape, Hogan. They're coming after you.
They can't get here.
They'd have to bust down 2 doors even if they did get out of their cells.
They'll get here.
Boss, they'll kill us.
Where's Bull? Grab them rifles. Shoot them fellas down.
Stand back.
Bless your ass.
You'll do nothing except confess.
I won't.
They're getting closer all the time. They have doors to break down to reach the hall outside. But the door to this office isn't locked. Once they get this far, nothing will stop them.
It's the same as murder.
You've murdered Hogan.
I did.
Men you thought would talk never left this prison alive. Those who paid left here with spirits so broken they didn't dare talk. Now you're going to get a taste of your own medicine.
No, you
They
can't.
died slowly, but you'll die quickly.
Hogan, you got to talk. The masked man's right. They'll get us right off.
Confess.
If I did, even you couldn't stop me.
Let me worry about that. Confess. Hear that?
There's just one more locked door between us.
You'll stop them if I talk?
You have my word.
All right, I'll confess. Sure, I've been making them pay. Why shouldn't I? They ain't nothing but crooks.
The court set their punishment. That isn't for you to decide.
Hurry!
You killed men. You put them in the black hole and let them die there.
I did. Sure I did. Let's stop them fellas. They're almost here. You said you'd stop me.
I will. Hold on! Hold on, men! I've got something to say.
Open up this door before we smash it. All right.
Don't move a step forward! Quiet! Hogan has just made a confession. He'll pay for everything he's done here. Now, back to yourselves. Let the law deal with him.
We're escaping.
Don't be fools. How far would you get? There's a fort close by. Every soldier, every lawman in the district will be scouring the country. Not a man of you would get through.
What do you think, fellas?
The masked man is right, amigos. If Hogan is punished, he's well. We should be satisfied. What use is there in risking our lives just to be jailed again?
You'd not only be recaptured, you'd have years added to your sentences. Not only that, but the Black Caballero and I are armed. You men are not. If you don't return to your cells willingly, you'll be taken there at the point of a gun.
It don't look like we got much choice, men.
You haven't.
Back, amigos, back. Senor Hogan will be punished and another sent to take his place. That is all we can ask.
He's right, men.
Come on, let's get back before we find ourselves in real trouble.
Boss, I'm telling you, that was a close one. Another minute and them fellas would have got us for sure.
And I saved myself by confessing.
What you gonna do, clear out?
What for?
Well, I
This
didn't...
fella's just a plain doggone idiot. What good's it gonna do him me confessing? He can't go into court and swear to anything, can he? He'd sure look fine dry in it.
But I can, Hogan.
What are you?
I heard the whole thing, Hogan. The masked man had told me what you were up to here. He said he'd prove it. Well, he has.
That's why that closet door was open. You was in there.
Right.
Well, you did.
Careful, Hogan. The Lone Ranger doesn't shoot to kill, but I do.
He put you there.
He did.
I'll fix that fella. Where's he going? Slim, find
You'll
him.
fix no one, Hogan. And I have an idea that when the truth is known, you'll hang.
You...
And there's no need to look for the masked man. He's on his way.
We'll head south of the border, Black Caballero.
Si, amigo.
Our first job will be to trap a man named Bronson.
And we will do it, Lone Ranger.
Ready, Tonto?
Get him up, Scout. On Diablo. Hello, Silver. Away! Come on, Silver, old boy. We're heading for an adventure with the Black Caballero. Hello, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I'm Walt Garrison, and I don't smoke, but I still enjoy tobacco. Smokeless tobacco, like Skull here. Just a pinch between my cheek and gum, and I get full tobacco pleasure. And since I don't light up, I can use it doing almost anything. So go smokeless with Skull, Copenhagen, and Happy Days Men. The tobaccos you don't have to smoke to enjoy.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Don Amici pinch hitting for Walter O'Keefe. Here's our first Nightline call tonight. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. George, you tell us. What's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is picture. Picture.
Really?
You bet your life.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Hi there, this is Steve Allen, and I want to talk to you for a minute about retirement. Do you look forward to it? Well, that's great if you've had a busy life and the retirement is your own choice. But how would you like to be forced into retirement years before you began really living? Retired at 10 or 20, at 30. Retired by paralytic polio. That would be grim. Well, it is grim and tragic for thousands of victims of infantile paralysis. The victims of the years when polio's shadow fell yearly on the country and today's Salk vaccine was only a scientist's dream. But there is hope if you help through the 1958 March of Dimes and make rehabilitation possible wherever rehabilitation is possible. Help bring back from a retirement they never wanted hundreds and hundreds of polio victims. Please join the 1958 March of Dimes today.
Here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Groucho, Louise Squire and Ted Anderson are waiting to talk to you, so folks, you please come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Wives. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Louise Squire and Ted Anderson. Where are you from, Louise?
Memphis.
Memphis?
Memphis,
Can you sing the Memphis Blues?
No.
Well, in the interest of good reporting, I'd like to ask your age. You can answer any way you like.
Well, my driver's license says 37.
37?
Yes.
Well, could I see your driver's license?
Well, yes. Well, maybe.
That's a real woman. He wants him to hold the bag already, and they just met. Well, you must get pinched a lot. You have this pretty handy here, don't you? Oh, that's right, all right. It says age 37. And this license is official. It's signed by Calvin Coolidge.
That's the wrong one.
Oh. Where are you from, Mr. Anderson?
I'm an associate professor at UCLA.
UCLA. Is that one of those diploma mills that are under investigation? Dad, you say you're a college professor. Now, what do you teach?
Business forecasting, corporation finance, and a course for small businessmen.
Well, how tall are these businessmen? What is business forecasting?
Well,
is that any more accurate than the weather forecaster?
Yes, it's more accurate than the weather. We try to predict whether business is going to go up in the future or go down, and by how much.
Oh, I see. Well, with the dollar going down probably for the third time, what do you recommend that people do with their money, assuming that they still have any?
For myself, I'd buy probably common stocks and real estate. This is a personal matter, but...
It certainly is with me. Me personally, I have no complaint about common stocks. I made a killing in the market a few years back. That's true. I shot my broker. I didn't get him any too soon, either, because he was just about to commit suicide. Now, where would you buy real estate? Certainly not in L.A. Prices here already are completely out of hand.
Well, I followed 386 cities, and I like this area very much, and I'm very optimistic about land values between here and San Diego.
Mm-hmm. Do you own much property?
Oh, yes, 4,000 acres.
Where is this property?
Australia.
I thought you said between here and San Diego. You must have really got lost on the freeway. Well, you're an unusual couple, and I'd like to continue this, but frankly, I'm too scared, so let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, from our list of 265 categories, you selected sports. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Now, remember, we want one answer between you, so don't answer before you talk to your partner. Now, Ed Brown, Eddie LeBaron, and George Shaw all play the same position. What is it?
Quarterback.
Quarterback is right.
You now have one right.
Who was the first woman to swim the English Channel both ways?
Miss Chadwick. Florence
Chadwick is right.
You have two right, two more right, and you'll have $1,000.
Now, what woman was named 6 times as Woman Athlete of the Year?
I believe it was Babe Dietrichson.
Yes, it was. The late Babe Dietrichson.
You're almost there.
Probably the greatest athlete of our time. Now, what team was baseball's first all-professional team? It is still one of the major league teams.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati Red... Hey, buddy, is that what you do up in that college there? Sit there and read the sports book, huh?
You got 4 in a row right, you have $1,000.
Well, you want to tell us?
Yeah.
You're too smart for us. As a rule, they don't win it that swiftly, huh? Well, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it. And if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show.
And thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
When the ice is smooth and the sky is blue and the skater's waltz is played for two.
You make it Pabst, 'cause Pabst makes it perfect.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect. Just as we always have ever since 1844. So next time, you make it Pabst, because Pabst makes it perfect. America's Blue Ribbon beer from the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yes, Pabst makes it perfect.
Groucho, I have Elfie Jarrah and Bob Brown waiting to talk to you, so folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Elfie Jarrah and Bob Brown. Elfie, are you named after Elf Landon or after a little elf?
You mean the little things in the forest dancing? No.
Yeah, gewiss. Yeah, jawohl, yeah. And where are you from, Elf?
I am from Berlin.
Berlin.
Yes.
Kommen Sie from the western part from
Sure,
Deutschland?
I
or
come
the,
from West Berlin.
The western Berlin,
Yeah.
huh? How long ago did you leave Berlin?
2 years ago.
Uh-huh. How old were you when you came to this country?
Aha! You like to try out how old I am?
Yes. You certainly have a suspicious mind, Elfie.
Oh.
Do you honestly think I go around prying into people's business and try to find out how old they
Oh,
are?
yes, you do.
Not in a million years. How old are you, Elf?
That's my sweet secret.
Well, you're charming, attractive, and youthful enough to be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
And old enough to be sneaky about your age. Now, your name is Bob Brown, huh?
Yes, Groucho.
That's an odd name. How did you ever in the world get a name like Bob Brown?
I had relatives.
Now, who do you work for, Bob?
Well, I'm a Superior Court bailiff.
Oh, well, that's a very good job, especially if you like to sleep in the daytime. Well, what exactly are the duties of a bailiff?
Well,
you know what a bailiff is?
No, I don't know what
Well, I
is
wish
a
you'd
bailiff.
explain it to me because I don't know either.
No.
What do you think it is?
Bailiff? What can I say? I don't know.
Well, couldn't you ad-lib something in German? Huh?
I never
Don't
heard
they
it
have
before.
bailiffs in Deutschland?
Maybe, but maybe it's another word.
a bailiff is the officer of the court, and he takes care of the various duties in the courtroom. When the judge takes the bench, all...
The judge takes the bench?
Yes.
You mean the judge is a crook, too?
Well, he doesn't take it very far.
Maybe he means Staatsanwalt. Staatsanwalt.
It's probably... Is it a Staatsanwalt?
I wouldn't know.
No? You don't know?
No.
Bailiff?
Well, what else do you do besides being a Staatsanwalt? Ist das nicht ein Staatsanwalt? Ja, das ist ein Staatsanwalt.
Ja, das ist ein Staatsanwalt.
Staatsanwalt, eine krumme Grad, eine hinten her, eine große Schere. I do schönes, I do. Bravo is nothing really. I was just making fun, that's all. Now, tomorrow morning when you're in that courtroom, and the judge asks you what you are, you tell him you're Staatsanwalt, huh?
I'll try to remember that.
Yes, he'll throw you right in the can.
Yeah,
Huh? You say your name is Elfie Staatsanwalt?
Nein.
Nein.
Elfie Gerard.
Oh, Gerard, huh?
Yeah.
Did you have a job in Germany, Elfie?
Yes, as an actress.
Oh, you were an actress?
Yes.
Well, I thought so. You're a very pretty woman.
Thank you.
Well, were you discovered on a stool in a drugstore eating sauerkraut?
No.
How does a girl get to be an actress in Germany?
Oh, we must learn about 2 years, and after we must pass an examination.
An examination?
Yes.
What kind of an... Well, what kind of an examination? Do you have to be able to read and write?
No, we must play about
Play about?
short auditorium.
No.
And you must be very good, otherwise you are finished. And you never be an actress.
Well, then you're a finished actress, aren't you?
Very finished.
Were you on the stage in Germany, or did you make
Yes.
TV commercials for lager beer?
Nein, it wasn't television.
No.
I play on the stage about 150 parts, and on the movies
150
about
pounds?
20.
You don't look that heavy, huh?
Parts, not
Parts?
pounds.
You had 150 parts?
Parts on
oh,
the
parts.
stage.
Oh,
yes.
parts. I thought you said
And
parts.
about 20 films.
Oh, movies.
Yeah.
Well, what were some of the movies you made, Elfie?
Der Kongress tanzt, der Storchstreik, die lustigen Weiber von Wien, Ehesanatorium. And then I play on the stage Alt Heidelberg, Cyprien, Lilo Fee, and als ich noch im Flügel kleide.
Oh, als nur Flugenkleider. I remember that one very well. I saw that picture in English.
Yes?
It was called Marn Park Kettle in the Incredible Shrinking Frankfurter. Have you done any acting in Hollywood, Elfie?
Till now, not. I love to do it.
You mean you want to get in the movies?
Yes, I like to do it.
Well, that's unusual. Most girls that come out here want to be car hops. Well, how long did you say you've been in America, Elfie?
2 years.
2 years. Huh?
Yeah.
What are your impressions of the United States?
Oh, it's wonderful.
You like it here?
Yes, amazing was New York for me. And especially...
Amazing was New York for you?
Ah.
Well,
And especially I love the supermarket here because you can take anything what you like.
you take anything you want in the supermarket?
Yeah.
That's true, but if they catch you, you wind up eating in San Quentin.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Usually I ask a girl from another country what she thinks of American men, just to be different.
Yeah.
Do German women compare favorably with American women?
Oh, they are very different. Yes.
They're very different?
Yeah. We say from the German wives they like Küche, Kinder, Kirche.
That means kitchen,
Church,
and children.
And children, yes.
That's the 3 Ks.
Yeah, 3 Ks.
Well, it's not so different here. The American woman's life is composed of the 3 Bs.
Yeah.
Bingo, bills, and beauty parlors. Well, you're a lovely couple, and I enjoyed talking to you. And Elfie, I hope you get a lot of jobs on television.
Thank you very much.
And in the movies. And you should be a very attractive girl.
I hope so.
And I'm going to give you a chance just to show my appreciation to win a lot of money here tonight. I presume you took baseball since you just arrived here from Germany.
Oh, no.
Oh, you selected movies, old and new, huh?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. Will you tell Fenneman in German what you think of him, Elfie?
What I think about him?
In
He's
German.
a good-looking man, a
In
handsome
German.
man. But in German?
Ja.
Oh, Sie sehen sehr gut aus, aber Sie sind ein bisschen klein. Ich denke, Sie müssten noch etwas wachsen.
You know what she said?
No, but it sounds wonderful.
Well, if you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
Oh, schön wär's ja.
Yeah, and you want one answer between us, you
Yeah.
two, huh?
Yeah.
All right, who directed Lifeboat, 39 Steps, The Trouble with Harry, and Dial M for Murder, among many others? Talk it over.
Hitchcock.
That's right.
Hitchcock.
That's right.
Hitchcock.
Das ist korrekt.
Sure.
You haben die first one right.
Yeah.
Now, what is the name of the... What'd you say?
Just talking to myself here.
Well, confine yourself to that, will you? All right, who played the feminine lead opposite Gordon McRae in Oklahoma and Carousel?
Who played?
The female lead.
Liz Taylor.
Liz Taylor?
Gordon McRae in Oklahoma and Carousel.
Oh, in Carousel.
Who played opposite her?
Oh,
Him. Those. Shirley Jones. Now, Shirley, you should have known that.
Shirley Jones? No, I don't know.
Who was the feminine star of The Rainmaker?
Oh, Rollenmaker, das ist Hecht Lancaster.
The feminine star.
Ah, feminine. The feminine.
The Dame.
Yeah, die Dame. I understand.
Lancaster?
Yeah, no.
No, die Dame.
Die Dame.
Not the dame, the Dame. Kennen Sie nicht die Dame?
I know. Katharine Hepburn.
Yeah, Katharine Hepburn, but the bell is already where we going to give it to you because you are so nice.
Thank you.
You now have one right.
We're just as crooked as you are, I guess. Now, what British actor... Why did you take this category? What British actor starred in Kind Hearts and Coronets, The Lavender Hill Mob, and The Man in the White Suit? A British actor.
And the white suit.
Man in the White Suit, The Lavender Hill Mob, and Kind Hearts and Coronets. Which, incidentally, is one of the greatest pictures I've ever seen.
Who is this?
Well, it was Alec Guinness.
Well, back to
Back to what?
one wrong.
One wrong.
I
Okay.
know.
Now, don't get discouraged. I'm sure you're going to lose. Now,
Nothing to do here.
here are the stars. You tell me the picture. Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, and Grace Kelly. What's the name of the picture?
High Society.
High Society is right.
One right.
Anthony Quinn starred in the award-winning Best Foreign Picture in 1956. What was the picture? Foreign picture.
Who said it? I haven't
Anthony
understand the
Quinn.
Anthony Quinn.
Starred in the award-winning Best Foreign Picture of 1956. What was the name of the picture?
Anthony Quinn. I saw this thing. I don't know it. No.
It was La Strada.
Sorry.
Famous picture, great picture, yeah.
Saw it.
Well, you now have one wrong again.
Oh. Never been I know this before.
Well, you got a lot of paper left here.
What song from Man Who Knew Too Much won an Academy Award?
Der Mann, der wusste zu viel. Das ist Hitchcock. But I don't know who.
This was a song from a picture called The Man Who Knew Too Much. It won an Academy Award, the song.
The song? The song that Doris Day makes a song about a child
It's
something.
Que Sera Sera.
I don't know the title of the song, but I know she makes it, Doris Day.
You'd have to know the title, otherwise we couldn't do it. Isn't she cute, huh?
I can't know the title.
Elsie, I'm sorry you didn't know the title of that, but I'm going to give you one question so you can have a chance to win $100, $50 apiece, huh? And I don't want any help because this is tough. What kind of an animal always carries a rabbit's foot? Well, no, a rabbit is right. Okay. I'm sorry you didn't win more, but thanks anyway for being with us. You were a very fine and nice couple, huh?
We'll find out if our first couple will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
Leroy, what are you doing, my boy?
A little scientific research for my English class.
Oh, I was always very good at English.
What's pronouncing stuff?
Oh, I was a whiz at pronouncing. Go ahead, try me.
Okay, Unc. How do you pronounce House?
H-O-U... Oh, house.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Now, how do you pronounce Horse?
H-O-R... Oh, that's easy. That's horse.
Fine. Now, how do you pronounce Hours?
H-O-U-R-S? Oh, Howers?
You pronounce it hours.
Oh, of course. Here, I got one for you. How do you pronounce NBC?
Oh, I know that one. You pronounce NBC entertainment.
You're right. No trick about that one. You can depend on NBC to bring you the best in radio entertainment of all kinds, from bandstand in the morning
to dramas in the afternoon.
And news on the hour throughout the day. And don't forget, Tuesday night is a dandy night to tune in Nightline.
That's what we're on, folks. The Great Gildersleeve. My uncle.
You bet. Every Tuesday night. Be sure to tune in on NBC Radio.
All right, George, we're ready to see who wants to get a crack at all the money. Will you bring out the first couple?
All right, Louise Squire and Ted Anderson. Would you come back, please?
Now, you won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. What are you going to do?
You say.
We'll go for it.
You're going to go for the big money. Now, get together and pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin this wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth 2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. Now, what number do you want?
You say.
5? Give it a turn. Your number was 5 and it landed on 7, so this question is worth $2,000. Leonard Hall was chairman of the Republican National Committee in the 1956 election. For $2,000, who was the very active Democratic National Committee chairman in that election? Talk it over. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
Mitchell.
No, I'm sorry. You should know this. It's Paul Butler. Well, you missed it, but you wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
And thank you.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
For the housewife, the wage earner, investors big and small. Commentary of vital interest on pocketbook news. Tonight on most of these NBC stations.